APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParameChevrolet.com today.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
The all-new Giants mobile app presented by DraftKings is your home for highlights, breaking news, exclusive features, and inside access to the New York Giants. Watch Big Blue Kickoff live every weekday afternoon at 12:30, plus every press conference, locker room interview, and podcast. If you're coming to the game, check out the Pocket Game Day Hub in the Giants app for live camera angles, interactive games, mobile food ordering, and more. Download the Giants official mobile app presented by DraftKings for free at the App Store and Google Play.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Oh, that's right. I'm back. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. A very exciting, jam-packed Black Friday episode edition for another hour and a half. And I've got you all the way till 3 a.m. and the great Pete Hoffman up after me until 7 a.m. But we got a lot to get to. Mets, Knicks pulling off a big one, winning their group in the Cup. We want the Cup. Giants, Jackson Dart is back. New defensive coordinator, the Jets. And what is Jerry Jones talking out his rear end, or are the Jets passing up on a miserable trade? But we start with the Mets. And yes, we will get into the dynamics of the offseason and our wish list. We'll get into the stupid comments that Hal Steinbrenner had to say. But we have to start with the Mike Puma article that came out earlier today, that there was more toxicity in this Mets locker room that we've continued to hear. A lot of people will tell you it's not toxic. There's nothing to worry about. I actually think that this is not as big as a story as it could be. But this article coming out, and we could probably piece together who it came from and the timing of it. And, the, ridiculousness of Adam Ottavino becoming the only person people trust when it comes to Mets insider information. But I think that this story, and if you haven't read it, Mike Puma reporting that, I think it was June 20th. I have to go back and get the exact date. But during one of the Mets' 7-game losing streaks, Lindor and McNeil had a blow-up in the locker room. Shocker. No rat and raccoon this time. It was all in-house. So that's a step up. Kudos. You get a star for progress. But they had a blow-up. I hate the way that they described it. He was verbally attacked. Lindor verbally attacked Jeff McNeil over what was 2 bad plays. In the article it says, one, I went back and I tried to find the plays, and if it's the plays that we're seeing, it was probably 2 consecutive plays in a row. But they had a blow-up in the locker room. And the article also goes on about how Lindor and Soto don't really mesh. I really just take it as 2 different personalities. They're not friends. Doesn't mean they dislike each other. They're not hanging out afterwards. I don't care about that stuff. But I do think the one thing that this article spoke to me about was that the Mets have needed a change for a few years now. I think 2022 pushed that change off a year. And then that change, we got a little bit of it with the Billy Epler sell-off, him getting fired, David Stearns coming in, changing the way they do things. And then this year, a year after 2024, where again, those problems were pushed off for a year. And the rumors, coming from multiple sources that there were issues in the locker room for 3 years now. We've heard the same thing over and over and over again. And what this article spoke to me about was that the Brandon Nimmo trade, the offseason that feels like there's going to be a lot of change. I don't want to call it a blow up because they're not rebuilding, but the retooling of the roster, the reworking of it, the personalities, this just proved even more that a move like that Brandon Nimmo trade was needed, and many more are needed. And we'll dive deeper into the Brandon Nimmo move and the dynamics of the roster and the actual on-field stuff. But I could not also come away more from this, and if you've listened to me in the past, Jeff McNeil has to go. Enough. I'm sorry. You can't have a poor attitude, poor effort, and also be blowing stuff up in the dugout. Blowing stuff up in the locker room. And for me, I've said this before this has ever happened. Jeff McNeil comes off as a guy who can't handle accountability. The reports in the past was when him and Lindor had that first blow up, it was because he was upset because he got called out for not making a play. And in a town where we beg our stars to be leaders, vocal leaders, we killed Soto this year for this exact reason. I've heard Yankee fans kill Aaron Judge for reportedly, allegedly, I'm not saying this, but you guys have complained about him not being vocal enough, flipping tables and calling guys out. And now all of a sudden Lindor does this, and we're trying to find a way to make this guy out to be the bad guy. I remember when a guy like Carmelo Anthony got killed for being the silent leader type. I have no problem. I'm not calling it a verbal attack. I know it's 2025 and everything could be skewed as offensive in that aspect. And I'm not talking about PC. I'm just saying everyone's a bit sensitive to stuff. And this feels like a guy holding his teammate accountable. And the dude who throws his helmet and knocks over, Gatorade towers every time he does it in a home run, and he pops it up and throws a temper tantrum like a child. Sorry if I don't give him the benefit of the doubt of handling criticism properly. He should have been gone 3 years ago. He should have been gone 2 years ago. He should have been gone last year. When he won the batting title, in my head, I was like, this is the worst case scenario because this guy's coming back to do nothing. Outside of that year, he has been an average player. I am not even saying he's a terrible player. He has been an average player. It's time to get rid of him. It's time to change the tune in the locker room. Brandon Nimmo was a start. If you're bringing back Pete, which I want Pete back, things have to change. 888-808-1019. Nimmo gets traded for Marcus Semien. I have, mixed feelings about the trade as far as on paper, and I understand the thought process of it. I get it. I like it. As a guy who liked Brandon Nimmo, it's tough. It's tough to root against a guy like Brandon Nimmo. But as far as the locker room goes, as far as the culture that the Mets are trying to build and trying to eradicate from their locker room, things had to change. And for the Brandon Nimmo, it's not that he was a bad influence on the locker room. And maybe we'll play it a little later, but Stern spoke and said, you can't just run it back the same every year when it hasn't worked for 6 previous seasons. Let's think about the most common core we have with this team. You could remove Lindor from it. And with Lindor, there have been brief periods of success. As for Met fans, obviously no World Series, but you've made the playoffs twice in his tenure. But when you think about the most common core this team has, I'll throw the 3 position players out there. Alonso, McNeil, Nimmo. You could throw Edwin Diaz and David Peterson in there if you want. This is not to involve those guys because I think it's more when these problems persist on the position players. You cannot just bring back Alonso and thought we were going to bring back Nimmo and McNeil. We weren't going to change much and everything was going to stay the same. No. At some point, something's got to give. And this is another example of something having to give. And I don't change my opinion of Lindor on this article. All it does is justify the way I feel about a guy like Jeff McNeil, about the way I feel about the Mets locker room. And I'm not saying it's toxic in the sense that these guys don't get along. Sure, they get along. I care about winning. I care about a dog mentality, not to steal the great Tommy Lugauer's terminology. That killer instinct. Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent came to blows on live TV in their dugout. They went to the World Series that year. Reggie Jackson and Billy Martin came to blows in the Yankees dugout. I don't care if these guys are boys. I don't. I care about the W's. And again, losing a guy like Brandon Nimmo, tough. It is very tough. He's a great representative of the city and the franchise. He's a good guy. He plays the game the right way as far as his hustle and his discipline at the plate. He's also an extremely flawed player. He's also a guy who has been here for multiple collapses. So has Pete Alonso. So has Jeff McNeil. On a lesser extent, so has Francisco Lindor. Go back to 2019. Everyone remembers the exciting August. I remember the series in Chicago, the series in Atlanta in September. That killed the season. 2021, Lindor's first year. These 4 guys together. They were cruising. And sure, the Javi Baez trade just, was kicking a can down the road for a little bit longer. And they collapsed. Again, 2022, they made the playoffs, they collapsed. 2025, collapsed. The biggest disgrace, in my opinion, in franchise history. And there's blood on everyone's hands. The owner, the GM, although the owner I don't have as much of an issue with. Because I think as far as his ability as an owner goes, he's extended it to the full capability. And a lot of you don't like David Stearns, and again, we'll jump into all of this stuff. But something had to change in that locker room. More stuff has to change. Jeff Passan spoke about, Senga's available, Jeff McNeil's available. One of the young bats, whether it's Acuna, Beatty, Vientos, Mauricio, they're available in some capacity. There has to be changes. You're not going to achieve your goal of not just, reaching to the mountaintop, but sustained success, sustained playoff appearances. I want to get to the point as a Met fan that the Yankee fan has, where the playoffs isn't a goal anymore. It's a guarantee. The playoffs aren't anything more than the bare minimum. The Mets aren't even there yet. It felt like last year, even in all their struggles, they were at least going to make the playoffs. And they found a way to shoot themselves in the foot. And everyone, honestly, besides Pete Alonso and Juan Soto, everyone really shares the blame. And Juan Soto shares the blame for his first half of the season. I meant more down the stretch of the season. Pete's the only guy who had a consistent year. Lindor struggled. For periods of time, he wasn't around. For periods of time, Brandon Nimmo was nothing. Juan Soto was nothing for the first 2 months of the season. And he ended up having an awesome second half. Generationally great second half. Jeff McNeil has continuously been nothing. I'm never going to... You guys, like everyone wanted Mendoza out. I really didn't feel like that was the issue. Was not Mendoza. I think the last day of the year was the one time that I sat there and I was like, this guy, what is he doing? But changing the manager to me was not going to change the culture. I can tell you this much. When he shoved McNeil into the lineup in the NLCS, the vibe killer that is McNeil, the momentum killer, that rubbed me the wrong way. They could have found a move for this guy last year. They could find a move for him this year. And it could be a move, McNeil and Senga. Maybe it's Vientos or Beatty or Acuna or Mauricio. You got to switch it up. And you also have to bring in a different mentality. 888-808-1019. Are you guys concerned about this? I think the Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor aspect of this is a non-story. It's nothing new. We know that Soto is just, got his paycheck, wants to play the game, and wants to go home. And Lindor, little flashier, likes to be in the limelight a bit. Also, is one of the more accountable players the franchise has had. And the Adam Ottavino stuff, I take with a grain of salt. Because I look at it two ways. Either he's a generational hater and he's bitter about how he was treated with the Mets, or two, he's a snitch. He's a guy who tattles and airs out everyone's dirty laundry and gossips. I don't think Brandon Nimmo and Francisco Lindor had friction. Nimmo should be upset that he wasn't considered the captain. That is a good trait. We mix these things. We want that story. So when I hear that, and now I feel like the commonality is let's paint Francisco Lindor as this selfish, bad clubhouse guy. That rumor has just started to come out. Has never followed the guy in his entire career. He's a gamer. And we've never heard anything about him and Nimmo not getting along, or him and Alonso not getting along. And just because Adam Ottavino wants to gossip like it's the Bad Girls Club, all of a sudden we're starting to believe this guy. He could be anywhere else in the world giving up 3 home runs to 4 batters. But instead, he wants to chat on the internet about something that doesn't pertain to him. All of a sudden, Clint Frazier and Adam Ottavino are the most truth tellers in the league when it comes to the Mets and the Yankees. And when it comes, I'm a little all over the place now, but when it comes to this story, the Juan Soto, Francisco Lindor stuff is a non-factor to me. And the stuff with Jeff McNeil and Lindor is not anything new. It is a symbol, or it is significant in telling you how that clubhouse was. And more changes are needed, not just the Brandon Nimmo aspect of it. There is more needed. Is this bothering you? Is this troubling? Do you not trust Francisco Lindor in that locker room anymore? Do you want Jeff McNeil out? Is the Soto and Lindor stuff significant to you? We'll get to all that. Also, when we come back on the other side of the break, we'll talk more after the update about the Brandon Nimmo trade, the ramifications of the roster, what else I want to see them do. 888-808-1019 is the number to get involved. Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 3 a.m.
It's Chris McMonagle overnights on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Sometimes there are trades and moves that are the first piece. There are trades and moves that are stand alone on themselves on why they make the team better. This one is clearly the beginning of a process that will then lead us to the end of the offseason, and then we can determine how we feel about it. Like this trade on itself, I don't think helps the Mets.
Listen to CMAC on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$150 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Embrace the spirit of the season during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration and make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, you'll find the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now, when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Justin Rock. This report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. The Knicks needed a win to clinch Group C in the NBA Cup, and Jalen Brunson helped deliver.
Brunson comes to the ball, defended by Harris. 8-second difference. Shot clock to game clock. The hoist. And hit! Jalen Brunson! Another banger!
Ian Eagle with the call on Amazon Prime. The Knicks are moving on. They beat the Bucks 118-109. New York advancing to the quarterfinals where they'll face the Raptors. Jalen Brunson, a game-high 37 points. Josh Hart, a near triple-double, 19, 15, and 7. The Nets still in search of their first home win. They fell to 0-9 at Barclays with a 115-103 loss to the Sixers. To the ice, the Rangers have won 3 straight. They blasted the Bruins in Boston 6-2. Mika Zibanejad with a pair of goals there. The Devils have won 3 in a row as well. 42 saves from Jake Allen. New Jersey shut out the Sabres 5-0. The Isles erased an early 3-goal deficit, but can't complete the comeback. They fall to the Flyers in a shootout 4-3. And good news for Big Blue, the Giants made it official. Jackson Dart will return at quarterback on Monday night against the Patriots. It's 37 degrees and clear in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
The great Alex Azarm on the other side of the glass. Happy late Thanksgiving to all those who celebrate. Happy Black Friday if you're out there losing your mind in some cash on these deals. If you want to follow along in the conversation, you don't want to call up. The number, as always, 888-808-1019. But if you want to follow along, you can always hit me up on X at @PicoDay_Gallo. You can search my name now. I've been told it's probably better that I put some kind of thought into my name being on my X, and then my IG is PicoDayGallo24. I just got back, did a little trip to Mexico with the lady. Got back just in time for Thanksgiving dinner, but, never been to an all-inclusive. And if you can't hear it in my voice, I took it personal. I felt like a challenge. And, I drank and ate everything in sight. So we'll get into a little bit of that, too, as I've discovered a new love of mine. Has changed vacationing for the rest of my life. But we're talking Mets. And not to move along, the conversation can continue about the Mets locker room, about Lindor versus McNeil, and Soto versus Lindor, if that's even a thing, that second one. And before we get to the calls and more on the actual trade and the offseason, the great stuff, the good stuff, what the Mets should go after, how they can improve more if you think they have, which I have, and how they can improve more. The play that I actually just saw on IG was not the 2 plays I thought it was. It was a botched, pass off, the flip to Lindor from Jeff McNeil. And they show a cutaway from almost like a sky cam, the two of them having a little bit of a confrontation on the field, and then they move on from there. Obviously, it bled into the locker room. I just laugh at the phrasing. And Mike Puma's the man. This is not a shot at Mike Puma. Whatever his sources were, them saying Francisco Lindor verbally attacked Jeff McNeil sounds soft to me. It just does. It sounds soft. Verbally attacked. It sounds like held them accountable. That's what that sounds like. Jeff McNeil, probably threw his glove and threw a hissy fit, as he does every time he fails. Moose in Jamaica, you kick us off. Moose, what's going on, guy?
Yo, Anthony, what up? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, my dude.
Listen, I'm going to come swinging for the fences with a trade proposal for the Yankees, a 500-foot dead center. Listen, you got to get to get. You don't want to run it back. You want major changes. You want a shake-up. You want some money spent. Yankee fans, I'm going to try to appease it even though
Let's hear
this is not necessary. All right. So this is a 3-team trade.
Oh, okay. All right.
Major mover. If prospects need to be added to throw in to sweeten the pot for both of these teams the Yankees are dealing with, this is what it is. The Yankees get Corey Seager and Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis.
Wait, real quick. Hold on. Corey Seager.
3-team trade.
All right, so again, Corey Seager, Fernando Tatis, and who?
Manny Machado.
All right.
So the Yankees have to give a lot.
All right, real quick, Moose. What are they giving up?
Okay, so the Padres are going to get Giancarlo Stanton, Spencer Jones, and Jose Caballero and Will Warren, right? The Texas Rangers are going to get Ryan McMahon, Jason Dominguez, and Oswaldo Cabrera. And if they need to add in AA top pitching prospects to both teams getting that, I'm trying. I don't think the Yankees will do it.
Can I ask you a question, Moose?
Yeah.
Are you still drinking from the Thanksgiving feast, or are you just drunk off the turkey? What is it? Because that was one of the wildest.
Out there.
It's not happening, dude. And I appreciate the call, Moose. I really do. Maybe he was drinking a little coquito. It is that time of the year. That was, I gave him a chance, and he did not deliver. We love Moose. That is a trade that you would get rejected in MLB The Show if you were doing franchise mode. And they do everything in that. My guy, Ray in Brooklyn. What is up, Ray?
Happy holidays and many blessings to you and yours, my brother. It sounds like you had a great Thanksgiving. I'm glad to hear that.
I did. I ate. I was away. I ate and drank, and then yesterday I just ate.
Listen, that sounds like how it should be blueprinted and mapped out for the.
I'm suffering through it right now. As I learned this week, I can't drink like I used to. I definitely could still throw down at a buffet, but I'm suffering through all of it.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm telling you right now, you just brought up coquito, and you already know I'm Latino, so that's my thing, bro. I don't care if it has, I always get a gallon with, and 1 gallon without. I gain like 10 pounds this time of year, just off that, let alone everything else. But, my brother, I'm calling as an IBO, right? I'm throwing on my IBO cap, as Evan would say, because I'm a big-time Yankees fan, but I can be objective about matters with the Mets. And I just want to say, before I get into Lindor and Soto, because I think there is something there. I think we all know there's something there, but, Mets fans want to try to diffuse it or downplay it because we just gave that guy, y'all just gave that guy all that money or whatever. But before I say anything about that, right? So as far as Brandon Nimmo, well, first let's start with Pete Alonso, the double standard, right? Because here I'm Boricua, like your boy Al is, and I was talking to Al about this either yesterday or the day before. Everybody's kidding Pete Alonso, right? And like I said, I couldn't stand Pete Alonso because delusional Mets fans were saying that he was better than Judge. But now
which is ridiculous.
I've come around. Right. Now I've come around because it's gone too far the other way, Gallo, where he's getting way too much hate. People literally saying if he wants every penny, he doesn't want to be a Met. He hasn't delivered on it, on his promise. But what about fellow Boricua, your closer, Edwin Diaz, who professes his love for the Mets, he wants to fulfill his dream of completing his career, the rest of his career as a Met. Yet this guy is out there. He's going to grab the last penny. He already said that. If and when he does, he needs to be held accountable for that.
Well, Ray, let me say this. You're also speaking for, and I appreciate the call, you're also speaking to somebody who wants to see both those guys get paid. Now, can I understand why Met fans have chosen to side with Diaz over Pete? Because the season ended. We were not even a half hour done with the season. And I get it. I want Pete back. And I agree with Ray. I have criticized Pete in the past. I've never disliked Pete. And I also think that the people that have gone way too far in one direction with him. So let me get that out the way first. But when the season ended, and I'm justifying why some people are upset with Pete as opposed to Edwin Diaz. When the season ended, 30 minutes after one of the worst collapses in team history, they ask him, "Are you going to opt out?" And he's like, "Yeah." I get it. We all know you're opting out. Just read the room. Just give us some, soften the blow a little bit. Edwin Diaz came out and was like, I got to think about it. I'm just disappointed about the season, and I love being here and all this stuff. And it was like Pete kind of approached it more cold-heartedly. His agent is Scott Boras. I'm very pro-player, but it tends to be that the Scott Boras type players, when it comes to their contract negotiation, I don't give them the credit. But any Met fan that's getting on Pete for not holding up his end of the bargain, I got to be honest. After that home run in Milwaukee and what he did this year, there's not much to criticize about Pete. I don't care if he doesn't play Gold Glove first base. He's not, he's not Dave Kingman, or he's not, Kyle Schwarber, Daniel Murphy in left field, to make a comparison. I know apples to apples. But there's nothing I can criticize Pete about. This year, he got the job done. Start to finish, most consistent guy in the Mets. Besides Edwin Diaz. Now, when it comes to Edwin Diaz, I think he is the most important piece in the entire, free agent landscape. And, whatever move you want to make for the Mets, he is the most important piece. He's the best at what he does. He is the most reliable at what he does. And he has failed and gotten to the mountaintop and fallen off and gotten back up there in New York City. There are not many cases that we could show of what Edwin Diaz has done. Edwin Diaz came here. I've always been a pro Diaz guy, so maybe I'm a little biased. Edwin Diaz came here, fell flat on his face, and built himself back up to be one of the best closers in the game. Then after he got hurt in the WBC, he comes back and, struggles early, has that IL stamp. We weren't sure if he was actually hurt. And then goes out there and becomes the best closer in the game again. I was with Al Cintron, Evan, Tommy at that Game 4 in the NLDS. Spike Eskin and Ike Reese were there as well. They were sitting a little to the left of us, but we were there. And when Diaz came in, outside of me and Cintron, everyone else groaned. And I sat there and I was like, that's the guy I want in this moment. And that's how I feel. And you know what? To Pete's credit, when after that home run in Milwaukee and what he's done, his entire, 2025 season and the clutch hits after clutch hits he had this year, I'm way more comfortable with him than anyone else in that lineup at times. And, he struggled. Pete struggled prior to not just the home run in Milwaukee, but just prior. That year was a bad year for Pete. Doesn't matter how well he did prior to that, but after that home in Milwaukee, sometimes it just takes a flip of the switch. Daniel Murphy was a good player, had one great postseason, and turned into an epic player. Sometimes it's a flip of the switch. And for Alonso, where he was pressing, that doesn't feel to be the case anymore. The one thing I could say about the Mets this year was when the going got tough, the only guy who looked locked in, or the only two guys, were Pete Alonso and Edwin Diaz, and I guess Clay Holmes. When they needed him most, he went out there and made a big start. 888-808-1019. The guy, JR in Somerville. What is up, dude?
What's up, Gallo?
How we doing?
Happy Thanksgiving. Very well, man.
Thanksgiving, my guy.
A little gummy action over here.
I'm a little envious.
The little Knicks. decent win tonight.
Well, they couldn't make it easy. They couldn't make it easy. They had to make you sweat a little bit. But probably better so you could sweat out some of the turkey and the alcohol.
Well, I didn't call about them, but they definitely miss OG. They need to have him in the lineup as far as size is concerned. It's a very small team when you don't have one of him or Mitch available. So hopefully they get the defense figured out and go from there.
Right.
But, Mets. Let's talk about it. This is a very annoying story for me because this Mets team didn't seem connected. It seemed like these types of stories always happen with the Mets, where I think the guy who's actually talking to Mike Puma, by the way, is Ottavino, because I have no idea.
I thought one of two things. Or one of three things. It was either Ottavino, Nimmo, who just left, which I didn't really feel like that, or McNeil is covering his ass before he gets traded.
McNeil should be happy. He's going to get paid next year. Wherever he goes, he can play golf. The guy he's not good enough to carry himself the way he carries himself on the field and around the team. The guy's happy to go. He goes 1 for 4. He's happy to do it. Go 1 for 4 and throw his helmet the other 3 times. Yeah. And the vibe is just horrible with the guy, okay?
He's a vibe killer. He is the ultimate vibe killer.
And that matters. Everything that was wrong with the Mets last year came down to vibe. I think I text you or message you about the defense. The defense was horrible last year, okay? That's everybody. All right? So that was the difference between last year's Mets and the OMG Mets. But I think that Stearns didn't really concentrate on that too much. And then us as fans, we kind of hold this team to a standard they never consistently lived up to.
Mm-hmm.
So Stearns is doing the right thing, I believe, in breaking this up, getting the defense, going from there. And I'm not worried about Pete. You just mentioned Diaz. I think we got to kind of block him from going to the Dodgers. I mean, if Pete wants to go to the Red Sox, we got to block him from doing that. We got to re-sign the guy. Can't stand his defense, but he's a plus. He's a net positive, okay? So we're not getting rid of a guy like that who's actually a cornerstone of the franchise.
And it's also not like he's completely inept defensively. Like, I know his metrics were bad this year. He also was one of the best players at scooping the ball out of the dirt. So he's not a complete negative, but I'll trade it if he's hitting bombs. And you know what? He felt more like a complete hitter this year. So I'll take that over the defense, if that's your one blemish on defense.
Well, he can't throw the bases. That's a huge. I think that's a big blemish. But he said he was open to playing
positionally. Like, if first base is our only blemish, I'll live with it.
Well, that's the problem. It isn't. Now, and Stearns realized that. I think that's the problem. I think we were just so weak on the corners between first and third, depending on who was ever over there. You know, Beatty was passable, but he wasn't consistently over there. And then the corners in the outfield. Nimmo had no arm, and Soto was Soto. But, you know, it's something where we had to improve on those margins. When we have in baseball now, guys are hitting 250. Guys aren't succeeding at the plate.
Right.
You got to be good at everyday skills, base running, fielding, pitching more or less. You got to get better at these things, and Stearns is concentrating on. So I'm cool with that. Now, before we go here, I want to. Once again, I brought up Byron Buxton. This is the guy they need to go after. I'm tired of the second-rate names. I don't care how many games. If he's a distressed asset, the Mets should pay less in the trade market for him. Okay, so go out and get him. He makes the same amount of money as Jeff McNeil. Go out and get these guys. I'm tired of the Dodgers. By the way, the Dodgers think they're getting Bellinger back and maybe also getting Diaz. Think about that for once.
Please, somebody make it stop. Like, they can't do it. Also, I know we've spoken about this guy before in the past. Adolis Garcia is a free agent. And he's not an expensive piece, and he's the kind of ball player you need. Like, they have the options, and I appreciate the call, JR. Have a great weekend, dude. My guy, JR. You know, we were texting a little bit. He was honestly one of the first people I texted when the Brandon Nimmo trade dropped. There's pieces to go out there. Byron Buxton, I would even try to make a blockbuster move. I think it's a blockbuster move to go get a Buxton and a Joe Ryan from the Twins. They have the moves. Here's the thing is, too, I think that the fan base is not going to be happy. We saw that. They signed Juan Soto. You were miserable. You were still not happy. They signed Pete Alonso, and listen, it ended up being the truth, but you signed Pete Alonso, we weren't happy. So there's not a name short of them trading for Paul Skeens or Tariq Skubal, which is not happening. I'm sorry. It's not happening, Met fans. Let's get it out of our heads. They're not trading for a frontline starter. It's not happening. 1, they would get outbid. 2, they probably would set themselves back by doing so, in my opinion. They are a good team. They have to get to great to be where they want to be, and that's still not good enough. You can do that, and I'm not talking about getting, reclamation projects everywhere. And I'll dive more into this afterwards, but the Marcus Semien trade made a lot of sense on a lot of levels. It wasn't just the fact that he's a good defender. His contract is more, maneuverable. He's making less money over the next 3 years that he has left than Nimmo was over the 5 years. The Mets aren't penny pinching, but what they need to be doing is managing the books so they can make better moves. The drop-off between Nimmo and Semien at the plate, it's not as grand as people are making it out to be. Defensively, the difference between that guy and Nimmo, Semien and Nimmo, is vast. You are going to have an up-the-middle combination that are 2 Gold Glovers. Hopefully, you're improving the corner outfield spot with a younger player or center field with a younger player. And you're bringing in a veteran who is an Adolis Garcia type who plays good defense, has some pop. No, he's not a 400 hitter. I mean, a 300 hitter. There's not a lot of those left. There's not even a lot of bat-to-ball guys left in the league. Luis Ariz is one of them. Now, it's a guy I would like to see both the Mets and the Yankees take a flyer on. I don't think he would cost a lot. And for the Yankees, he fits beautifully because they don't have a lot of those guys that put the bat on the ball. That dude strikes out less in his career than Stanton does in his life. Does it in 1 year. 888-808-1019. I see your calls. We'll get back to your calls. We'll continue the Mets conversation. We'll dive deeper into the Marcus Semien, Brandon Nimmo dynamics, what it may mean for the rest of the Mets offseason. And is Stearns possibly planning something bigger? We try to dissect what his plan might be. Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 3 a.m.
Monday Night Football is on WFAN.
He does throw it down the left sideline for Winston.
The Giants kick off December in Foxborough, taking on the Patriots. 8:15 Monday night.
Jameis reaching, fighting, it is in for the touchdown.
Bob Papa and Carl Banks have all the play-by-play on the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Nada que ver. Bring in a bill from AT&T or T-Mobile to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. ¿Y ahora? ¿Qué vas a hacer with all those unwanted bills? Pues, how about a full-scale origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Fuera de broma. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Verizon store in New York City today, and we'll give you a better deal for you and tu familia. Rankings based on RootMetrics root score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Make your holidays memorable at a Lexus from Ray Katina. The Lexus December to Remember sales event is here. Drive home luxury in a GX or TX with class-leading storage. Celebrate the season in style at Ray Katina Lexus of Freehold and Ray Katina Lexus of Monmouth.
Some stages celebrate. This one tests everything. Every drive, every approach, every putt. Pressure builds. Resilience matters. And history waits for the bold. In June, the 2026 U.S. Open Championship returns to the Hamptons at the iconic Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. Experience the world's best golfers competing on one of the sport's most storied stages. Don't just watch greatness, experience it live at the 126th U.S. Open. Daily tickets are available now on SeatGeek.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Coming in as the underdogs, New York heads to New England for Monday night's Week 13 matchup, fresh off their 10th win of the season and holding the best record in their conference. New England hopes to continue its dominant run and remain undefeated at home, while New York aims to pull off a statement upset.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in New Jersey.
It's the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. So don't just hang your own lights. Venture out and look for the northern lights. Drink cocoa on the beach. Or be a drive-by karaoke caroler. Because every new Kia comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So you can take holidays to places they've never been. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more. Kia, movement that inspires.
See Kia dealer for warranty details. Event ends 12/1/25.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
We know everybody wanted Bowen out. Did anybody really think that he was going to be the defensive coordinator start next year?
Not a person. Not a person.
So what's the difference? What, you think it gives you a better chance to beat the Patriots on Monday Night Football?
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Always, and we're talking Mets. Everything's on the table, obviously. You know, big Knicks win as they try to win their first NBA Cup. You know, if they win their next, they play the Raptors next, and they would face the winners of the Magic and the Heat. We'll dive a little bit more into that Knicks dynamic Hal Steinbrenner's comments from earlier in the week, what we want to see the Yankees do. The Jerry Jones, comments that were made. I don't know how to decipher them as more than just a rambling old man. Jackson Dart is back, a new defensive coordinator. Charlie Bullen is in. And we got a lot to talk about, but back to the conversation about the Mets. Evan in Long Island, what's going on, Evan?
Hey, bud, what's up? How you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
I'm good. How are you, dude?
Good. Talking about the Mets quickly, I feel like whenever people talk about the Mets, they use the word or instead of and, like with players, like, should we get this guy or that guy? This guy or that guy? I want them to change the or to an and. Why can't they re-sign both of them? They have the money.
You're 100% right.
You need both players. Like, you see the other teams, they stack players. I feel like more the Mets, instead of stacking, they'll get one, and then they'll get, like, 1A and then, like, a B-minus player. They got to start, jacking up their roster if they really want to compete. And if you want to pick one, I got to say, I'm on Alonso's side. If you look at the teams that are really successful, I feel like you can platoon closers. Like, okay, let's even take the Brewers. They lost Williams.
They've won nothing.
I know, but they still made it to the playoffs.
I mean, but a lot of teams make it to the playoffs. You still need that guy to lock down. Listen, I could disagree on the back end. I agree with you on the front end. They should be bringing back both these guys. It should be their first and second priorities. In whatever order you want to decipher, they have to bring both these guys back. I don't see this team as, like we can argue about what we feel is more important. It's pretty hard to replace the best closer in baseball and a 40-plus consistently year in, year out home run hitter who also happens to be a good all-around hitter. It's impossible to replace both of them. Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying you're right. And we've been, and I appreciate the call, Evan, we've been conditioned as Met fans, and I think Yankee fans have gotten conditioned like this too. Almost everyone in baseball is kind of conditioned like in this aspect, outside of maybe the Dodgers, the Phillies, the Astros at times. Although I think when the Astros let guys go, they know, the writing's on the wall. But, Framber Valdez, maybe you got to, focus in on with that thought process. But when I look at this offseason, and to Evan's first point, which he was right about, they shouldn't be deciding, should we sign this guy or that guy? It should be Diaz and Alonso, both back. That's it. Cut and dry. They both have to be back. It doesn't make sense to go into this process and say, well, we can live without one or the other. Well, where are you trying to get to? When you look at the Brandon Nimmo move, they have young guys that are highly touted prospects, but they're also young guys that aren't in single A. They're guys that should be called up very quickly. And I'm not going to give up. I hate this mentality we have in this city when it comes to young players in baseball. Mets and Yankee fans alike do this. We demand young guys play. Then when they play and the first signs of struggle, we give up on them. We write them off, and then when they go elsewhere and thrive, we're complaining, why is that guy thriving elsewhere? No other franchise that's successful in developing talent does that. Now, if a guy's absolutely putrid, that's a different story. I want to see them call these guys up. The David Stearns type guys. Yes, some of them are still Billy Epler players, but guys that David Stearns has sought and believes in. I think it's why, I mentioned that one of the young infielders may be traded in Acuna, Vientos, Mauricio, and Beatty. I think Beatty is the safest one. It's the only one that David Stearns has really gone out on a limb to give a vote of confidence. He wasn't negative about Vientos, but he kind of said you could shoe in Beatty into not a starting role, but, major playing time next year. So when it comes to a Carson Bench or one of these other young guys, they're going to be able to replace that Nimmo spot with a potentially veteran plus younger player. Whether the veteran's in center field and Taylor's the fourth outfielder and you're playing the young guy in left, it better not be Jeff McNeil, I can tell you that much, playing left field. At first base, the Mets don't have that. And I don't want to hear people call up, oh, they should just have Juan Soto play first. No. That should not be the plan. Jeff McNeil should not be the first baseman next year. Pete Alonso should be there. When you look at guys at that position, Pete Alonso is a top 5 first baseman. When you look at Edwin Diaz, when it comes to signing both of these guys, there's not a better closer in my mind, in my opinion, with my own 2 eyes, the eye test, than Edwin Diaz. But if you want to make the argument, fine. Top 3 closers in the league, though. You can't tell me he's any worse than that. You shouldn't be letting these guys leave. And I disagree with the point that you could just string together the back end of a bullpen. You can't. Unless you are a Dodgers team that's throwing superstars out at every single position, and they had 3 guys in that bullpen that were top-flight closers. You need a big closer. Look at what happened to the Blue Jays in the playoffs. Look at what happened to the Phillies 2 years ago. He wants to bring up the Brewers. Devin Williams can't shine Edwin Diaz's shoes at the height of his ability. How important was Chapman to multiple Yankee runs and a Cubs World Series? You need these guys. I can't remember the guy from the Astros who was pretty locked down for them. I know he had a lot of off-field controversy. You need that guy. And I don't want to just keep Pete. This is the one thing that I will separate myself from the majority of the Mets fan base. I don't want to just keep Pete because he's a lifelong Met. I'm past that. I want to win. I don't care if it's with mercenaries, with homegrown players, with androids, whatever it is, I want to win. I've lost that, it's got to be our guy. It's got to be our guy. We want the records. I don't care about that. I want to win. I want to win, and Pete Alonso feels like a guy who could contribute to that. That's why I want him back. 888-808-1019. AJ in Port Jefferson. What's going on, AJ?
How you doing, brother? Thanks for taking my call.
How you doing, dude?
Hey, just to jump in, I'm doing good. Just to jump in on this topic, I'm with you on the Diaz and Alonso thing. I'm at the point right now where it's like, dude, 40 and 100 doesn't grow on trees. A closer that's proven he can do it in this market, in this city, doesn't grow on a tree. You can't just go out and replace that, number one. Number two, the Buxton thing's interesting to me. The only thing about Buxton is I'm not giving up a top prospect for a guy that doesn't play over 100 games, like, ever, unless you're going to give me in return a Joe Ryan or a Pablo Lopez. Then I'll pull the trigger on a deal like that.
I mean, I like Joe Ryan more than I like Pablo Lopez, but I would obviously be in for all of those guys. But then who exactly, what's the upper echelon? Like, don't tell me Paul Skeens or Tariq Skubal, but what is the level of player you're comfortable giving up something? And I'm not talking about the number one prospect in the system, but a top 10 prospect for. Because if you want to get better, you're going to have to part with some of these guys. And I'm not saying blow up the farm.
No, I agree with you. You're 100% correct. And I'm not a prospect hugger by any means. But if you're just looking, do we really think that Byron Buxton all of a sudden is going to come here and play 140 games? He's done it once in his 10-year career. He's just fantastic talent. But let's also evaluate the market a little more. And I don't know what else is out there, to be honest with you, Gallo. So I don't have a rebuttal.
Well, no, it's fair. Listen, you're being fair. And I do think that the Buxton injury concerns are concern. He's a guy I really like, but they're concerns I've had as well. And even last year, in the last 2 years where he's been pretty freaking good, he played 102 games and 126 games. He had 542 at-bats, which is the first time he had north of 400 at-bats since, 500, but he hasn't been above 400 since 2017. So I understand that.
And the thing I'm torn on is, like, he's such a talented player. And then you go to Carson, the bench thing. Everything I'm reading about him, because I'm really, admittedly, I don't know a ton about him other than that he's a top prospect. So as I've done more research, the book on him right now is he might be better suited in one of the corners. So maybe, you do want to go get a Buxton that's a natural center fielder over this kid who they're saying might end up being more suited for one of the corners where you plug him in to left field where Nimmo was.
Fair. And I think that's why, and I appreciate the call, AJ. That's why they went out and got a Carson Bench. That's why, or not why, I'm sorry. That's why they traded Brandon Nimmo, because they have a Carson Bench. You don't give up Nimmo if you don't have some sort of the plan. I don't think the plan is to replace two outfield positions with everyday guys that you're getting outside of the system. I do think that if center field is the need, they go out and address center field through free agency or trade. And you do have Carson Bench. They also have other guys. I don't know. We just talked about injuries. Jet Williams has struggled to stay healthy in the farm. So why would you trust him on the major league level? They have a guy like Ryan Clifford who has been more transition to first base. He has been a outfield type. And then the rest of the guys on here, I can name them. Most of you probably have never heard of them. Some of them I've never heard of. But also they're not guys that are necessarily ready. Jet Williams, I never expected him to play this year. There were Met fans who thought he was going to get called up. And I was like, I need to see this guy play a full minor league season before I expect anything out of him. Because I also fear that you call a guy up like that's extremely young, and you call up a guy like Jonah Tong, who looked like a kid on the mound. Sometimes you call up a 22-year-old, and they thrive in the moment, and they look older than what they are. I mean, Nolan McLean looks like he's 40 years old. Like he's been smoking menthols his entire life. He's 24. He just, looks like a grown man. Jonah Tong, when he came off the mound in that one game after getting shelled, I was like, this is a kid. Like, I'm not giving up on him. I think he's super talented. But this is a kid. Now, as far as to what AJ was saying, I'm not saying trade one of your top 5 prospects for Byron Buxton. You're telling me you can't part with some of these kids? Also, the guy, Jacob, I think it's Reamer. He was a guy at the end of the year that Baseball America and Jason Stark and a lot of these, Mayo, all these guys who are big on the prospects were hyping up big time. So you go out, you can address positions right there. The other thing is, too, we also have to realize they have the 3 young guys in Sproat, Tong, and McLean all looking at the rotation this year. I would say Sproat and McLean have a huge opportunity to start the season with the club. McLean 100% will be. I don't think Jonah Tong will be. But then you have Clay Holmes, David Peterson, Sean Manaea, Kodai Senga, and others under contract on the major league level. And I don't get the reasoning of justifying putting Clay Holmes back in the bullpen when he was your most consistent starter last year. And outside of the fact that you guys just wanted to harp on the fact he was a former Yankees reliever, was very good. He was, for what he was getting paid to be, which was a 4th or 5th starter, he was very good. He was not an elite pitcher. And I can tell you this much, when he had to make his biggest start of the year, he went out there and gamed. So you have 7 guys, and that's not including a Christian Scott and other players who may be in the running that are already at that major league level or veterans. They've brought in some of these guys, none of them worth mentioning, but they've brought in a bunch of former major league talent that is going to fill out their AAA roster. But they can't just go make this trade and bring in, a reliever or a starting pitcher or sign a starting pitcher and just assume they are going to be able to fit them in the rotation, and we'll figure out what these other guys are doing. Maybe that trade includes a Senga or a Manaea. I'm not ready to give up on Manaea. I hope he gets healthy, and I think that is the key to his season. Maybe it's a Peterson, and he's included in that trade. Byron Buxton feels like a option. He's not cheap, but he's cheaper than what the upper tier of what he's able to produce would make. You could play him in center, and then you have a 1 or 2 young guys in left field. Your fourth outfielder is now Tyrone Taylor. Or one of these other guys you had. Siri. Adolis Garcia feels like a guy you could go out there. If you have the young guy to play center, you go out and get an Adolis Garcia type. He's a good bat, not great, and is a good glove, a borderline great glove. And you're not going to be happy with that. The majority of Met fans are going to call this station and say they didn't do enough in that aspect. But I kind of believe in that approach. I'm also not agreeing with the way they're handling the starting pitching, but I'm also not getting my hopes up like some of you are for a Tariq Skubal or one of these guys. If I'm going to live with what I think Stearns is going to do, I'll live with the arms they already have, and maybe they add a veteran. You have to spend on that bullpen, starting with Diaz. And you can argue with your mom on it. I don't want to hear about what the Dodgers did in the World Series. You're not relying on a guy who's a starting pitcher to close out your game 7, who close out your game 6, to close out the World Series. That's not a strategy. Yes, at the end of the day, when you need your best pitchers to pitch and it's the last game of the season, game 7 of the World Series, everyone's pitching. Sure. That's not a strategy you're building towards, though. What if Yamamoto wasn't available? What was the Dodgers' answer there? Snell was awful in relief. You need a Diaz. You need to invest in that bullpen. The Phillies' issue this year and prior years wasn't that their bullpen was the issue. It was that their great lineup got cold at the worst time. The Yankees, in 2024, it was their fundamentals on the defensive end and their bats getting cold. That was the issue. This notion that the closing position is not valuable is a losing strategy. Ask Dodger fans how they felt in July and August when their bullpen was decimated with injuries. Ask them how they felt. Or when these guys were struggling. How many times have great closers been on the mound at the end of the year? It's more often than not. And Diaz is one of those guys. He's a generational type talent at that position. It's just not feasible to look at this team and say, oh, they can go out this offseason and piece together the bullpen with middle-of-the-road guys and bring back Alonso, or bring back Diaz and piece together the lineup with a step below Alonso and steps below Nimmo. No, the thought is you trade Nimmo because you have a young guy to slot it in left, but you're going to bring back Alonso. You're going to bring back Diaz. You're going to piece together the positions. Maybe it's in-house. Maybe it's with smaller veteran moves, but you're piecing together these positions because you don't have a major need now at first base or closer. That's my issue. You're supposed to be fighting and building for a World Series, for sustained success, consistency. And your thought is, let's create another deficit before we address the already glaring holes we have? 888-808-1019. It doesn't make sense to me. So a previous caller, AJ and poor Jeff said, it should be and. It shouldn't be either or. It should be Pete Alonso and Edwin Diaz. And then you step forward with those guys. Yes, a Carson Ben. It feels like Benj is going to be on the team. Chet Williams is not in my thought process right now. Maybe a Ryan Clifford or a Jacob Reamer is also in that boat. I don't think so, but maybe. Also, don't go by MLB.com's ETA. I feel like a lot of people do that too, and it's why a guy like Jet Williams was thought to be coming up last year. It's not logical. some names I've heard floated around with the Mets. I like Michael King. It feels a little bit less realistic as a starter if they're going the starter way. Framber Valdez, Astros guy. It does make me weary when the Astros let somebody walk because outside of Alex Bregman, most of the time they kind of know this guy might be over the hill. But Framber Valdez, he's not an A. He's not a 1A. He's not an ace. He's a good, 2-3 pitcher. But I can live with that. If you're asking me what's more feasible, I would live with, Nolan McLean, who I think is, a certifiable stud, and 4 number 3s, or, a 2 3s, and a 5 in that facet. I think that is more interchangeable than the back end of a bullpen. I think a starting rotation of good, all good, maybe not an ace at the front end, is more of a mold. Remove Yamamoto from this year. The Dodgers won the year previous. Their starting pitching was very average until it faced the Mets and the Yankees. The year prior, Nathan Eovaldi was not supposed to be an ace. He turned it on late. DeGrom was hurt. Scherzer stunk for the Texas Rangers. Zach Gallen, was not terrible in the postseason. He was not great when the Diamondbacks got to the World Series. So to say that, you need this ace to get to the mountaintop. No, you need consistently good starting pitching. That's what you need. And guess what? The Dodgers ended up using those starters at the back end of their pen. And one of them was a freak of nature in Yamamoto. And after pitching a complete game, a couple of days later, came back and threw, 2 innings or 4 outs, whatever it was, to close out the World Series. So sure, that worked out for them. The plan wasn't, when they're building their postseason roster around the deadline, we get the World Series, we'll just have starters close for us. No! That's a Game 7 situation. They don't have to worry about the next game. You got to bring these guys in desperate situations. That shouldn't be something you're relying on. I think that the undervaluing of the back end of the bullpen is mind-boggling by some fans because it doesn't add up for me. It doesn't. It should be both. And I think the Brandon Nimmo sign is also a sign of things to come because it gives them more wiggle room on the back end of a contract. You give it Alonso 5-6 years, well, guess what? You're not paying anybody in that deal because when you traded Nimmo for Simeon, his deal's up in 3 years. You're not paying another $40 million to Nimmo in years 4 and 5. So I think more is going to come. Maybe that's a sign that they're bringing back Alonso and Diaz. The next move should be getting rid of Jeff McNeil. Jeff Passett says Kodai Senga feels like a very likely candidate to be moved. There's a lot to get to. We'll continue this conversation. I want to dive into Hal Steinbrenner's comments. Jackson Dart is back this weekend. How are you approaching the rest of the season as a Giants fan? New defensive coordinator, the interim head coach, your rookie quarterbacks finally in. And did the Jets miss out on an opportunity to get Micah Parsons? Or is Jerry Jones losing it? 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo till 3 a.m.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
What the Giants have done for the last 8 weeks has felt eerily the same. You play tight in some of these games, and then you just have no faith that this Giant defense can make stops when it matters.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Embrace the spirit of the season during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration and make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, you'll find the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Having the right winter tire matters. So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Nada que ver. Bring in a bill from AT&T or T-Mobile to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. ¿Y ahora? ¿Qué vas a hacer with all those unwanted bills? Pues, how about a full-scale origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Fuera de broma. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Verizon store in New York City today and we'll give you a better deal for you and tu familia. Rankings based on Metrics Root Score Report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on the Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at midnight. I'm Justin Rock. This report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. More woe for the Nets in Brooklyn. They remained winless at home with a 115-103 loss to the Sixers. Yegor Djoman with 23 points and 9 rebounds. The Knicks, on the other hand, are advancing to the NBA Cup quarterfinals. They took down the Bucks 118-109. Josh Hart outstanding with 19, 15, and 7. Jalen Brunson paced all scorers with 37. To the NHL, the Rangers are looking to make it 3 straight victories on the road in Boston.
Panarin, Zibanejad scores! A slap pass into the crease for JT Miller. And back-to-back power play goals for the Rangers have opened up a 4-0 lead. 2 goals in 45 seconds for New York.
Brendan Burke with a call on TNT. Zibanejad scored twice. Blue Shirts throttled the Bruins 6-2. The Devils received a masterful effort from Jake Allen. He stopped 42 shots. New Jersey blanks the Sabres 5-0. A valiant comeback for the Isles fell just short. They erased a 3-goal deficit to force overtime, but fall to the Flyers in a shootout 4-3. And the Giants are getting QB1 back on Monday night. Big Blue made it official. Jackson Dart has cleared concussion protocol. He'll start against the Patriots. It's 37 degrees and clear in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
That's right. Anthony Gallo taking you all the way till 3 a.m. I got you for another 3 hours until the great Peter Hoffman, the Hoff, takes over at 3. And he's got you all the way till 7 a.m. If you want to go back, listen to any of the show, hit the Odyssey app, the rewind function, iHeartRadio, whatever other apps we're on. You can always hit me up on X, Pico, _Gallo. You can just search my name, Anthony Gallo, WFAN. It should pop up. Or on IG, Pico, DeGallo24, or DeGallo. I was in Mexico a few days ago. A little early birthday celebration for the lady. Went to an all-inclusive for the first time. Changed my life. They told me I could eat and drink whatever I want. I took it as a challenge. And, I suffered a little bit. You could probably hear it in my voice that, I still have to sweat all this alcohol out. And I have 9,000 calories, 9 million calories I have to sweat out. Shout out to Alex's arm as the great Nick Theodoro takes over for him. I could still throw down at a buffet, though. Not sure if that's a good thing, but it was fun. It was, pretty epic. And in Mexico, Red Zone, part of the ESPN local channel. Pretty cool. First thing I did when I checked in was put Red Zone on. I was like, oh, this is great. I want to get into, it kind of infuriated me, the comments Hal Steinbrenner made, both about the salary cap and the spending and the losses. I just, it bothers me. As somebody who's a Hal Steinbrenner defender, too, I've been pretty, most of these owners I'm pretty lax on because I feel like we're, spoiled in this town. But the comments he had, tone deaf and, a little frightening for the future of the game as well. But let's, clean up some of these calls. 888-808-1019. Steve in Houston. What's going on, Steve?
Hey, what's going on, Gore Buddy, man?
What is up, my guy? Gore Buddies. We got to put down another episode soon, me and Hoff. I'm sure we will talk when I see him. We keep telling ourselves we got to do one. But maybe soon. We still haven't done one on weapons, which we definitely want to do. So if you haven't seen it, epic.
You're the two hardest working guys. Oh, no, weapons and substance, and then you got to see together. Woo, it's going to be good.
I got to see both of those. I got to see both of those. They're on my list. I haven't seen them yet.
No, me and my daughter here were coming home from that Stars game against the Mammoths, going back from Dallas to Houston, and we're just, listening on the Odyssey app. And she has a question about, have you seen this Welcome to Derry series?
Not yet. It's another one that's on my list. Funny enough, Steve Summers, when he was in doing the pod, came over to me and he's like, Anthony, you really need to watch Welcome to Derry. It's fantastic. Steve, huge horror fan. We got to get him on the pod.
Listen, it's the overnight, man. Shout out to Steve Summers. So if the Mets are really going to get Valdez, is this going to be a thing?
Well, no. I don't know how much, and I like Hector Gomez, and I appreciate the call, Steve. Steve in Houston probably has seen Framber Valdez more than any of us have. Hector Gomez had the report on Twitter, and I like him. He's hit or miss sometimes with this stuff, but all these guys, they're only going off of what their sources are telling you. And he said, this was after the Blue Jays signed Dylan Cease, that the Mets were the front runners for Framber Valdez. So that doesn't mean anything. Everything could change. The Mets were once the front runners for Trevor Bauer. Thankfully, they didn't sign him. But anything could change. So as far as Framber Valdez goes, I would take him in a heartbeat. I think you go into the season next year with Nolan McLean, hopefully a healthy Sean Manaea, Framber Valdez. I still trust Peterson on the back end of a rotation, Clay Holmes, Brandon Sproat. That's a good mix of guys to figure out your five-man rotation. If Senga's back, I'm assuming they're going to run a six-man rotation because they handle him with kid gloves. And as much as I've defended Senga and I've liked Senga in the past, it's time to move on from him. And I think that was pretty evident at the end of the year that they were going to try and move him. And also kudos to, we talk about spending money and we'll talk about Hal's comments. The Mets had no problem eating all that money with Frankie Montas. I mean, Cohen did it with Robinson Cano. 888-808-1019. Justin in Floral Park. What's going on, Justin?
Anthony, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you, man?
Good, man. Well, with the Hal comments, I'm with you. I mean, that bothers me, okay? I'm paying $30 for chicken buckets and all this other crap, and this guy's complaining about finances? The guy prints money. Was in the World Series 2 years ago, okay? So I don't want to hear about they don't have finances, man. It's ridiculous.
Well, it is. Okay. And my issue is, and I defend Hal a lot, it's indefensible when we know you're making money. Yeah. Like, he talks about the $100 million he has to pay to the city. Well, you make money off that.
You're the one that wanted the new stadium. I mean, come on, man. They could have stayed in the old stadium. They wanted a new stadium.
And the funny thing is, and we're all naive at times. They have concerts. They have a soccer team that plays there.
Yep.
Yeah, and that soccer team makes money. It may not sell the building out, but when you're putting 20,000 people there, I'm a season ticket holder. When you're putting 20,000 people in a building on an off day in the summer, you're making money.
Absolutely.
You're making money off the real estate. You're making money off all of your stuff. There's probably not a team outside of maybe the Dodgers that's more profitable than the Yankees.
I mean, he's talking about COVID, dude, in 2020, how they had no fans, cardboard cutouts. Are you kidding me, man? I mean, this is like Cashman talking about the Astros cheating. I mean, enough.
And Justin,
I'm talking about this crap.
The craziest thing was, we're going to get a whole discussion about this, and I'm going to get into it deeper with the salary cap stuff too. But we're going to get into a whole discussion about how all these baseball owners are crying poor. They didn't have to let a single person in the building in 2020 to turn a profit over that 60-game season, to turn a profit. Most of these guys didn't have to sell a single ticket or a hot dog or a beer, and they were making money.
Yeah, they were. You're right, 1,000%, man. As for the Knicks,
let me hear it.
I love what they're doing right now. Listen, I do not want Anthony Davis here, though.
No.
Please do not make that move, Leon Rose. Okay, man, get a backup point guard for Brunson just in case, because for some reason Tyler Cole has not worked out. I mean, that Malcolm Brogdon retirement really hurt them. I really think to this day it does, and I think they just need a backup point guard, and they should be able to roll with this team.
I kind of like, I don't want to trust Kolek for long stretches, but I like what I've seen from him. I love Deuce. I know he's not a true backup.
Yeah, he's not.
I like Jordan Clarkson, what he brings. They can get in the buyout market somebody to fill out their issues, but I really love what they're doing. They have yet, I think, and I appreciate the call, Justin, and we'll dive more into the Knicks as well. They have yet to have a full deck of cards this year. And it's the NBA. Everyone's dealing with injuries. But I'm only looking at this through the Knicks lens. OG's hurt right now. Brunson missed a couple games. Josh Hart started the season hurt. Mitchell and Yabusele, they've all had injuries that they've dealt with. I mean, Josh is going to deal with that hand injury and the nerve in his finger for the entire season. Cat dealt with injuries early on. I like what I saw tonight. There was a point. I walked into Alex. The Nets were on before us. Shout out to our guys, Carino and Capstraw, the best. I got the Nets and the Knicks game on. And then in that game, they kept it close. They are what they are. They're going to be a lottery team. But the Knicks, I'm sitting there and I'm like, they're going to blow this game. And they got the big buckets when they needed to. I mean, Brunson's on an amazing stretch right now over his last 7 games. But Deuce hitting a big shot. Clarkson doing little things like getting, had a big bucket that broke a Bucks run up, and he's getting second chances for these guys. I really like what this team has. And when OG comes back, and they're not going to rush him back, the OG injury is not serious. When he comes back, they're a force to be reckoned with in the Eastern Conference. And I think that when you're looking at breaking down the most important guys on the team, I think after Brunson, I think OG is the next most important. Not to say he's the most talented, so don't mix that up. I think Cat is obviously probably the most talented guy on the team, but there are stretches where you don't see him involved, and he struggled early on this year with this squad, and they could thrive. There are things that OG, and if they ever lost Bridges and OG at the same time, they'd be in serious trouble defensively, but there are things that OG and Bridges do that they just don't have from other guys on this team. I mean, the two-way ability of OG Anunoby, and in this system, OG and Mikal Bridges have looked really, strong. Mikal Bridges has taken the biggest leap out of anyone on this squad. Defensively, he looks comfortable. Offensively, he's in rhythm. He's getting to the basket. He's drawing fouls. So I like what they've seen. Now back to the negative with Hal. That was his original point with that. Here was the quote from Hal on the money loss. Where was it exactly? When asked if it was fair, this is by Brian Hoke, the great Brian Hoke. When asked if it was fair to say the Yankees turn a profit after engrossing over $700 million in revenue, Steinbrenner said this: "That's not a fair statement or an accurate statement. Everyone talks about revenue. They need to talk about our expenses, including the $100 million expenses to the city of New York that we have to pay every February 1st, including the COVID year. So if it all starts to add up, in a hurry. Nobody spends more money, I don't believe, on player development, scouting, performance science. These all start to add up." They spent, slightly under $305 last year? $310, whatever it was. The Yankees would need to spend over $300. They'd have to spend like $450 million for it to be considered like a break-even season. What are we talking about? That $100 million, okay. You're making close to $800 million in revenue on just the baseball team. You own the building. It's the whole point of owning the building. The NYCFC matches, the international soccer matches, the concerts, the Fiesta Bowl, the Pinstripe Bowl, the other events you host there. Stop crying poor. You're charging $30 for a burger. You're charging $7 for a water and a hot dog. Get out of here. I've defended Hal tooth and nail on this show. You know, I'm not quite C-Mac when it comes to Brian Cashman, but I've defended this guy. And I still think he's a good owner, so don't get it twisted. But his comments about that is tone deaf. When people can't figure out, we're at the holiday season, and people are trying to figure out how to get a loved one, just a little gift. And that gift might be tickets to Yankees games, which are not cheap. And I'm not one of these people who harps on expenses, because I do have this mindset of it's not a necessity. But for these guys to talk like this, and you know what? The guy in Cincinnati, Castellini, and Bob Nutting in Pittsburgh, and John Fisher in Oakland/Sacramento/Vegas, these guys are making a boatload of money too, and they're not spending any. And Hal's about to team up with them. And they're going to cry for a salary cap. And we're not going to get a salary floor. And they're not going to do anything to change the wealth disparity in the sport. And I'm sorry, there's zero excuse why Bob Nutting and John Fisher should pocket money that the other owners, like Hal should be pissed at the other owners taking his money in luxury tax and not spending it on their team. A few years ago, the Marlins got like $40 million or whatever it was in luxury tax. They were spending like $28 million on their roster. That's a problem. Guys like Castellini, the owner of the Reds, and Bob Nutting, the owner of the Pirates, John Fisher, the owner of the Athletics, they are more worried about protecting their pockets, which they make money, don't get it twisted, than doing right by the game, by their fans. I mean, John Fisher left in the middle of the night. Let's not get it twisted. And Hal is acting like he's them. It's ridiculous. And the Yankees are a top-notch organization. You know, take away like the results on the field. I always stand by it. They're the best organization in the city. Like, I'm not even trying. Their everyday operations is not, you know, truly represented by what Hal's saying here. But it's a tone-deaf statement. I heard, the Mets and the Yankees, look at where they were last year and they spent all that money. Look at where the Dodgers were. The Blue Jays didn't spend any money. And nobody's asking him to blow up the bank this offseason. But they're not asking either for him to cry poor and to talk about, it's not. So how much did you lose then? Open up the books. I think it's the Braves are public domain, or their information is public because of whatever their financial status is. We know how much. These owners don't get it. We know how much they make. It's ridiculous. It's why I don't cry as much about Steve Cohen. And I thought his comments last year were tame. That's a guy who lost money on the baseball team. The only person in baseball in 2024 that lost money was Steve Cohen. And why did he do that? Because he was upgrading the stadium and he was putting money into analytics and development and all this stuff. And he went out that same offseason and signed Pete Alonso, Juan Soto, and Sean Manaea to big deals. It was a bad deal. He signed Frankie Montas. All he was asking was, please come watch the product, and Met fans did. So shout out to Met fans. But if Cohen came around and cried poor, I don't want to hear it. Sell the team then. If you don't want to run a baseball team, then sell it. We're not asking you not to run a business. You are. But don't act like you're not making money. And after this year, if a guy like Hal Steinbrenner is going to throw his hat in the ring for a salary cap, he's going to be just as responsible for the negative impact this sport's going to have, because we're going to miss games. We may miss a season. God forbid we miss 2. And I'm not happy about it. You won't be happy about it. And this is 2025. This isn't 1994 anymore. We've got everything. Kids are watching soccer now. You got every single streaming service giving you something to distract yourself with. It's the summer. You're outside. You're living life. They will do irreparable harm to baseball. And look at everyone's crushing them for the TV package they just signed with the World Series, which was genius, in my opinion. The Super Bowl does it. Why shouldn't the World Series be on different networks every year? You can't be getting TV money and streaming money, and you're selling MLB.com and gutting the jobs from it and making $50 million off of one swift motion. We don't talk about the tech that these owners get a cut of when they sell it. MLB was very big in the streaming. I was working there. I know. MLB.com, when they sold that technology, they were housing the WWE network. They had, I think it was like whatever the streaming that Rachel Ray had, Sean Hannity. They were housing a lot of stuff there. That technology was valuable. I don't want to hear about it. I also don't want to hear about players crying, but I'm usually pro-labor, pro-union. This is, it's a capitalistic society. These owners, though, want to socialize the losses, privatize the profits. Hal is I'm not crazy about these comments. They piss me off. Hal is not a bad owner. Stuff like this makes it impossible to defend him. And when you guys call in and cry about how he doesn't care about the team, how am I going to tell you you're wrong? How? Mark in Hastings, what's going on, Mark?
Hey, man, you are preaching it because these guys are so cheap. It's unbelievable. I saw a woman with an LA Dodgers bag, and she's like, yeah, we're winning. And I was like, well, why can't anybody else do the same thing?
Right.
Instead of complain about them. What do you have to do?
It doesn't make sense. That's the other thing. Perfect example, Mark, and I'll let you finish your point. Everyone's crying about the Dodgers deferring money. Why isn't anyone else doing that?
I know. I don't know. Because they're cheap. And you are so right. Like, these billionaires, they don't do anything. Andrew Carnegie, for what he did, he still built libraries and cultural things. But these guys are just selfish. Listen, what you got to do is boycott. All the hosts talk about, I have to watch this project.
Well, Mark, real quick, I'll tell you this much. If there's no league in 2027, you won't need the boycott because the owners will just do it to themselves. And I appreciate the call. You want to see what happens? Again, I'll be devastated. I love baseball. My girlfriend, I joked with her. I was like, my first love was baseball. I get romantic about baseball. I have ties to the game that just like all of you do. I love the game. I was getting up at 5 a.m. in the morning to watch the KBO when we were on lockdown like a degenerate. I wasn't gambling on it. I wanted to watch it. The NC Dinos. Dino Up or whatever it was. I was in Mexico this past week at an all-inclusive resort watching Mexican League winter ball. Not the whole time. So I'm not ever, I'm not at that level. I love the game. I'm a sheep. We'll get on a lockout. It'll be 2 years. I'll be crawling right back. The majority of the fans will not. You can't go to steroids. You already ruined that one. How are you? They are not seeing the big picture. And if I was Manfred and the owners that actually care, I forget what the owner's name is in Philly, but, the Dodgers group, John Henry, as much as he gets crushed in Boston, I think he cares. Cohen. If I was these guys, all those, the owners, is it Manafort that owns the Rockies? They make a ton of money. 2 years ago, the Rockies were almost 100 games under 500, they were selling more tickets than the Mets. The Padres do great. I know their ownership situation's weird. The Giants do amazing. All those West Coast teams do great, except for the A's. And it wasn't because of the fans. It was because of the doofus owner, who was such an idiot, they kicked him off the board of GAP. And these guys think, after this season, if there's a lockout, people are just going to come back. They're not. They are not. And Hal is only going to enable these guys. They do not need a majority vote to lock the league out. There is no democracy when it comes to the owners in sports. I think they only need like 8 or 9 votes to lock the league out. Steve Cohen came in and cared about the product, and they said, we're going to put a tax on it. And then that money he's going to send to a team like the Marlins or the A's or the Pirates or the Rockies. They're not going to spend it. They're going to pocket it. What do you have to say about that, Hal? 888-808-1019. We'll continue this conversation. Mets and Yankees offseason. How do you feel about the Hal Steinbrenner comments? What do you think of a salary cap in baseball? We got a Giants, Jets, Knicks. It's all on the board. Anthony Gallo till 3 a.m.
The Scarlet Knights take on the Nittany Lions. 3:30 this afternoon.
Raymond, the handoff. He'll run to the goal line and cut back outside.
The home of Rutgers Big Ten College football is WFAN.
End over end and good!
Powered by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. And The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen.
I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine, like, if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it, and it's just hard on both of us. But, try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Anthony Gallo on the Fan. 888-808-1019 is the number to call as always. If you're too shy, you want to get in on the conversation, you can hit the YouTube chat. Hoff will also be on there at 3 a.m. when he takes over. You can hit me up on X. You can hit me up on IG. Pico_Day_Gallo on X. You can search my name. I'm still trying to figure out how to switch my @ to my name. A long time of being Pico de Gallo. And then on IG, it's Pico de Gallo 24, which I also think if you search my name, it just pops up. Sorry about that. I went to go hit the cough button, and I think I just burped in Nick's ear, and I
didn't hear it, so you're good.
All right. Well, now everyone knows. So there's the 2 buttons here, and I hit it, and I felt bad, but joke's on me. We were talking about, we started the show. You can always hit the Odyssey app, the rewind function. And we started the show speaking about the Mets drama that came out in the Mike Puma article. Lindor and McNeil had a blow up in the season after one of the Mets-Phillies game. It was one of the Apple games. I think it was the 20th of July. I have to get the exact date. And that there's more to the Juan Soto and Lindor, so-called beef. We spoke about it with some calls. Ray in Brooklyn hit us up. I don't think the Juan Soto Lindor thing is a big deal to me. It does not mean they're friends. It does not mean they like each other. I'm just saying, for me, that doesn't do anything for me. It's not new news. As long as they're both performing, that's all I care about. The Jeff McNeil thing bothers me. Why? The guy is an average player who has a poor attitude. He's clearly a vibe killer. When all this stuff about the toxic clubhouse came out, there was one guy who felt like everyone was kind of walking on eggshells around. Tommy Pham, and I know I'm dating myself a little bit. In 2023, after the deadline, and an article came out on ESPN where Tommy Pham spoke about how he felt the Mets were lazy and the clubhouse lacked a certain dynamic. And the one guy who didn't agree, Nimmo put his name on it, Alonso, Lindor, they all agreed with Tommy. It said there were issues. Maybe they weren't working hard enough, or they needed to be showed how to work hard enough. I think that was like Alonso's comment. Jeff McNeil was the only one who pushed back. And I remember in the article, he was playing pool when they were talking to him, which is not a big deal. Just how vividly I remember this article. And he was the one guy who pushed back. And it feels like whenever accountability needs to be taken by this guy, he's either smashing his glove or kicking his helmet or crying about one thing or the other. He's an absolute vibe killer. He's not a good player. Please, get him off my team. The Nimmo trade was a good start in breaking up what has been, I'm not even talking about in the clubhouse, a toxic core. Toxic to winning. Allergic to winning. We also spoke about the Mets roster construction and what we want to see them do. I'm going to get into the Yankees offseason plans. I'd like to see them, chase after. But Hal's comments about not turning a profit and not, he wants to lower payroll and all these things where he feels like the Yankees are not making money or they're spending too much. He literally said everybody wants to talk about revenue. They need to talk about our expenses, including the $100 million expense to the city of New York that we have to pay every February 1st, including the COVID year. It all adds up in a hurry. Blah, blah, blah. If you want to go look at the revenues, you got to somehow try to figure out the expense side. You might be surprised. The Yankees own a building. They make money off that building. They turn a profit. He can't tell you that they don't turn a profit. He just doesn't want you to know how much of a profit they turn. All these owners want to cry poor. They're all making money, hand over fist. And the ones that don't, either don't deserve to because they're putting a crap product on the field or intentionally tank their team, like John Fisher did in Oakland, now Sacramento, when he heads to Vegas. You could throw Manafort with the Rockies, Castellini with the Reds, Bob Nutting, who may be the worst of all of them with the Pirates. All of these guys are liars. They cry poor. The Rockies, the Marlins, the Pirates, they collect that luxury tax money and they don't spend a dime. It's a scam. And if I was one of the owners that does spend money and does try to actively win, I would hate these guys. You're taking my money as a handout? Not very capitalistic. I'm sure a lot of these guys hate handouts in their everyday business or when they're paying taxes, but now all of a sudden it's cool. 888-808-1019. Corey Manalpin, what's going on, Corey?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too, man.
Just to give you, Yankee fans, and I'm a big Yankee fan, and my thoughts on this is that it's a twofold thing. First of all, I don't think the Steinbrenner family cares as much as they care about money. Yes, they don't care about a lot of other things. My thoughts are that listen, I'm not a Cashman guy because I think that his time is over. I think that the people, they just don't evaluate talent as good anymore. I just don't think they look for bargains. But the other thing I wanted to say, and what I was telling the gentleman before, was, you know what? It's not going to make a difference what I think. Not going to make a difference what a lot of Yankee fans think. And the only way it's going to change is if we take money out of the Steinbrenner's pocket. And the only way to do that is not to go to games and not to buy hats and not to buy shirts. But we all do it. Listen, we all do it. There's not, what are you going to do? You can't. Listen, this is what I grew up on it. I grew up on it and I love it.
Exactly. We're addicted to it.
The problem is, yeah, I think maybe that's what it is. We just, we're not going to change.
Well,
I find myself yelling and screaming, and it doesn't matter.
Corey, I am and I appreciate the call. I'm a Met fan. I went through the Wilpon era. And let's just think about it. We kind of are spoiled. You look at other teams, they don't spend it all, and we get mad when we're only spending like $190, $200 million. It's frustrating. And like I said, they can lock the seasons out. We can miss 27, 28, 2027, 2028. I'm still going to come back in 2029. Because I'm a sheep, and I love the game of baseball. It is my, my first love. It is my favorite sport. It is, the one I've romanticized the most. All these things. I love it. So I'll be back. And I'm okay with Hal, voicing his opinion. But he also has to deal with the shrapnel. He can hide behind the status of the company, This is the problem with the one issue when baseball, like what happened in 2023 or in 2022. We didn't miss any games. Baseball's going to push for a lockout. They're going to push for the salary cap. There's one team that's publicly traded. So we're going to know everything about it. The Atlanta Braves, I forget what it's called. I think it's like Braves Holding is what they're traded under. The last time they did that, it was not a good argument. It did not help the argument of the owners to see the books opened up on one of their teams. That wasn't a New York, L.A., San Francisco, Boston, Chicago type team. So I don't want to hear these guys talk about, we're losing money or crying poor. You're not. It's outrageous. They think we're idiots. And to an extent, I am an idiot. In a lot of things. But in this aspect, I'll just keep coming back. I am not a salary cap guy. In this sport, I am not. I don't think it works. And I don't think you should be rewarding small market teams for not putting the effort in. I don't think it's not the spirit of competition. There is no impact in American sports to stinking, to being terrible. I am a soccer fan. In Europe, if you suck, you get demoted. You get relegated. You lose your status as a top flight professional franchise. In American sports, if you're the Pittsburgh Pirates, you get rewarded. They don't have to spend any money on their roster, and they're going to get luxury tax. They're going to get streaming money, TV money, which is fine. Good. That's how you keep it afloat. But don't turn around and then cry you're poor. You're not. Sell the team. You don't want to compete? Sell the team. No one's asking you to not run your team like a business. And how runs... I get it. The Yankees have not won a World Series in a long time. Not as long as some other fans are waiting, but they haven't won a World Series in a long time. They're consistently competitive. So I don't want to get it twisted that you think I'm calling him a bad owner. I think these comments are nonsense. They rubbed me the wrong way, but I don't want to feel like I'm comparing Hal Steinbrenner to these other owners. And every one of these owners can do what the Dodgers did with their contracts and what the Mets did with Bobby Bonilla's contract and defer it. The Dodgers are going to make back the money they're going to owe Ohtani by the time they're going to double that investment by the time they actually have to pay out the full length of the contract. They reinvest it, whatever it is. It's smart business. It's like when fans cry about what the Dodgers do. Well, our team should be doing the same thing. The players don't have to accept it, but if a player is willing to accept it, why wouldn't you? If Juan Soto had turned around to the Mets and said, hey, I want to defer this money, it would be smart business. So I'm never going to take the sides of these owners when they cry poor. I've been fair with Hal and Steve and John Mara, all the owners in this market. I don't want to hear about it. You just signed a lucrative TV deal. The World Series, you made it competitive to bid over. Similar to the Super Bowl. It's never going to be the NFL. But similar to how the Super Bowl sells it each year to different networks, that's what they did with the future of the broadcast rights for the World Series. And that's also another thing. You're about to go into a lockout. You just got paid all this money for these TV rights. You fixed what everyone thought was going to be unfixable. Your local markets were a disaster. And then you're going to tell us, well, we got to tank the sport. I don't like it. Maybe I'm projecting because I'm fearing this is where we're headed. And I was 3 years old. I was 3.5 when 1994 happened. I don't have a recollection of it. You could have told me the world started in 1996. That's like the real first baseball season I remember. You could have told me that was the start of the baseball universe. I would have believed you. I just got done watching that documentary on the Expos. That's what greed does to these franchises. Jeffrey Lurie and David Sampson and the other guys that owned that team. They're no different. What David Sampson, the griminess that David Sampson and Jeffrey Lurie did with the Expos and the Marlins, is the same thing that these other teams are doing. Bob Nutting and the house and the Steinbrenners' net worth is not that much of a difference. So miss me with the crying poor aspect of it. If Hal wants to lower payroll, that's his prerogative. Just shut up and do it then. We don't have to hear you cry poverty. No one's buying into it. Let Steve Cohen do that. I'm not going to allow that. And if they want to do this, then open up the books. What do you got to lose? If you're really losing money like you say you are and you're struggling to run a business, I think we'll all understand. It's the only way it could really hurt the players' side of the argument. The Yankees should be focusing on right now, not the comments of Hal Steinbrenner. They should be focusing on signing Cody Bellinger and improving that bullpen, specifically the back end. They should be chasing a guy like Edwin Diaz. They should be fighting to win their first World Series since 2009. And listen, I don't think the Yankees are that far off. If you want to actually, because it's all I wanted to talk about. We're talking about Jeff McNeil and Lindor beefing in the dugout or in the clubhouse, and Hal Steinbrenner's comments. When I first got told I was doing the shift, I was just excited to talk a little baseball. We'll get into the football as well. They should be focusing on Cody Bellinger and getting back-end bullpen help, shoring up that bench. They go into next year, Rodon, Garrett Cole, Max Fried, Cam Schlittler, Luis Gil, a healthy lineup with Bellinger in it, Trent Grisham's back. That team should be one of the favorites in the AL, if not the favorite. And then they sit here, and he's going to cry poor. The Yankees aren't that far off. That's the craziest part. And he's talking about cutting payroll. This Yankees team was in a playoff hunt and in the playoffs and challenging. I really felt like I thought they were going to get past the Blue Jays. I did. Maybe I'm naive. They did that without Garrett Cole. They did that without Luis Gil for the majority of the season, without Stanton healthy. Next year, if they just, spent, they don't even have to spend that much. If you brought back Bellinger and you were able to shore up the back end of that bullpen, you're going to go into the year on paper with the best rotation in baseball. Garrett Cole, Carlos Rodon, and Max Fried. A Max Fried and Rodon coming off of epic seasons. Garrett Cole, who, up until he got hurt, was the most reliable pitcher in all of baseball. You have young, exciting players, whether it's, the plethora of great pitching in your farm system or a Spencer Jones that could get called up. Ben Rice, who looked like an absolute baller last year. I'd love to see the Yankees take a shot at a Luis Ariz. Mix it up in that lineup a little bit. But they are not far off. And I am not a Yankee fan. I'm not a Yankee hater. I think I'm pretty fair with the Yankees. They're not that far off. And then you hear Hal talk about cutting payroll. And it doesn't make sense to me. Go for it. The same thing with the Mets. What are we talking about either or with Diaz and Alonso? Go for it. And then Hal will get, Cashman will take the blame, and Boone will take the blame, and he'll hide for the whole season. It's embarrassing. You don't have Devin Williams or Luke Weaver back next year. Now, I that might be a positive. What are you doing with that bullpen? What are you doing with Cody Bellinger? You know, I was listening to our guy, Emmanuel Barberi, on with, the Baseball Night New York guys. I mean, for all intents and purposes, Cody Bellinger loved it here. Bring him back. I think the Yankees, you bring back Bellinger, you add a couple, they don't have to be money-breaking moves offensively. I don't think Luis Ariz is getting paid. I don't think people value that kind of bat anymore. I think he could be valuable for the Yankees. And if you're going to spend past Bellinger, spend it on the bullpen. In my opinion, they don't need these starting pitchers like a lot of people are trying to make it seem like they do. When you go into the year with a Rodon, a Garrett Cole, a Max Fried, and a Cam Schlittler, and I still kind of believe in Luis Gil. You make those kind of moves around that, you've got a great rotation. You should be able to compete with anyone in the AL, anyone at all in baseball. That's the best rotation on paper, in my opinion, in the entire league. Better than Philly. The Dodgers are going to have to rework that rotation again. I don't trust Glasnow as much as most do. Roki is a young pitcher. We don't really know what he is. Yamamoto, beast. The Dodgers, he doesn't have to play another game, and they've already got their money's worth with him. That Yankees rotation is stacked. Healthy, it is stacked. Sure, you need your safety nets, your 4A type players, your back-end rotation guys. They brought back Yarborough. Okay, he could be in the bullpen. He can be a back-end rotation guy. Last year, Cam Schlittler in the playoffs was maybe the best pitcher in the AL to that point. And he is one of the most, if not the most young, exciting first-year pitcher. And that's coming from a Met fan who has Nolan McLean on his rotation. So I can't sit here, and I'm not even a Yankee fan and it bothers me, and listen to Hal talk about cutting payroll and how he's not making enough money to justify the payroll. And you're right there. You're right there. You're 2 years removed from the World Series. You were in the playoffs last year. You had a legitimate shot of getting back to the World Series. You're going to get Osvaldo Cabrera back. There wasn't a team that lost more to injury last year. Yes, the Astros were very banged up. There wasn't a team that lost more to injuries last year, in my opinion, than the Yankees. And he's talking about doing less, not more. 888-808-1019. We'll continue the conversation. Yankees, Mets. We got to get to the Jackson Dart returning news. This Jerry Jones debacle of a comment about the Jets, Quinnen Williams, Micah Parsons, the Knicks. It's all on the table. I got you till 3 a.m. We'll take a break. We'll get to the update, and we'll continue the conversation right here on The Fan.
It's Chris McMonagle overnights on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
The Mets got worse offensively right now. In fact, I would venture to say the Mets got worse today. There's no doubt about it. I think the Mets currently today are a worse baseball team than they were before this trade.
Listen to CMAC on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning. morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Justin Rock. This report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. The Knicks are headed to the next round. In the NBA Cup, that is. New York takes down the Bucks 118-109, clinching Group C and punching their ticket to the quarterfinals. Jalen Brunson led all scorers with 37. Josh Hart nearly posted a triple-double, 19 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists. The Nets committed 18 turnovers. They fall to 0-9 at home this season with a 115-103 loss to the Sixers. To the NFL, good news for the Giants. It was announced that Jackson Dart will start on Monday night against the Patriots. He's missed the last 2. Dart addressed the media Friday for the first time since Brian Daboll was fired and made sure to thank his first NFL head coach.
I just want to acknowledge, Coach Dave's and, all that he did for me. Just when I look back on everything, it's really special to come to a place where a coach, genuinely cares about you and loves you, and you have that, personal relationship on and off the field. So
on the ice, it was a 4-point day for Artemi Panarin. Rangers won their third straight 6-2 over the Bruins. Jake Allen provided 42 saves. Devils blanked the Sabres 5-0. Islanders couldn't complete the 3-goal comeback. They fell to the Flyers 4-3 in a shootout. It's 34 degrees and clear in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
That's right, Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 3 a.m. While I got him here, we were talking in break about the Mets. My guy, Justin Rock, also the play-by-play guy of the Cyclone. So before we jump into the actual farm system and we were talking about Carson Bench. What do you? We talked about it a little bit, but what do you take from? I'm not really worried about the Soto Lindor aspect.
Not at all.
But the the McNeil and Lindor stuff. Maybe not as troublesome, but it's something now that we've heard, not just with the rat and raccoon thing, but a lot of what was your first thought when you saw the story? For me, it was just frustration that more changes need to be made.
Honestly, I feel like it's a culmination of what I thought was coming after the news broke that the Mets traded Nimmo earlier this week. Once they traded Nimmo for Simeon, I thought it became very clear that Jeff McNeil is on borrowed time with the Mets. You look at it right now, you're going to have Simeon penciled in at second base. You already have Soto in the outfield. You've got Tyrone Taylor on the roster. You got Carson Bench coming up. Where is Jeff McNeil going to fit in this lineup? And I honestly don't know. And I honestly think he's the next guy that's going to get traded. I think the story had...
I hope so.
I think there isn't necessarily a correlation between the story coming out and McNeil's eventual departure, but I thought the trade of Nimmo for Simeon sort of spelled the writing on the wall for Jeff McNeil.
Well, also, you mentioned the outfield spots, the guys at the corner of the infield, Beatty can play second. Mauricio can play second. Acuna, if he has a future with the team, can play second. So it's not like McNeil...
And Acuna, they're trying him out in the outfield a little bit as well. Yeah. He's played a bunch of outfield, I think, in Dominican Winter League ball this
3 home runs, too.
I know. He's played very well down there. He's taken his walks as well. His eye's been very good. So that's something worth following as well. But I think McNeil is certainly trade bait right now for New York as we get closer towards the winter meetings.
And I think that he has value. I also think we spoke about it, too. You go out and get Marcus Simeon, it upgrades the defense.
And it's needed.
It's needed. And we spoke about it because I forgot where the list was exactly. The Mets have 4 positions, Alonso at first, Soto and right, Nimmo and left, obviously gone. And then I think it was Vientos at third, but in total, their third base defense that are all near the bottom, if not the worst in the National League defensively. So they had to get better there. I also think people think it's them cutting costs. I think they are cutting money at the back end of that Nimmo deal. And, instead of 5 years, $100 million, I think it's 3 years, $75 with Simeon.
Yep.
And then now that's going to give you the opportunity to be more flexible with the Diaz, with an Alonso, and whoever else you're bringing in.
Amazingly, that's absolutely true. And the other thing is when you combine that is Simeon defensively upgrades you tremendously. He's a major asset on that side of the ball. And when you look at it, say the Mets kept Nimmo. They have Soto obviously locked up for a long, long time. Want to re-sign Pete Alonso, keep him in the fold as the Mets first baseman. By the end of Nimmo's contract, you'd have 3 guys on your roster who are arguably vying for DH time.
Yeah.
That's just not feasible to have 3 of your highest paid players be guys that either A, can't be on the field or are a detriment to your team on the field. So something had to give and something had to be shaken up because clearly, on paper, the Mets were all lined up to make a run for the NL East crown and a repeat trip to the NLCS, and something in the middle of that season went haywire and everything fell off the map. So something needed to be shaken up going into this year.
They also have to get better at more than just, Alonso, Lindor, and Soto can carry a team. You still need to be better. And obviously what happened this year was outside of Alonso, none of these guys were consistently good from April to October. So that was a problem. But I don't need stars throughout the lineup. I did feel like they need to get big league ball players that are consistently doing the right things every day, and they don't have enough of those guys on the team. I always hear about how non-fundamentally sound the Yankees were, but I felt like they had so much more talent on their roster when it came to those role player types than the Mets ever did. And you're relying on Nimmo to stay healthy and be consistent, which hasn't worked out because I don't think he's an all-star like some people make him out to be. I know he has been an all-star. Same thing with Jeff McNeil. Same thing with, whether it was Vientos or these wild cards and other things. And I could live with a Tyrone Taylor in center field if he's the only guy I have to live with like that, and talk about it that way where he's
you
just
can't have three, gaping holes either on defense or on offense.
Right.
Everyone talks about, you have these three black holes in your lineup. Well, if you got three black holes in your defense as well, guess what? That's also going to lead into the issue that the Mets had this past season where starters weren't going long enough into games. Guys aren't making plays. Pitchers have to throw more pitches in an inning. Their pitch count comes up. Next thing you know, it's the fifth inning. They're trying to protect guys, especially early in the season. They pull them out. Bullpen guys get overtaxed, and then you end up where you were in August, where your best pitcher was a guy who started the season in Double-A.
Right, and the other thing is, too, how many times did we see last year, and some of it is fighting through your teammates' mistakes and picking them up, but the Mets booed a ball, and then the game got out of hand because the pitcher just imploded. Or they could have gotten out of an inning, and that one little mistake, they didn't turn a double play quick enough, just killed them. And it's not all on the defense, but it is a major factor. And to your point, I can live with Alonso and Soto being the defensive issues because they're so good offensively. And I can live with, I don't want it to be this way, but if it was Taylor and a combination of Torrens and Alvarez up the middle at center field and catcher, but those other positions have to be sound major league ball players. Marcus Semien is one of those guys. I know he's not the offensive player he once was. He's an elite defender, and he's a better than average offensive player at his worst. Hopefully he, kind of regains some of that.
Of course.
That prior offense.
And one of the other things with the Mets that I think is going to help that really sort of fell under the radar and I think was sort of an underlying issue last year is I think there was a big disconnect in terms of messaging from coaches across the organization. You looked at what happened last year. Francisco Alvarez is the biggest example. Francisco Alvarez off to a horrendous start up in the major league level. They send him back down to Syracuse for a couple of weeks. Comes back up. He finished the season with a batting average over 250.
Yeah.
And sure enough, the offseason, everyone talked about Antoine Richardson. I can't believe the Mets didn't keep Antoine Richardson as the first base coach. Well, guess what? A lot of the guys that the Mets hired to their coaching staff this year are guys that they brought up from the minor league level to keep that messaging similar. Two of the guys hired to bring up to the major league level, J.P. Arancibia, who was a coach at AAA Syracuse, one of the guys that helped turn Alvarez's season around last year, and also Jeff Albert, who was the head hitting instructor in the organization, who turned around so many offensive players this past season. Carson Bench, Jacob Reimer, a huge season. A.J. Ewing. The list can go on and on with guys that sort of burst onto the radar this season. You combine that with also another guy, Gilbert Gomez, who is taking over for Antoine Richardson, a shameless plug for me, two-time manager of the Brooklyn Cyclones, reigning South Atlantic League championship manager for the Brooklyn Cyclones.
Right. The pride of Brooklyn, not the Nets.
The pride of Brooklyn, absolutely. But the one thing that Gilbert has done, one, he has a great relationship with Juan Soto. He's currently managing in the Dominican Winter League, where Hayden Sanger is playing for Tigres del Licey. He has experience working with these big guys. I think he's going to help with that alleged chilly relationship between Lindor and Soto because of the relationship he has with the Latin players, the American players. I think keeping the messaging very, very static from the minors to the majors. Keeping everything sort of simple for these guys going to help majorly going into next year.
So you mentioned, Carson Bench, Jacob Reimer, A.J. Ewing was the other one you said?
A.J. Ewing, yep.
Obviously, Carson Bench is the big one. Any of these other guys, Ryan Clifford, I think.
Ryan Clifford as well.
Are these guys close, or besides Clifford and I guess Bench, right? Is there anyone else close?
I mean, I think those guys they're getting close. I mean, look at the fact of the matter. Bench finished last season in AAA. I think that was also a huge part in why the Mets were willing to depart with Brandon Nimmo, is because they really feel that Carson Bench has a chance to legitimately compete for a starting job in spring training, or if not, a guy that's going to be up, similar to a time frame of maybe a Chris Bryant from 10 years ago, where, maybe late April
and we saw that turned out
or early May. Yeah. So a guy that can give you a little punch as that weather starts to warm up a little bit. I think that's, huge for them. But Jacob Reimer, A.J. Ewing, Clifford finished the season at AAA as well. Ewing and Reimer finished last year in AA. They were a huge part of Binghamton winning the Eastern League Championship last year at AA, which also, by the way, the last time the Mets had two affiliates win a minor league championship was 1985.
Okay.
And I think we all know some good things happened the following year.
I am a big, how can I correlate? Every time something good happens with the Mets, and I'm like, they got a good season. How does this correlate to 86? For me, sometimes 06. But with Jacob Reimer, he also felt like was a darling for a lot of these, Baseball America and Baseball Prospectus.
He was finally healthy last year. His biggest issue will be defense. The question is, where will he fit long-term? Probably first base more than third base long-term from what I've seen from people who are smarter than me who evaluate prospects. But Reimer's a guy that they sort of ticket as a Carson Bench type of guy that's going to burst even further onto the scene this coming season, especially if he can stay healthy. But A.J. Ewing has tremendous speed, and all these guys just have a very distinct attitude about them. They're very serious about winning. They're very serious about getting better. This is a quote that I think Mets and Yankee fans will appreciate. A.J. Ewing started the season last year down at Single A, finished up at Double A, now one of the Mets' top 10 prospects. His quote to Andrew Christie, who is one of the head people in the Mets farm system, after he was told that he was going to start next year in Single A this past year, was, "I'm going to make your life hell until you get me out of here."
That's great.
And he was up in Brooklyn by the end of April. He was up in Binghamton by August. And there's no reason to think that he couldn't have a chance to potentially be a huge asset come maybe August, September next year if he continues to take those steps forward. So, I mean, these guys are closer. That is the difference right now with this Mets farm system now as opposed to 2-3 years ago. The top of the farm system, they are starting to be ready to go. We've already seen McLean, Sproat, Tong be up there at the major league level. Bench, Clifford, Reimer, Ewing. This next crop of guys, the offensive players, they're next.
Yeah, I got two more for you, but 888-808-1019 if you're going to get into the conversation. Jonah Tong, not giving up on him.
Of course not.
It was clear that he was overmatched.
He was definitely rushed up. They were in a pickle. They were running out of arms, and he was dominating it in Double-A. He got off to a torrid start at Triple-A, and it was a simple matter of David Stearns and company saying, well, we need starting pitching. Are we going to let this guy just continue to carve up minor league hitters, or give him a shot at the major leagues and see what he can do?
He's probably not. I would feel like Sproat and McLean have like a legit chance. Well, obviously McLean, I think, is slotted at the top of that rotation.
Yes.
But Sproat has a legit chance to break camp with the team. Tong's probably going to need some time more in AAA.
Tong is far and away the youngest of the three, not to mention the fact.
And he felt like not that they're both younger than both of us, obviously. But like Sproat and McLean felt like they had a little bit more of a composure. Tong, that last start when he came off the mound, I felt bad because I was like, this is a kid that's getting thrown into this toxic slop right now.
I will say that is something that is so much of it for Jonah is that's just who he is. He is a guy that is going to wear his emotions on his sleeve. He is going to be a walking meme and content creator for the Mets for many years to come. He makes great faces coming off the mound after a great inning, after an inning that he got through unscathed, that he felt that he didn't pitch his best. He is just, he's like Henry Rowan Gardner in a 21-year-old's body. He is such a jovial and happy and loving guy. And I think that's another big part of it is these guys really like each other. The common comment was from the Mets farm system was these guys said this was the best clubhouse they had been a part of in their entire lives. And now they want to continue to climb the ladder with one another. I had literally players' parents last year telling me, we don't want our son to get traded at the deadline. We want him to stay with the Mets because of how they've treated us.
Yeah, I have not, barring a absolute terrible season this year or another collapse, I still have a lot of faith in David Stearns, and I think this market is unforgiving. And
that's the biggest part of it. I mean, you look at what David Stearns did in Milwaukee. Without
a payroll, he was able to do it. And now he's trying to replicate that pitching where they could call up guys left and right. A lot of these guys that are in that rotation are his guys.
What he did in Milwaukee, you have to remember, it didn't happen overnight. Yeah, they were pretty good before he got there. But this level of sustained success that has continued after he left was a part of him, was all due to the credit that he made that farm system and that organization from bottom to the top what it is. And that is how he is operating with the Mets. He is looking to create a sustainable team. He's not looking for 3-4 years flash in a pan and then, back down to winning 70, 60 games a year and, trying to build back up to the next level. No, he's looking to try and build, honestly, what the Yankees had in the 90s. We want to be good for 25 years, 30 years. We want to build a sustainable team that is going to continue to win and make the playoffs year after year after year. And there are going to be some bumps along the road with that.
And the other one was, because I mentioned this before, I can't understand, this is more about the Yankees, why Yankee fans, more so on the internet and that call the station, are so hell-bent on getting more starting pitching. And you said, I know we were talking about more about the injuries, but you did say they have a ton of arms coming up.
Oh, my goodness. Yankee fans out there, take a deep breath.
Exactly.
Relax. Say some Jack Nicholson from Anger Management, some Goose Frabas in there. You look at
Roger Clemens did the same thing.
Look, there's going to be a story, if this kid continues to grow, that is going to be gold mine here at the Fan. Elmer Rodriguez Cruz, arguably the Yankees' top pitching prospect. You know where they got him from?
Well, I only know because you told me.
The Boston Red Sox. He was the guy they got for Carlos Narvaez. Everyone talking about, they gave up this guy Narvaez. He's a starting catcher. The Yankees are having catching issues. They really could have used him this year. Elmer Rodriguez Cruz could be the Yankees' ace in 3 years. He was that good this past year in the Yankees farm system. There's another guy named Carlos LaGrange who has incredible stuff. Another guy who broke onto the scene this past year. I think there's a good chance he potentially ends up in a bullpen role long term. But his stuff, go on YouTube, go on MILB.com, pull up his videos. His stuff is disgusting. There's also other guys like Chase Hampton, Ben Hess, who are coming up along the line. The Yankees starting pitching, if they can keep these guys healthy, you've got more guys like Cam Schlittler coming.
Well, and Luis Gil, they've proven they don't actually get enough credit for the amount of starting pitching they've been able to develop. Even guys like Clark Schmidt,
Clark Schmidt gradually has gotten better every single year he's been in the major leagues. Yeah. That's the difference between, say, a Matt Blake and Jeremy Hefner. The one thing I had an issue with Jeremy Hefner, so many guys would come up from the Mets minor league system, come up to the major league level on the pitching side, and just wouldn't get any better.
And they also
the Yankees guys, they brought in Clay Holmes off the scrap heap from Pittsburgh, turned his career around. How many different Luke Weaver? How many other random guys can you name that the Yankees have brought in from, the scrap heap, the waiver wire in recent years? Next thing you know, they're pitching big innings, late inning situations.
And Clay Holmes and Luke Weaver they were more majority good with the Yankees. Just in that closer role, they struggled at times. And Luke Weaver, obviously the injuries, I feel like kind of derailed him. But that was my issue with Hefner, was he always got so much credit for 1 or 2 good weeks out of a guy, and then it would disappear. And he also survived. He was like a cockroach surviving a nuclear bomb. He survived. He technically survived 4 managers because he got hired after Beltran, and then Beltran got let go. Then it was Rojas. Then it was Buck. Then it was now Carlos. And it was like, all right, something's got to give. And
at some point, you just need a change of voice in the room.
Yeah, and he wasn't Dan Warthen, where I felt like there was a reason. Obviously, Kerry was the manager for so long, but Warthen, I felt like, had a legitimate track record just with the Mets of turning guys into good pitchers, where Hefner, I never understood it. I didn't hate the guy, but I felt like outside of the stars that he had on his rotations, Scherzer and DeGrom, and, at times, I guess, other guys like Senga when he was healthy, it never felt like he was elevating these guys, and I'm not going to give him credit for Sean Manaea because Sean Manaea made the change the year prior in San Fran when he added the sweeper. He never got better, and the rotations always had the same issues. High walks, not efficient. So it was a big struggle with him. So
it was not the same sort of, the guys they were pulling up off the scrap heap last year were guys that were going out and giving up a bunch of runs, and the next thing you knew, they're getting DFA'd later that night. So,
right.
They were quickly back on the shuttle back to Syracuse. So I think there is a lot not only for Mets fans to look forward to for what's coming up through the system, but for Yankee fans as well. You guys got some dudes coming as well. Future of baseball in New York is very, very healthy, very alive and well, and I think the Yankees and Mets are going to be just fine going into 26 and beyond.
Are the Cyclones going to repeat this year?
I hope so. I don't know who's going to be our manager this season, but tell you what, the Mets have done a great job with their minor league system over the last number of years and just continuing to overhaul things and make things better and given, both them and the Yankees. That's the other thing that I find hilarious, and I joke about this with Joe Vasile, the voice of the Hudson Valley Renegades, the Yankees affiliate in our league, is everyone talks about the Yankees are terrible at fundamentals. They don't work on fundamentals, this, that, and the other thing. Go to a Yankee minor league affiliate. If you can get in early, I'd try and do so. They will be there at 11 in the morning doing the most mundane, different drills to help them on the defensive side of the ball. They are the most meticulous organization I have seen in terms of working on fundamentals at the minor league level. So maybe not shows from the older guys, but there's some guys coming that'll have some good fundies.
Justin, you're the man. No one I'd like to nerd out about baseball with.
Of course, absolutely. Appreciate you, Gallo.
You're the man. I'll talk to you in a bit. We got to take a break. We'll come back. I do want to talk. We mentioned a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about Stearns. We got to get into the Jerry Jones comments about this, Micah Parsons, what could have been trade. We got to talk Jackson Dart, the new defensive coordinator. So much to get to. Anthony Gallo till 3 a.m.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
You have to be able to stop the run in the Northeast when you're outdoors. And if you can't do that, you're going to get steamrolled.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is Alex Shulman.
And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yes, sir. We got you for another hour and a half till the great Peter Hoffman comes on at 3 a.m. and he's got you all the way till 7. You know, let's take a step away from the baseball. Obviously, you can always call baseball, basketball, football. It's all on. Knicks, Mets, Yankees, Jets, Giants. The conversation all day. You want to talk a little Chinese? We can do that too. 888-808-1019. But I saw this Jerry Jones story, and I'm sure most of you have. But earlier yesterday, on Friday, Jerry does his weekly appearance on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, and he spoke about how I think he misspoke, but it doesn't matter because he's delirious, and I think the guy just, loves the sound of his own voice. But Jones said he offered the Jets star pass rusher, Micah Parsons, and a first-round pick for Williams. And he was like, that's how much I thought of Quinnen Williams. And this is so... Obviously, Jay Glazer had, reported this closer to the deadline. I forget if it was after or before the deadline, that there was a Micah Parsons trade in the mix, or they had offered Micah Parsons for Quinnen Williams and a pick. I think that he meant, Jerry Jones, that he offered Micah Parsons for Quinnen Williams and a first-round pick. I don't blame the Jets for not doing that. Now, if it's the other way around, everyone should lose their jobs immediately. Because if it's a first-round pick and Micah Parsons just for Quinnen Williams, what are you doing? But in this instance, I think he misspoke, and I don't blame the Jets for not taking that deal when you look at where their roster is. You were going to have to pay Micah Parsons, and you are not a Micah Parsons away from getting better. Also, we don't know. I mean, Connor Hughes reported that I had zero doubt that Jerry said this. Let me get the exact quote. Connor Hughes of SNY, zero doubt that Jerry said this. However, this was never actually offered to the Jets, I'm told. There was a conversation between owners. It was a brief one. A Cowboys source told me the Jets weren't ever going to the monetary value needed to extend Parsons. Discussed this week, too. Talks ended. And a land where Jerry trades Micah and a first for Quinnen is amazing. So it was never happening. I feel like the Jets are taking shrapnel from something that was never going to happen, and it's taking away from what has been a mostly positive, November for the Jets, in my opinion. I know this weekend wasn't great. This doesn't take away from what they received at the deadline. The first, the second, and the former first-round pick defensive tackle, Mazi Smith. They were never paying Micah Parsons. They were never paying him that much money, and that would have been detrimental if they did. You want to be the Browns and just have an elite pass rusher and nothing else? You paid Garrett Wilson. Sauce Gardner's gone. You paid Garrett Wilson. You got your plethora of picks, your 3 first-round picks, a second-round pick, a young tackle, a young wideout in the deals for Sauce. For Quinnen, they got something else for Michael Carter from the Eagles. The Jets are doing the right thing. And I felt like this was just, an old man, speaking out his rear end and not actually, talking in a proper manner, and it's now the Jets blowing back on the Jets. Their season has stunk, but there has been positives about about what we've seen from this Jets team. You want to see progression. And early on in the year, they couldn't close out games. They've closed out a few since. Yes, they get blown out by the Patriots, but I didn't really feel like they were ever going to win that game. I never felt like they were ever going to beat the Ravens. But the competency, you see it. You're seeing it each week. More competent, down to down, play to play, series to series. The script, you're seeing it. They are devoid of talent outside of Breece Hall and an injured Garrett Wilson on offense. They got a decent running back room. Their quarterbacks has to be the worst quarterback room maybe in all of football. But what we've seen from this Jets team makes me believe in Aaron Glenn. We have to see what Darren Muji does. The draft feels okay. It feels like a good draft, but it's year one. So he needs a bit more for me to completely buy in. I've bought into him a bit because I saw, on a smaller level, what he was able to do in Denver as a Broncos fan. When it comes to Aaron Glenn, outside of his there was that 3 or 4 week period where the end of the half stuff felt idiotic and short-sighted and not well planned out and scripted. That was bad. I have not seen anything else that's been egregious for me from Aaron Glenn. They should have won week 1. I'm not putting that on the coach. There's a few games out in there that they should have won. Let me get at the exact. It was the week 1 against the Steelers. The game against the Bucks, they should have won. And the Dolphins game was ugly. It was closer. The score was closer than really played it out. They should have beat the Broncos. That was the game. The game against the Broncos and the game against the Panthers were the games where I sat there and I said, this Jets team, the coach may be in over his head. But at some point, you have to bottom out. And I felt like those were the bottoming out moments. I was there in London. It was slop. Great experience. It was a sloppy, disgusting, terrible football game. And the Panthers are a better team than we thought in that moment. Going into whatever week it was, week 7. They're 6-6 now. You're not overrating them that they're amazing, but they were a better team in that moment than we realized. The Jets still should have won that game. They should have beaten the Steelers. They should have beaten the Broncos. They should have beaten the Panthers. I'm not going to say they should have beaten the Bucks because that came on, last second block field goal, all of that. Baker Mayfield was on a roll where I think that was his 3rd straight week of a game-winning drive. But they have played close games. They have fought. They have not given up. That's the one thing I could say is they've only fought harder, I felt like, as the worst stuff piled on. And for me, that's a big plus when you're looking at a coach. The defense hasn't been healthy, and when it has, it's not the most talented defense in the world. Quinnen Williams was giving you nothing, and he didn't want to be here. Sauce was he was a top 10 corner in the league. Probably, for me, he's probably in that 4 to 7 range of cornerback. But he is not the player. He gets paid like a number 1 overall Patrick Surtain, Derek Stingley type, where he's the best corner in the league. That does not mean he's bad, but he was getting paid like the greatest corner in the league, the best corner in the league. A guy like Pat Surtain, who's Defensive Player of the Year, reigning Defensive Player of the Year. They were able to recoup assets for a guy who was not worth the assets they gave up in the Colts. So yes, Sauce Gardner was a very good player. They won in that move. And their defense was not a Sauce Gardner or a Quinnen Williams away, or both of them even, from being great. And next year might not be pretty. So as a Jet fan, I get why you're weary of the future. Because you don't want another wasted season. But you have to reset at some point in a proper fashion. It's why I begged for them to just give up on Rodgers after that first year and blow the whole thing up and build from there. And you know what? Kudos to them, an organization that doesn't get any credit. Not that they deserve credit, but it feels like they're finally letting the football people do the things that they want. They're finally building it. This is a small step. I could be wrong. By the end of the season, we could all be calling together for them to clean house again with this regime. Right now, I feel like Aaron Glenn is has the makings of a good coach. I feel like right now, Darren Muji has a chance to prove he is the guy. Another good draft. A good free agency. And again, this draft, we feel like it's good now. And you give it a couple of years. You really have to give it 2 or 3 years before you write off a draft or give it credit. So they have the pieces in the regime, in my opinion, the front office and the coaching staff. And there's been times where they hold guys accountable. Let's see. They have a very easy end-of-the-year schedule. You got the Falcons, the Dolphins, and the Saints are 3 of your last 6 games. Now, I know Jeff fans don't want to win that many, but I feel like if you go 3-3 to end the season, you have to feel good about that. And let's look at Tankathon right now. The Jets are in 4th. The Raiders, the Jets, and the Saints all have 9 losses, 2 wins. Giants are 2-10. Cleveland's at 3-8. Washington 3-8. Cincinnati's 4-8. The Jets could potentially finish, with 5 wins, and yeah, they might be the 7th, the 8th overall pick. But if a team like, the Giants, the Titans, Cleveland maybe, depending on how Shedeur Sanders plays, how Tyler Shuck plays for the Saints, Washington has Jaden Daniels. You have to build these habits. So if they can win 3 of these last 6 games, and you go out there and you start building winning habits, they have the assets to get whatever quarterback they want, whether it's trading up, sitting pat, or trading for an already established guy. They have all the assets. They control their own destiny in that aspect. The Titans aren't taking a quarterback. The Giants aren't taking a quarterback. Washington's not taking a quarterback. Cincinnati, although it's 2 games difference from the Jets, they're not taking a quarterback. If Minnesota bottomed out, they're not taking a quarterback. I never am pro-tanking. I think in football, it's not only negligent and builds poor habits within your franchise, it's dangerous. But when it comes to tanking, I don't think there's a foolproof, it definitely works. Because for every Joe Burrow, there's a Trevor Lawrence. For every Joe Burrow, there's a Jamarcus Russell. Lamar Jackson was the end of the first-round pick. Patrick Mahomes was 10th, 11th, 12th, something like that. Jackson Dart was the end of the first-round pick. Bo Nix, if you know me, I like Bo Nix, but I am not the biggest Bo Nix believer. He was taken outside of the top 10. Jalen Hurts was a second-round pick. Justin Herbert, Josh Allen were taken towards the back end of the first, the top 10. Just because you get that first overall pick means nothing. Kyler Murray. I like Cam Ward. I actually think Cam Ward has a really bright future, and he makes some throws that just don't get highlighted because they stink. But Aaron Glenn can help his case, in my opinion, by fighting to win these games. I don't want to hear Jeff fans say they got to lose as many games as possible. No. Build winning habits. And that way the foundation is set. So when you clean house this offseason, the guys that are still around are the pillars of your organization. Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, Mason Taylor, Fashanu, Membu, the guys on that offensive line. You don't trade for those picks to necessarily use every single one of them in the draft. You may have traded for those picks so you could control your quarterback destiny. And that's what the Jets are doing. 888-808-1019. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll continue the conversation. Jets, Giants, Mets, Yankees, Knicks. It's all on the board. I'm Anthony Gallo. Back after this.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
When you have nothing to lose in the season, just go for it. It was great.
That's
be aggressive.
That's the other part of it. You have nothing to lose other than the game itself, and who cares because you are not going to the playoffs.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Talking to the great Nick Theodoro on break. I know I've mentioned this earlier. I've never been to an all-inclusive. So I was telling Nick, I just got back. Literally, we landed yesterday at like 4:30. Went to Mexico, Playa del Carmen. Me and the lady for like an early birthday trip for her. and never been to an all-inclusive, and, you can eat everything, you can drink everything, and I took that as a challenge. I can't drink like I used to.
It's very dangerous.
Yeah, and I'm drinking passion fruit margaritas and Miami Vices, and listen, I can still throw down at the buffet, unfortunately, which is probably terrible for my body, but, now I'm back, and I'm like, I need to detox and go on like an Aaron Rodgers retreat to get my body in order.
Get some ayahuasca.
Yeah, well, maybe not that much, but yeah, exactly. I need to sit in a sauna and sweat out the alcohol and all the meats and everything that I've been eating, and my body did not handle it well.
Yeah, all-inclusives are like a week-long hangover, basically. Yeah. You're drinking every day, and then to recover, in the morning, like, you just keep drinking to keep going. Well, you have a beer in the morning to get over the hangover.
I'm too washed up for that, so I was eating fruit in the morning, and then we do the all-you-can-eat buffet in the morning, and I'm eating like 15,000 calories so I could drink it all the way. We had a balcony, it was cool, it was an awesome experience, and I know everyone's like, welcome to going to an all-inclusive. Never been to one before. So I'm sitting on the balcony. I was so tuned up at this point. I fell asleep in my towel just on the balcony, and we were supposed to be getting ready to go out. My girlfriend kicks the door open. She's like, "You're not ready yet?" And I was like, "I don't even know what time it is, to be fair." We got up here at 3. I don't know what time it is, but yeah, it was a great time.
It doesn't matter what time it is when you're on those kind of trips.
And then you get back, and we go straight to the girlfriend's mom's house. She chefed it up, and I ate about 15,000 calories there, and my body is just not had a chance to recover yet. We did the Christmas decorations today, so tomorrow I'm gonna sweat it out at the gym and struggle through what'll be my most pitiful workout ever, and then hopefully it'll just smell like passion fruit margaritas and whatever a Miami Vice is made of, which I think is like a pina colada and like a strawberry daiquiri together. But all of it great. It was an awesome time. That's basically the moral of the story. And I discovered in Mexico, they have like ESPN. They have like 9 ESPNs. And ESPN4 for them is Red Zone on Sundays, so they don't have to pay for it. I was talking to one of the guys down there. He goes, "Yeah, it's nice." And first thing I did, got in the hotel room and put Red Zone on.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was nice.
So we're over here paying for it, but over there you don't have to.
Well, I guess, and the cool thing was with my ESPN package, because I get it through my cable subscriber, I just put it in and it treated it like it was the local channel. So when I'm sitting at the pool, sipping on my fruity drinks, I can watch the game. So that was nice.
Doesn't get any better than that.
No, it was paradise. And then I come back here, it's snowing, I'm getting yelled at. Not snowing, but it's cold. I'm getting yelled at when I'm trying to get a cab. And,
welcome back to New York.
And we're back to reality. I had to make sure I got back here on time. Yesterday, I was like, I don't know how my voice is going to hold up. It doesn't sound great right now, but we're making it through.
It's not bad.
No, we're making it through. And it was awesome. And I told my girlfriend, I was like, I never want to go on a vacation that's not like this again, where I could just eat whatever I want. The last night, she hate to tell the story. The last night, she's like, let's get our money's worth and order room service. We ordered like 7 things on room service, and she fell asleep before it got there. So now I'm like obligated. I feel obligated to eat all this food, which was a terrible decision. And agita and heartburn, I couldn't go to sleep because I was too full. I felt like I was pregnant. So, I did the job though. I didn't. And they had a taco bowl. They had like a guy making tacos every time you came back to the room at night because they have like the little club. And I was like, I got to get a taco. And I'm not understanding how it works. I'm like, can I get 2? He's like, you get 4 if you want. I was like, all right, well, give me 4 tacos.
As many as you want.
Yeah. I was like, I don't have to, I have to pay for it. So awesome experience. And, then I come, and the Nimmo news is breaking down there. The Giants are firing their coordinator, and I'm trying to keep up to date with everything. And, it was all in a blur. There was one point, I think I was tweeting about the Nimmo trade, and I was like, disclaimer, I'm not sober, so whatever I'm saying right now, take it with a grain of salt. And that's where, this is what we call a radio transition, as we go into the, breaking down my buffet menu. Brandon Nimmo gets traded. Marcus Simeon, a downgrade offensively. And defensively, he is 10 times the player at his position than Nimmo was. And the way Nimmo was aging fast, defensively, not at the plate. The Mets needed to make a change. And I also think they needed to make a change because you cannot keep running it back with this core. And, Stearns was asked, this was the day after the Nimmo trade. David Stearns was asked if wanting to change the Mets clubhouse dynamic played a role. in the Brandon Nimmo trade. I don't know, and this is his response. I don't know if it's necessarily wanting to change the clubhouse dynamic. I think it's recognition that what we did last year wasn't good enough, and running back the exact same group wasn't the right thing to do. I think that's valid. I think it's a valid, way to put it, and it's not doing a disservice to the Mets. I think, why stop there? Jeff Passan mentions that Kodai Senga, a lot of executives thinks will be traded this offseason. McNeil's a name floating around there. One or two of Acuna, Beatty, Vientos, and Mauricio, all guys that could be traded. I think Beatty's safe. Acuna probably doesn't hold much value, and I like him as a bench piece. Not an everyday piece, but a guy who gets 250 at-bats, 300 at-bats, gold glove, utility type guy. That can, what Luis Guillorme was before he had to play every day. In 2022, when we realized he's the best, utility guy in the league. And the winter meetings are not that far away. I think they are the coming weeks. The winter meetings are, and that's when you really start to see the player movement pick up. They are, as this is taking forever to load, December 8th to the 11th. So not this coming week, but the week after. That's when the GMs are all going to meet, and you're going to see a lot of movement within that aspect of things. We'll possibly see Alonso sign. Diaz could sign. If you remember previously, Diaz signed very early on in his last, not free agency, but, the Mets, they finished the playoffs in 2022. Not very good. Diaz signed very quickly. It gets hurt into WBC. And that's right around the corner, a couple months away. Got qualifiers, I think, soon. They don't even do qualifiers anymore. Now the qualifiers are done, and it would be the exhibitions. But Diaz signed pretty early. I wouldn't be shocked if come the winter meetings, he signs. Guys that have been linked to the Mets, Michael King, Framber Valdez. Hector Gomez, let me get his exact publication, but on Twitter, Hector Gomez said, and take it with a grain of salt, Hector Gomez he does MLB Insider. I actually don't even know what publication this is, but he's a Latino reporter. I follow him. I enjoy his reporting. Just like any other guy, he's hit or miss at times. Reported the Mets were the front runners for Valdez after the Dylan Cease signing, because that takes the Blue Jays out of the running for a front-end starter. I would hate that. Valdez, Michael King, names linked to the Mets. Guys who I would like to see them linked to. Aldolis Garcia, free agency-wise, because there's guys you can name like Buxton, who I do think is a possibility. I'm not sure if they would actually be looking to trade for him, or if the Twins would even really be looking to trade him. Last reported, there's all these predictions things. You go online, and if you look at any of these things, there's all a million different projections. They do seem to be willing to move him, but at probably a steep cost. I would like to get a package deal out of it if you're going to do it. If you could send, a Jet Williams and maybe a lower tier guy in your 10 to 15 range of your top prospects, and a David Peterson or maybe even a Kodai Senga to them, and you get back a Pablo Lopez or a Joe Ryan along with Byron Buxton, that is me speculating and me making a fictitious trade in my head. That is not something I'm reading. It's just a thought. And they also have to address, now, think about it this way. You trade Nimmo. You've addressed the middle of the infielder. It makes one of your young guys in Beatty, Vientos, Mauricio Acuna expendable. Jeff McNeil, already expendable. He's even 10 times more expendable. You hope that internally they fill one of those outfield positions. You still have to, let's say it's left field with Carson Bench. You then have to go out and fill center field. You still need a DH, which could come the way of Alonso splitting time at first with somebody, It could be a Vientos type deal. You probably want to shore up your catching depth much more than Hayden Senger, Luis Torrens, and Francisco Alvarez if things don't work out with Alvarez or Torrens gets hurt, yada, yada. Starting pitching-wise, I don't believe they're trading for a megastar. They're not getting Skubal. They're not getting Skeens. I also think it's far-fetched that they bring in a Frambo Valdez or a Michael King. I think we would see more of the lesser middling type when it comes to trading for a guy or signing a guy. When you have Senga tied up in a contract, Minaya, Peterson's still got another year. Clay Holmes is under contract. You also have McLean, Sproat, Tong. Tong's probably going to spend time in the minors before he gets called up. And you still have Christian Scott, who's going to be recovering from an injury. He got hurt prior to the playoffs in 24. That's a lot of starting pitching, not a lot of spots. I think it's more likely they add a lower-tier veteran and they trade a Senga. If you're asking me my dream scenario this offseason, realistic dream, not go get Skeens or Skubal. My realistic dream scenario, they find a way to move on from Senga. You piece together the back-end rotation with some, cheaper veterans. You spend big on the bullpen. You bring back Diaz. You bring back Alonso. And again, you're bringing veteran big league ball players. They don't have to be stars, but guys you can rely on that when they're in there, they play good defense. They approach their every at-bat smartly. There's a plan. It's not just a guy free swinging up there. And I'm not talking about a high strikeout guy. I'm talking about somebody with a plan. I want competent big leaguers. If I'm going to have to rely on a Tyrone Taylor or Luis Torrens for a big chunk of the season, I want the other 7 guys in that lineup to be legit ball players. Competent, fundamental ball players. They don't need superstars at every position. Alonso, Lindor, and Soto should be enough to carry a lineup if you have good role players around them. Their run prevention and their run scoring were big issues. But it's not because they lacked star power. It's because when those stars didn't hit, they didn't have competent big leaguers to pick up the slack. Luis Ariz is a guy I would love for both the Mets and the Yankees. Plays multiple positions. If he comes to the Mets, you could DH him. You could play him at first, vice versa with him and Alonso. You've now upgraded your defense immensely in your infield. And if it's Beatty, Lindor, and Simeon, that's a very good defensive infield. No matter what you do at first. And I think Alvarez is fine defensively, and Torrens is an above-average, very good defensive catcher who's elite at throwing guys out. I'm very confident in that aspect. Offensively, though, if you're going to have to live with, issues at catcher and center field, because that's where your defense is coming from, you're going to need guys to be more top-notch than they have been in the past. Marcus Semien is not a black hole offensively. He's not, the superstar he was when he signed that contract in Texas. But he's a year removed. This year he had 230. He had a 669 OPS. That's not good enough. The year prior, 699 OPS. But before that, he led the league in runs scored, led the league in hits. If he lives up to his 162 average, even if the pop numbers, if it's more 15 homers than 25, along with his Gold Glove defense, 2-time Gold Glove defense, that's a good player. And it's also the fact that they were able to cut back on the back end of that contract of Nimmo's. So now if you want to sign Alonso long-term and you want to sign Diaz long-term, you're not also paying Brandon Nimmo 5 years from now. Simeon's contract's done in 3. They probably could get out from it in 2. If he's clogging up the infield, they could eat it. Everything's on the table. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. We'll come back. I want to jump into this Giants conversation. Jackson Dart's back. You got a new defensive coordinator. A lot of questions with the head coach, the interim head coach. Is he the guy of the future? What is next for this Giants team? Let's talk about it. Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Justin Rock. This report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. The Knicks are marching to the NBA Cup quarterfinals. They knocked off the Bucks 118-109. Josh Hart, a huge all-around night. 19 points, 15 boards, 7 assists. Jalen Brunson added a game-high 37. Head coach Mike Brown, a passionate plea to the media about his star postgame.
Hopefully you guys and your peers will start really talking the right way about this young man in terms of him having some MVP talk, because that's what he is.
New York moving on to play the Raptors in the quarterfinals. The Nets continue to struggle. They couldn't get past the Sixers, a 115-103 defeat. The Nets now 0-9 at home and 3-15 on the year. In the NHL, the Rangers stayed hot. They won their third in a row behind 4 points from Artemi Panarin. Blue Shirts beat the Bruins 6-2. The Devils have captured 3 straight as well. They blanked the Sabres 5-0 behind 42 saves from Jake Allen. A great comeback from the Isles fell short. They erased a 3-goal deficit, but fall to the Flyers in a shootout 4-3. To the NFL, it's now official. Jackson Dart will start at quarterback for the Giants again on Monday night against the Patriots. It's 35 degrees and clear in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Talk New York sports on WFAN, 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Hour down to go. Really, what is that? 3.5, 4 hours down. One more to go until the great Pete Hoffman takes over at 3 a.m. No Joe B this holiday weekend, so I got extended an hour, and Hoff gives you another hour. A very special, extra dipping, extra serving. If you've ever seen Eastbound and Down of those Phoenixins. Not the greatest impersonation, but awesome show of Anthony Gallo and then Pete Hoffman, Also co-host of the Gore Buddies podcast, which hasn't recorded in a while, but we do love our horror movies. Something that equates to horror, the New York football season. We talked about the Jets and the Jerry Jones stuff with the trading and why I feel like it's the Jets' best interest to actually win some games at the end, and how it won't hurt them as much in the draft. When it comes to the Giants and Mike Kafka, obviously Jackson Dart back this weekend. They fired Shane Bowen. You bring in Charlie Boulin. He is going to take over the play calling duties as interim defensive coordinator. And for Giant fans, you're in this interesting evaluation phase. This transitional phase where, you're getting the young quarterback back. Now he's going to play with Kafka. You had Jameis Winston the last 2 weeks. You lost by a touchdown each time to the Packers and Lions. 2 very good teams. You lost in overtime this week. You choked away another lead, unfortunately. The defensive coordinator, Shane Bowen, gone. But you're in this phase now. And how do you judge it? Your young quarterback's back. You have an interim head coach, interim defensive coordinator. I've been impressed with what I've seen from Mike Kafka. I know nothing about this guy, Charlie Boulin. But how do you evaluate the rest of the season? Is it Jackson Dart? Is it Mike Kafka? Is he possibly the next head coach? And he's got to prove that? You're not playing for a quarterback. There's no thought of tanking. So how do you evaluate the rest of this season? Right now, you have the second overall pick. For the Giants, I think that's a great place to be. But if you win some games, if you fall to 5th, you fall to 7th, because you win 2 or 3 games to end the season, that's not bad. You're not chasing your quarterback. You got the Patriots this week, which feels like a loss. Then you finish the season with Commanders, Vikings, Raiders, Cowboys. That Cowboys team is good. They're not great. They feel like a playoff team. But the Commanders, Vikings, and Raiders, to go 3-2, is that really out of the question? Injured, Jaden Daniels with that Commanders team. The Vikings, sure. Elite defense, great defense. Brian Flores has that defense playing out of its mind. J.J. McCarthy stinks. The Raiders are the Raiders. If you leapfrogged Washington and the Raiders in the draft standings and fell back more, it's not going to kill you as much. Now, if you finish with the second overall pick, the first overall pick, you now could hold a team over a barrel and get a plethora of draft picks. Because you already have your quarterback. For me, I need to see Jackson Dart not regress. He can have hiccups. He cannot regress. Doesn't mean I'm going to stop believing in him, but he can't go out there and look like a shell of himself before the injury and lose that swagger that he had. And for the head coach, you want to win games. It's not about saving his job, but you do want to win games. You want to build those winning habits. And for him, maybe he is the next head coach if they win those games. But if not, he'll still be a sought-after head coaching candidate. And I don't think it's unheard of for a team to retain their interim head coach because they did something well. Antonio Pierce, I felt, never got the support at quarterback that he needed. I didn't think he was a bad coach for the Raiders. I thought they were a bad roster. And he tried to, maybe that was, that was the problem. But how are you evaluating these next few games? 888-808-1019. Is it all about the quarterback evaluation? Is it about how Kafka handles the rest of the team, the offense? I think that if I'm looking at this objectively, I want to clean house. But if Kafka goes out there and they close a couple of games that they've lost earlier in the year, and Jackson Dart really looks like he's thriving in that offense, and they're protecting him from himself and from stupid play calling, which has your quarterback running head on into, middle linebackers. Whoever the next head coach has to be a guy that's going to benefit the quarterback. Kafka could prove that. But at the end of the day, they also have to win games. Whether it's sloppy, whether it's high scoring, whether it's defense first, you have to build those habits. Teams that stay in a bad situation, even when tanking and getting that first round pick, that first overall pick, and taking the quarterback, they're not building good habits. You could say it in any sport. Basketball, football, hockey. You still have to create winning habits and a winning environment and the culture to set the foundation for everything you're trying to win. If Kafka goes out there, and sure, the offense looks good, but they're choking games away. Jackson Dart's in harm's way. Doesn't matter if the games are close. Then he's just more of the same. if Kafka goes out there and the offense looks electric, but they choke games away, you got to get that stench of this regime out of here. And when it comes to Joe Schoen, there's no way in my mind he should keep his job. And you can fire Joe Schoen, bring in another GM, and that GM can still decide to keep Mike Kafka. He's going to have to interview. Even if he doesn't, even if Joe Schoen doesn't get fired, Kafka's still going to have some sort of an interview process. He may get it before anyone else has to even interview for the job, and there may not be a full-length job interview process. So if they bring in a new GM, that doesn't change anything. You're not forcing him upon him. It's not like having Daboll here and firing the GM. I don't think Joe Schoen is that great. In the YouTube chat, Finn's New Jersey asks, would you take Saleh, head coach / defensive coordinator with McDaniel at OC? No. I also don't think McDaniel's going anywhere. Why would he? And if I'm the Giants, I'm not taking a chance on Robert Saleh. Now, I'm not saying Saleh can't be a good head coach, but where the Giants are right now, I'm not taking a chance on that. I do think Saleh got a raw deal at times and was a better head coach than it felt like with the Jets, but I'm not taking that chance. I'm not saying don't hire a second-time head coach or a first-time head coach. I just don't want to take that chance. I will say this, when it comes to Saleh or Brian Flores or I know Brian Flores is the lawsuit, or a Vance Joseph type, the guy from the Chargers, the defensive coordinator who's escaping my mind, I'm okay with hiring. I never believed in the offensive and defensive head coach. Like, one benefits the other. No. If you're hiring the best head coach possible, it doesn't matter what side of the ball they coach, because they have to manage the entire team. Mike Vrabel, no one seemed to say that about him. Todd Bowles has done a good job in Tampa. I don't think, and you don't want a defensive head coach molding your quarterback. He's not really molding him in the first place. Bring in a great quarterback coach, an offensive coordinator. That's what you do. There is no... The prerequisites, in my opinion, whether you're a defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, former associate head coach, assistant, whatever it is, college, pros, if you're a good coach, you're a good coach. And what's going to develop the quarterback is the overall staff. It's not just going to be the head coach. Brian Daboll, sure, was a great quarterback developmental coach when he was the QB coach in his last previous stops with Josh Allen, but all he had to focus on was that. Mike Kafka should, or whoever it is, should keep / get this job because they can handle every aspect of the day-to-day process. Everything from the bottom to the top of priority lists as head coach. He has to be able to give enough knowledge offensively or defensively if that's his side of the ball. But not every head coach comes in and calls the plays. So I think when people are like, you need an offensive coach or you need a defensive coach, I don't agree. You need to hire the right guy. I think the right guy is not going to be available for them because of that lawsuit, but Brian Flores feels like the guy the Giants would need. Culture setter. I think him and Dart would be an excellent duo. He's fiery, swaggy, Jackson Dart. Maybe Kafka's the guy, though. I obviously have to see more. I don't have an opinion of Kafka yet. I know he's been sought after as a head coach. They're still choking away games. They haven't won. They fought. They look close. I think the offense looks better, but we have to see it with Jackson Dart, not Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston's going to put up numbers. So I can't sit here and be like, oh, that offense looked great because look at the numbers. No, I think that the eye test is telling me the offense looks better. They still didn't do enough to get the job done. And we'll see. Now the head coach is fired. I mean, the head coach has been fired. The defensive coordinator has been fired. And now it's time for these guys to prove himself because there's no net. Daboll, Kafka both got into it, supposedly. Or it was just Daboll yelling at him. Oh, he's not here now. It's just the coaching staff and the players in that locker room. Which, before we go to break, Boulin spoke to the media, and it was like his theory for his debut as Giants defensive coordinator, because, talk about the players. I understand fully that it's a player-driven league, so my philosophy is always players over plays. How can we as coaches maximize our players' ability and put them in a position of success, or put them in position to have success? He's friends with, Vance Joseph. Vance is a great friend, a big mentor of mine. We talked quite a bit before this type of thing. He's influenced me for sure. And they asked him about, will he be aggressive or the pre-snap disguises? Because he spent 5 years under Vance Joseph, 2016 in Miami and 19 to 22 in Arizona. I'm curious to see. I mean, they don't have the personnel, in my opinion, to run that because it's not just the pass rush. You need a solid, deep secondary. They're injured and they don't have the deep. With the Adebo not 100% and Holland not always 100%. I don't know, even if those guys are healthy, if they have enough to run that defense. But we'll see what this guy does. Doesn't mean that he can't keep the job. It doesn't mean Kafka can't keep the job, but we'll see what they do. Joe Shane, is he keeping his job? And, again, in the YouTube chat, G Moneybags, likes Kafka, but he says Bowen was the one choking games away. Well, get a first down. That's all I'm saying. Don't throw a pick on third down against the Broncos. Yeah, yes, the defense was the main source. I'm not disagreeing with you. You could prolong a game and a drive, and that changes how long your defense is on the field. 28-3, the Falcons-Patriots Super Bowl. I'm sorry. Yes, Dan Quinn's defense let them down. If Shanahan runs the ball a bit more, they don't have enough time and enough opportunity to come back. The college sector, it feels like Lane Kiffin is going to end up at LSU. It feels like that's where that's going. I'm not writing off Kafka, and I'm also not. My take was when Daboll was getting rumored to be fired and then got fired was Shane can't be back if Daboll got fired. You could bring Kafka back if Shane gets fired. Because the next GM would come in and be the one who's evaluating Kafka. So if he wants to retain him, it's truly his guy he's bringing in. He'd probably interview multiple candidates, but he would have a legit shot at being the head coach. And a lot of it would be a boost on whatever his track record was from this season. 888-808-1019. The phone lines are open. Whatever you want to talk about. Jets, Giants, Mets, Yankees, Lindor versus Nimmo. Lindor versus McNeil. I guess Lindor versus Nimmo. Lindor Soto, chilly relationship. And we'll get into a little bit of the Knicks. You want to talk about the disappointing start from my Red Storm? We can talk about that as well. Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 3 a.m.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
We keep sitting here saying, well, Joe Shane hasn't done anything, but there's something to be said for coming out and from the opening kick and really for 85% of almost every single game, being in a position to look pretty good teams in the eyes and not get blown out.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Flag and Anthem's Black Friday sale is here, and this year they're going big. 65% off site-wide on the stuff you actually want. Flannels, jackets, shirts, hoodies, denim. Visit flagandanthem.com and receive a free gift with purchase every day through Cyber Monday. Flag and Anthem, premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad. And I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive of the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to make the right choice. Don't drive impaired.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
The great P. Hoffman is in the building, and he joins you in a little over a half hour. We had to catch up. No new horror movies yet, Hoff, so I didn't watch anything new this week. I tried to watch Jurassic Park on both flights and fell asleep both times. Yesterday was no shot. I was surviving.
Offset, same here.
I am the king of, I get on a flight and instantly fall asleep. Like on the tarmac before we even take off. And, I was trying to watch the new Jurassic Park, and I put it on, and bang, right to sleep. On the way home, bang, right to sleep. I'm going to fall asleep on the train ride home, It's not an open invitation. They come mug me, but, if there was ever a time, that's the time. I should have not shaved. Maybe the homeless guys just be like, he's one of us. But, that's going to be my train ride home. But we've talked a lot. We kicked off the show. Mike Puma puts out the report. Lindor and McNeil got into it this year. Soto and Lindor have a chilly, is the quote, relationship. And for me, I don't care about any of this, but I do. Let me rephrase that. I don't think the Lindor and Soto stuff is a big deal, but I do think what the McNeil conversation between Lindor and McNeil being an issue and Soto and Lindor having their issues, if they're issues or if they're just not friends, it is possible to go to work, do a good job, and not be friends with everyone. We have a very close group here, different environment. But not every single person here is a friend. Doesn't mean they dislike somebody. What I do think this article showed me was the trade of Brandon Nimmo, not specifically at Brandon Nimmo, was necessary. And they need to do more to shake things up. Jeff Passan said, where was the exact article? Passan made it clear that this was before Brandon Nimmo got traded, that, two more names were available, Nimmo and Kodai Senga. He said, it was something like, I'm going to get you the exact thing about Senga. Obviously, they did trade Nimmo, but this was prior to that. And he said, for Senga, the right-hander has already been known to be garnering interest on the market. Passan reports the righty's extremely available. Executives expect him to be traded this winter. Orioles, Cubs, Red Sox, Blue Jays, Padres, long list of teams looking for starting pitching. He's got 2 years of $28 million remaining on his contract guaranteed. Could make him a particularly intriguing fit for teams hoping to fill a rotation spot on a budget like San Diego. And I think San Diego would be wanting to keep, a Yu Darvish, who I think is out of a contract for them. I know he wasn't great last year, but hey, only against the Mets. That's a guy you could chase to bring in to retain your core as the Padres, pitching staff-wise. I think Senga holds value, and I don't think Senga's career is necessarily just over. As a serviceable, good middle rotation guy, a 3, a 2. Would it shock you guys if he gets traded somewhere and ends up pitching like he did in 2023? No. Other guys that have been mentioned, the young infielders, Acuna, Vientos, Mauricio, Beatty, possibly one of them is moved. I don't think Beatty's getting traded. I don't think Acuna's getting traded. I think Beatty they view as the third baseman going forward. I think Acuna is going to be a bench piece. He's not also probably doesn't have a lot of trade value. I think Mauricio could get moved in a bigger deal. Maybe a Buxton type deal. Maybe a deal that, I'm not currently fathoming. That's not even a word, but you know what I'm thinking of. Vientos, they probably feel like he may have value to them, but they won't say they won't trade him. I think he ends up, we come into next year with him DHing, Alonso at first, Beatty at third, Carson Benjamin center or left, and whichever position he's not at is where they make their move for a veteran. Maybe DH is where they make it, and then that makes Vientos either expendable, or maybe they view Vientos and Beatty as guys who could be platoon-type players. I don't expect them to trade for Tariq Skubal. I don't expect them to trade for Paul Skeens. I don't expect them to trade for a super valuable, ace type. Maybe they sign a Frambo Valdez or a Michael King. Otherwise, I want them to spend in the bullpen. I want them to re-sign Diaz and Alonso, not one or the other. That's what I want. That's what should be the case. Jeff McNeil, people, they think he could be a left fielder. They think he could be a first baseman. I don't want Jeff McNeil anywhere near this team come spring training. I'm hoping when the winter meetings hit in a week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever it is, the amount of days it is, I hope that we possibly see McNeil and maybe Senga traded over that period of time. And hopefully we get positive news about Alonso. We get positive news about Diaz. 888-808-1019. For me, it's about building out the rest of the roster around the stars. I could live with this rotation if they're bringing in vets at the back end when you have Nolan McLean, Brandon Sproat, Sean Manaea, Clay Holmes, David Peterson, and Senga all currently active and under contract on this team. I'm not going to be naive enough to get my hopes up that they're going to go swinging for the fences. I will get my hopes up that they bring in another significant bat and they bring in good bullpen arms on top of re-signing their two guys. The thought is they go after a center fielder and move Carson Bench, the prospect, to their left field spot. I mean, I don't think Jet Williams is a possibility. Jacob Reamer, A.J. Ewing, we spoke to Justin Rock earlier, and even he said they're probably a year away. No one else is even close. Clifford and Benj, that's probably it. And Clifford suits more to be a first baseman. Stern said that they also felt comfortable making this move because it frees up some spots for the players they have high expectations for. Which makes me think they're going to try and upgrade center field. And I want to say this, too, about Stearns. Because I know a lot of you guys have soured on him. And I think the criticism is fair. He deserves criticism. I do not want turnover after turnover of GMs with this franchise. Barring this team finishing 20 games under 500, 10 games under 500, choking the same or even worse than what they did this year, I want this guy retained. I want consistency. And I also believe what he's building. Yes, one of the 2 years, his strategy to starting pitching did not work out. And even if it was due to injury and burning out the bullpen and bad defense, it did not work out. I think we've seen an improvement in the farm system and the rankings. We've seen an improvement in development for young players. I think we've seen an improvement in the overall level of competency at each level of the minor leagues. I believe in his process that created what the Brewers are today. No, I'm not just satisfied with what the Brewers are doing, but think about what he was able to build with that pitching staff that you currently see. That's mostly the work of him. Think about what he was able to build with that staff with no money. And now they are sustainably deep at starting pitching every year. He was able to identify talent, Willy Adames, when he made that trade. The young guys like Jackson Chirios. I think, actually, I have to double check. I think Jackson Chirios was one of his picks. But think about what he did in Milwaukee, which is obtainable here in New York, and then add in the big money we could spend here. So, yeah, he could take a cheaper, more safe approach to starting pitching. But if he builds that staff and the farm system develops the arms that they need to develop, and he goes out there and spends everywhere else, we'll be grateful for it. Right now, the majority of their farm is the three young pitchers, McLean, Tong, Sproat, and all position players. So they haven't built up enough via the way of pitching. They also let go of Frankie Montas, and they selected that guy to the 40-man roster from their farm in Morabito, however you say his name. Nick Morabito. He's a guy who's highly touted. You know, Baseball America is high on him. They're super high on this Jacob Reamer guy. And some of these pieces could be used to trade for what they need. I just don't want Met fans to get ahead of themselves and think they're getting a Skubal or a Skeens. But I also believe in the process that David Sturridge is trying to preach and trying to set and create here, the culture he's creating. I'm not giving up after one bad year, a year removed from where he couldn't miss. So we'll have to see what happens the rest of this offseason. I think a lot of moves are going to happen. I'm hoping that two of those moves are Diaz and Alonso. But we have to wait and see. But it's going to be an active offseason. Was the Nimmo trade the only one they're going to do to break up the core? Could McNeil be on the way out? Senga? I think that those are two big possibilities. 888-808-1019. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap this thing up. The great Peter Hoffman joins you at 3 a.m. He's got you all the way till 7 a.m. If you want to follow me on X or get in on the conversation because you're too shy to call, just search Anthony Gallo, WFAN on YouTube. I will pop up Pico Day _ and on IG, Pico de Gallo 24. We'll be right back. Until then, Anthony Gallo on The Fan.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Dave Bollinger also has a hand tied behind his back. The second and third levels of this Giants team are not very good, and they're playing with second and sometimes third stringers. And, I mean, Nick Jones is out there. It's like it's some of these kids, I don't even know their name. I don't know who they are.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's city's largest upscale gentlemen's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And if you love animals, you're part of our world. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Anthony Gallo on the Fan. 888-808-1019 is the number to call. As always, I am back again on Sunday on the Affinity Sports side, and I actually think we'll be simulcast on the Fan this Sunday with no Giants this week. So stay tuned. It is like Red Zone on the radio. We will bounce around. I think I'm on 1 to 7 this Sunday or 1 to 6:30. So we bounce around from all the games. We get all the actions, live updates, player interviews. It's a really good time. So that'll be on the Fan this weekend, actually, which is fun because I think it's the first time we're simulcasting all season. I'm not on as much on the Fan due to that because it kind of eats up my Saturday nights and the Sunday morning overnights, which I was doing beforehand. Not that it was my shift, but I would get that shift a lot. But I am there, so if you're ever in the car and you gotta check it on the scores. We give fantasy updates. We get, gambling stuff, all of that. It's awesome. It is a good time. I've had a lot of fun. So it's a long show, but it is a lot of fun. Luckily, I get bathroom breaks, unlike Hanson on Red Zone. But yeah, so I'll be on this Sunday. And then if not, I'm back December 13th, I believe, which is a Saturday. I'm doing a short show. I think it's like 5 to 8 that day. I'll get the exact times. I'll tweet it out. And you can always follow me on X. Just search Anthony Gallo, WFAN, or Pico Day _Gallo. On IG, it's Pico de Gallo 24, Pico de Gallo, if you don't get it. But yeah. So I'll be back again soon. But if not, you can always catch me this Sunday on Infinity Sportsnet / the WFAN simulcast of Gridiron Game Day. And we're on YouTube for that too, just like we're on YouTube right now. So shout out to the FAN YouTube chat. We've covered a lot of stuff today. We did, Mets, Yankees for the Yankees stuff, house comments, crying poor. It does nothing for me. He only comes off as tone deaf when he says stuff like that. We spoke about Jerry Jones's comments about, the supposed Michael Parsons trade offer. I think he misspoke. Connor Hughes kind of made it seem like he misspoke as well, and I think Connor's great. So he said he offered Micah Parsons at a first for Quinton Williams. Jay Glazer had reported earlier towards the deadline that they had offered Micah for Quinton Williams at a first. I think it's probably that more than it is the other one, because the Jets would have been ludicrous. And Connor's saying they never got that offer. It was just owners speaking, and that was really it. Now, to speak about something real quick, because I thought this was interesting, kind of New York sports related. Mike Brown, and I want to get into the Knicks real quick before this wraps up. Mike Brown was speaking about Jalen Brunson and how he's playing like an MVP. And Eddie Johnson, he's a great follow. Obviously, Eddie Johnson, yes, former NBA player, NBA All-Star. They spoke about, MVP with Brunson. Just listen how SGA has started this year. And he said, just imagine the NBA MVP last year returns and plays his first 20 games without his second best player, goes 18-1 while averaging 33 points, shooting 55%, 41% for a wing player, and yet they say someone else is MVP. Guess he needs to load manage to prove his value. It's the truth. That Thunder team might lose 6 games all year. They just got Williams back. They've had a banged-up team. Lou Dort was out. And that's the level the Knicks are trying to aspire to be. Now, they don't have to worry about the Western Conference right now because they just got to worry about the East. The Knicks are sorely missing OG Anunoby. And I think it's glaring at times. Defensively, they've actually been better than I think people have given them credit for. I think they play at such a high level offensively and high pace, and they have suffered a bit on their defensive rebounding. They've given up too many second chance shots. I do think their defense has been better than they've gotten credit for, but they miss OG Anunoby so much. He's a two-way superstar, or a two-way star. Let me take that back. He's not a superstar. He's a two-way star. He plays at a high level. There's very few guys in the league that are that well-rounded and that good as a two-way player. And I think we had seen him take steps with Mike Brown's system, and it sucked, losing him. But I think tonight they won, but there were times where you glaringly missed him covering a Giannis or being able to get out on Rollins, who was killing them. I felt like besides Bridges, OG was the guy who took the next biggest step under Mike Brown. And I think Deuce is another one of those guys, because when Deuce is in, he's got a little bit of free reign. He feels a little bit more fluid in the offense. And I want to reiterate, I misspoke when I said superstar. I mean two-way, elite player when it comes to OG Anunoby. But with Mike Brown, I think Mikal Bridges has taken such a leap, and OG was another one of those guys. And not talent-wise, because Cat is probably the most talented guy on the Knicks. But impact-wise, the most important person after Jalen Brunson is OG Anunoby. Cat could disappear at times, and he could hold this team back, and they could survive with it. OG and Brunson are the guys that they just can't survive with prolonged periods of them not being around. And to Mike Brown talking about Brunson's MVP candidacy, he's not wrong. He's not the MVP, but he's not wrong for saying he's in the conversation. Over his last 7 games, 37 and 5 assists, 33 points, 27 points, 33 and 11 assists, 28, 3 and 5, 31, 3 and 6. Tonight, 32, 10 and 6. 6 3-pointers, sorry. Oh, that was against Memphis. Flip this. So the 37 and 5 was tonight's game. He's been on a tear. And I think we saw this against the Magic. I think we saw this against a few teams this year. The Heat, where when they need a closer late, and if Brunson's not around, it kills this team's ability to close teams out or hit the big shot. Cat has not been that guy. He has struggled, immensely when it comes to clutch situations, and he's been good. He has not been the elite level of, player that you wanted him to be, the efficient scorer you want him to be. His rebounds are up. He's averaging 22, 12, and 3. So his actual numbers have not changed. His PER is down. His three-point percentage is down. His field goal percentage is down. I'm not blaming him. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to prove the point that I feel like OG's, assets are what this team needs more at times than what Cat brings. Cat can disappear. I mean, his biggest games are against some of the worst teams. He also, tonight he played well, so I don't want to act like I'm piling on him. Tonight he played well while also just letting the game come to him. But at times he struggles. He was 2 of 8 tonight and had 9 points. But within that, I felt like there was a good defensive effort. I felt like he rebounded well. But to prove my point, he was non-existent in this game, and they were able to knock off the Bucks. With Giannis was out there, and they were still able to knock off the Bucks. Against the Hornets, he had 19 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists. He wasn't getting in the way, which is sad to say with these guys. We want more from him, but he wasn't getting in the way. And then you look at the Nets game where he's absolutely dominant and no one can stop him, and you feel his impact. But those are too few and far between for me to put the importance on him as a player. OG is, shout out to the, YouTube chat. G-Money says, OG is the glue. He is. I think that what Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby have done this year, when they're on the court together, is exactly what we saw at the end of those possessions in the Celtics games, in the Pistons games, in the playoffs, where their defense was impenetrable. They were locking guys up night in and night out in the biggest moments of the game. So, yeah, he's more important than Cat is. Jalen Brunson is, in my opinion, the most important guy on the team. He is your leader. He is your star. He is your clutch primetime player. OG is the guy that keeps everything running. He passes. He shoots. He can drive to the basket. He can play defense down low. He can pick you up in full court, half court, at the three-point line. He can follow you off ball. I think what we've seen from Bridges is impressive. His defense has been insane. His offense has been good. He looks comfortable in the offense. It was noted that in Tibbs' offense, this is not to take shots at Tibbs, it's just to show where improvement has been made. In Tibbs' offense, OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges were the ones that felt like they weren't being utilized properly, or people in the organization felt like that. And what Mike Brown has done is utilize them. He's also gotten a lot of the deuce. And I think the offense is night and day better than it was last year. Feels more modern. Finn's New Jersey in the YouTube chat. Who is looking worse off to end the season, Eagles or Chiefs? Oh, it's the Chiefs. I think that they probably should have lost to the Colts. They looked awful against the Cowboys. I think they have done a dereliction of duties to, Patrick Mahomes and not getting him Rashee Rice, talented player. Not a legit number one. Hollywood Brown, fringe wideout. not a legit number one. Travis Kelce cannot be relied on to carry the load offensively in the passing game. Maybe it's because they don't have any other weapons. They're keying in on him as an old man. I think the Eagles are going to ultimately be fine. I think the NFL is so wide open, I still feel like the Eagles are the best team in football. As crazy as that sounds. I think the Rams, the Patriots, the Broncos are up there. I think it's tough to write off the Bears right now, but I don't think they're an elite team. The Eagles are 8-4. They've got some disappointing losses, but I also think that team has the weapons on both offense and defense to keep up with anyone. They lose that close game to the Cowboys. They lost today to the Bears. They really didn't put up a fight, in my opinion. Shout out Kyle Monangai, Rutgers grad, putting in business. They beat the Lions. They beat the Packers. Not easy wins, but I think they're going to be fine. I don't even know if the Chiefs are going to make the playoffs. Shout out to Nick Theodoro. Shout out to Justin Rocket Updates and Alex Azarum, who was on the board earlier, producing everything like that. Stay tuned. The great Peter Hoffman is up next. He's got you all the way till 7 a.m. Let's hope we had a good weekend of football, Giants, Jets. Maybe the Johnnies can get back on track. Follow me on X. Search Anthony Gallo on WFAN or Pico Day _Gallo. Until next time, I'll see you guys on Sunday. I'm Anthony Gallo.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And if you love animals, you're part of our world. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers on their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Justin Rock. This report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, ChefIQ.com. The Knicks needed a win to clinch Group C in the NBA Cup, and Jalen Brunson helped deliver.
Brunson comes to the ball, defended by Harris. 8-second difference, shot clock to game clock. The hoist, and hit! Jalen Brunson! Another banger!
Ian Eagle with the call on Amazon Prime. The Knicks moving on. They beat the Bucks 118-109. New York advancing to the quarterfinals where they'll face the Raptors. Jalen Brunson a game-high 37 points. Josh Hart a near triple-double with 19 points, 15 boards, and 7 assists. The Nets still in search of their first home win. They fell to 0-9 at Barclays with a 115-103 loss to the Sixers. To the ice, the Rangers have won 3 straight. They blasted the Bruins in Boston 6-2. Mika Zibanejad with a pair of goals there. The Devils have won 3 in a row as well. 42 saves from Jake Allen. New Jersey shuts out the Sabres in Buffalo 5-0. The Isles erased an early 3-goal deficit, but can't complete the comeback. They fell to the Flyers in a shootout 4-3. And good news for Big Blue, the Giants made it official. Jackson Dart will return at quarterback on Monday night against the Patriots. It's 35 degrees and clear in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Sports Radio 1019 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
No, off season comes around. It's going to be a quiet off season. It's not even Christmas yet. Nothing's going to happen. And all hell starts breaking out. Brandon Nimmo gets traded. Then the article of Mike Puma with Francisco Lindor versus Jeff McNeil Part 2. And Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto. And let me be clear. Let me be very, very clear here. I don't care about feelings. Feelings don't make a difference to me when it comes to going out there and playing a game. I don't care if you hate playing for the team you're on. I don't care if you just are playing for money. It doesn't make a difference to me whatsoever your approach when you put on the blue and orange or any other team. So when you tell me that there's some issues in the locker room, I don't care. Is it the reason why they lost? Is the reason why they lost because Francisco Lindor and Jeff McNeil don't get along? Is that why? Is the reason why the Mets lost last year was because Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor didn't see eye to eye on everything? Is that the reason why? No. The reason why the Mets lost and didn't get to the playoffs is because they had no pitching. Is because they had underwhelming offensive players. Because David Stearns messed up in a lot of different areas. Not because Francisco Lindor didn't get along with everybody. I mean, you're talking this is the dumbest thing to bring up right now. To talk about who is getting along with one another. I don't give a rat's ass. Okay? We just had Thanksgiving. I'm thankful for a lot of things. I am thankful that the Mets have Juan Soto. I am thankful for the fact that the Mets have Francisco Lindor. I am thankful for the fact that Steve Cohen is the owner of the New York Mets. I am thankful that I don't care about their feelings and how they feel towards one another. I don't think anybody cares how I feel towards Nick Theodoro, who's on the other side of the glass. I'm sorry. They care about my performance, about what I'm saying to you, my opinion. That's what you care about. What I'm saying, is it resonating with you? Is it hitting home? That's what you care about. They don't care whether or not if Nick and I go out and have some drinks after. It would be 7 in the morning after this shift is over, and maybe that's not smart to go drinking at 7 in the morning, but who cares? Nobody does. So to have this come out is just a distraction. Is just another distraction for the New York Mets, and that's fine. I'm fine with distractions right now. What else is there to talk about? Framber Valdez, which we'll get into a little bit later. We could talk about the Brandon Nimmo trade again if you want to. But all of this is nonsense. Pete Alonso, and this is what I love about Pete Alonso. He is a goofball. He is not your average athlete. He's a bit of a non-graceful player. I don't think he cares about being friends with everybody. I don't think he cares about going out with his teammates and, building relationships. I really don't think he cares. And that's how it's supposed to be. That's all I kept on hearing about Juan Soto. Oh, Juan Soto doesn't really want to be a Met. So far, I've heard that Juan Soto doesn't want to be a Met, a Yankee, a National, a Padre. What team did he want to play for? Oh, yeah. The team that rocks the green. Cash money. That's what he wants to be a part of. Money. And if he performs the way he did last year, every single year going forward, who cares who he's friends with on the Mets? Who cares who he's friends with and tight with and goes out and parties with, if he even goes out and parties? I know him and Starling Marte were supposed to be, that's one of the guys who really did keep things kind of tight with Starling Marte. He's the guy that got him to get into those pictures and whatnot after a home run. Okay. So he had a little bit of a captain or a leader or someone a mentor for him. But again, how many times or how many years and seasons go by and we don't hear about the nonsense behind the scenes? And I guarantee you that not everybody likes each other. That not everybody's on the same page. That not everybody sees eye to eye, and that, there's a lot of disagreements and fights. But there's a lot of times where you get championship teams that are like that. I was just doing a Rico Bronya with Evan Roberts a few hours ago, and he was talking about how Gary Carter and Darryl Strawberry and Keith Hernandez, they weren't all on the same page. There were some fights. I'm pretty sure they won a World Series in 1986. I'm pretty sure that happened. I'm pretty sure that there have been teammates on the same team that didn't get along and still successful. So if you want to start buying into this, that this team is toxic, that the clubhouse is needs to be cleansed, and then start trading away people. You want to start trading away Francisco Lindor. You can start all the nonsense you want. Go for it. I don't care. The only thing I care about is performance. And let me tell you this much: Brandon Nimmo got traded. Not because he was toxic. Not because he was a little upset that Francisco Lindor wanted to be the captain of this team. Not because, he wasn't picked to be, Brandon Nimmo to get picked to be a the top left fielder in New York a few years ago where there was an article that was put out between if you can combine the Mets and the Yankees together, who would you put in where? And Brandon Nimmo wasn't named the top left fielder. I don't think Brandon Nimmo was traded because of that. Brandon Nimmo was traded because he was not the person they signed. They expected Brandon Nimmo to be a specific kind of player. A defender, a guy who is going to be able to post every day, which that he does, but a guy who's going to be able to hit 30-plus home runs, driving 100 RBIs every year. Well, unfortunately, he never does that. And his on-base percentage has gone down completely. His batting average has gone down. So 5 more years of a guy like Brandon Nimmo, it's not working out. It's not going to go up. It's trending down. He needed to go. End of story. And all he was doing was clogging up an outfield that needs a lot of help. So that's why he's gone. If you want to tell me that Francisco Lindor needs to go because he doesn't get along with Juan Soto, well, then what are you doing? Who are you bringing in? And look at Francisco Lindor's numbers. Tell me where he's gone down. Tell me where. Yes, he goes through little slumps here and there. I mean, I feel like everybody does on the Mets. But tell me where Francisco Lindor has gone completely down. He was an MVP candidate 2 years ago. Starting off the season this past year, I mean, he was getting big hit after big hit after big hit. He started out like a bat out of hell. So tell me where he doesn't fit. Tell me what, because he doesn't get along with Jeff McNeil? Because Jeff McNeil doesn't feel the way that he's supposed to? That Jeff McNeil is kind of a little bit of a baby at times? And again, I don't really care who's a baby and who's not. Go out and perform. Jeff McNeil gets pissed off, throws his helmet, throws his bat, gets upset, gets super angry, and bats .230. Yeah, that guy isn't needed. That type of attitude isn't needed with that type of production. You can get rid of him. But I don't care about the other stuff. 888-808-1019. You want to get pissed at this team and think that it's all going to go downhill? I disagree. Juan Soto has been a great player on every team he's been on, and he doesn't care who he plays for. That's the bottom line. And you could say, you could try to say something, well, he really loved the New York Yankees. That's whatever. If he really loved the New York Yankees, he would have stayed. And you could sit there and tell me, oh, well, that's not true because the Mets paid more. No, if he loved the New York Yankees, he is a human being, and he could have said, you know what, Scott Boras, get me the most money from the Yankees. That's what I want. Get me as much money as you can from the Yankees, and that's who we'll go to. No, he said, get me the most money, period, stop. Not from the Yankees. He could have said that. He didn't say that. He said, get me the most money, period. Stop. End of story. He didn't care about the jersey. He didn't care about his teammates. He cared about his family. He cared about himself. If he does care about anything when it comes to baseball, it's his legacy, not anybody else's. So, yeah, he and Francisco Lindor don't get along so well. Okay. I don't think he cares at all. And I don't care either. I'm going to keep on saying that over and over and over. I don't care. Go out there and perform. And Juan Soto performed last year. Francisco Lindor, they performed last year. Pete Alonso performed last year. I care about winning. And you don't need to have people. It's nice to have teammates that gel together and work together and they're friendly together. That's all good. But that's not completely successful. Like, that doesn't guarantee success because everyone's friends. I mean, you look at the Knicks. Josh Hart and Derek Brunson, they're boys. They hang all the time. Have they won anything yet? No, they haven't. And I'm telling you right now, at some point in time, they're going to split those two up. Hart's not here for the long run. And I still don't believe that Brunson's going to be here for the long run. So you tell me they could be boys. They gelled good together. They're great teammates together. Doesn't make a difference. If on the court, those two don't perform at an elite level, it doesn't make a difference how friendly they are, how great of teammates they are, how much of a bond they have together. If they do a podcast together, guess what? That podcast could still be done, and they could be on two different teams. It doesn't make a difference. So if you're worried about the Mets, if you're worried about the clubhouse and how these guys are going to work together, don't. Let it go. Worry about the production. Again, I said it earlier on. The reason why the Mets missed the playoffs this year and didn't survive this year and didn't make it to the playoffs, it's because of the pitching. That's why. We all know it. There was nobody that could go out there, pitch deep into games, pitch well and deep into games, and hand it off to Edwin Diaz on a regular basis. This didn't happen. There wasn't enough arms. And the story. So, no offense to Puma, no offense to anybody that came out and said, uh-oh, look at this article. This is the problem. It's not a problem. The only problem is, who else are the Mets going to add on to this roster? That's the only problem that I currently see. 888-808-1019. It is Pete Hoffman with you till 7 a.m. Yes. Changing up a little bit today because Joe Beningo is off. Normally Joe B comes on at 5. He goes to 7. But today it's this guy. It's me. It's Pete Hoffman. I'm taking you all the way up to 7 a.m. So 3 a.m., 7 a.m. You get a nice little 4-hour Hoff session. We'll go through a lot. We're going to talk about some football. Jackson Dart getting cleared, going to perform. You know, we're going to get into football too, the Thanksgiving games. And the thing that's I'm a little disturbed about, unfortunately, with the Giants and the NFC East, it's a little frustrating because I'm watching things go on and I'm a little frustrated by how things are going this season. But I will also spin it a positive way as well. Because that's what we're supposed to do, right? We're thankful for many things. So I'm going to be thankful for what the Giants have given me this year, which is not an ulcer, surprisingly enough. 888-808-1019. We'll get into, obviously, continue with the Mets conversation. We'll talk about the Brandon Nimmo trade some more if you want to. We'll talk about Hal Steinbrenner and his comments, David Stearns and his comments. There is a lot to get into that we haven't really touched on, or I haven't touched on because I've been away for most of the week. And I'm off to New England tomorrow, so I'm going to be away most of the upcoming week as well. So I'm taking some time off in between. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing this and then I'm taking some time off or working for the Giants in New England. So listen, that's a Monday game. We will get into that as well. Whatever else you want to talk about, 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 7 a.m. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
Holy cow!
Monday Night Football is on WFAN.
He does throw it down the left sideline for Winston.
The Giants kick off December in Foxborough, taking on the Patriots. 8:15 Monday night.
Jameis reaching, fighting, it is in for the touchdown.
Bob Papa and Carl Banks have all the play-by-play on the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-224-5353. That's 800-224-5353. Again, that's 800-224-5353.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Join us. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
That's right. Pete Hoff with you on the Fan till 7 a.m. as Joe Beningo is taking off this morning from 5 to 7. So I'll be filling in for him till 7 a.m. when you get the Big Blue preview. Mr. John Schmelk will be there at 7 a.m. bright and early for everybody. Again, it's Pete Hoff with you on the Fan till 7. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Before we get back to these phone calls at 888-808-1019, the one thing I did really want to touch on, and I don't think this is everybody, but I've heard it from so many about how bad of a move the Brandon Nimmo trade was. You're trading Brandon Nimmo for a 35-year-old second baseman whose offensive production is not all that great or hasn't been that great in a few years. Okay. Like, I'll give you that is a little frustrating. And the frustrating part a lot of people are saying is because he's he's a Met. He's a lifelong Met. He could have been like David Wright and his number be retired and all this other stuff. And I look at Brandon Nimmo and I'm like, we're making Brandon Nimmo out to be better than he was. Like a fan favorite, sure. Howard Johnson was my favorite Met. Hojo, love the guy. You're not retiring Howard Johnson's number. You're not putting him in the Hall of Fame. Maybe you put him in the Hall of Fame, but you're not retiring his number, that's for sure. And listen, he had some good years with the Mets. He led the league in home runs one year with the Mets. I mean, just whatever. The point being is that you could have a fan favorite and also realize that just because he's one of your favorite players, he's not benefiting the team anymore. Like, this feels like Chaim Bloom when he took over the Red Sox. And one of the first things he did was he traded away Mookie Betts. Now, I'm not telling you this is the same thing. I'm telling you the feel I'm getting from a lot of people out there is they're comparing almost like Brandon Nimmo to Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts was an MVP, won a World Series, great player, could play any position. You know, defensively, not a liability whatsoever. Actually, an upgrade everywhere. Brandon Nimmo was never on that level. Think about what you just traded him for. You traded away a guy who's got 5 years of control left for a guy with 3 years of control left. A guy that's, you want, some people may say is washed up. And Marcus Semien, which I don't believe he totally is. But defensively, he's, okay. Offensively, not so much. Point being, let's get off this high horse of what Brandon Nimmo was as a player. Again, this goes back to the feelings thing. I'm not telling you that as a fan, you can't be heartbroken that Brandon Nimmo is your favorite player, nice guy, and he's not here anymore. But let's also not act like he was Mookie Betts. Because Brandon Nimmo, was not even close to Mookie Betts. If he was Mookie Betts, it's a different story. I'd be on a warpath too. But we're not talking about Mookie Betts. Talking about Brandon Nimmo. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. Also, you can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN on social media. Also, you can download the Odyssey app, all that good stuff, whatever you want to do. Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw this on Thursday. Dana White made some announcements on during halftime of one of the games and basically came out with the whole UFC 324 card that's coming up in January, and that's going to be the first pay-per-view that's on Paramount Plus, and I am looking forward to it. It is a huge, stacked card, and one of the other big things that they came out with, I love MMA, I love the UFC. It's getting kind of late. The starts, they were always 10 o'clock, and sometimes they go to 1, 2 in the morning. Now they have moved all of their fight cards, unless it's like an international fight, to starting at 9 p.m., their main events. That is huge. So good job by the UFC. Good job by Paramount Plus. I'm very excited for it. Let's get these phone calls at 888-808-1019. Mike is in Brooklyn. Mike, what's going on, bud?
Beady boy, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Happy belated Thanksgiving, my friend.
Yes, happy. I hope your turkey day was very turkey full.
Turkey full. Yes, yeah. Very turkey full.
Yeah. Good.
Hey. So listen, let's get into this stuff. So first of all, I agree with you to some extent about this whole thing with the nonsense with Lindor, McNeil, and Soto. But this is not, and I heard what you said with the Rico Brogna stuff. I didn't listen to it yet, but you can't compare these guys to 86. The biggest difference with the 86 Mets was they would kill each other, but they would also kill everybody else if somebody hurt one of their guys, and they would do anything to win, guys. The Mets, this team is not like that, right? This team is more, to me, like their core, and I've been saying I could care less about Nimmo going, I could care less about Pete going, I could care less, just because I always said this. I didn't think that the core is good, and that they have. If they don't win, they always said it was the Ralph kind of stuff. We could lose with or without you, right? And it's the same thing. They're not winners. They haven't won anything. They pissed their leg versus the Padres a few years ago with the 101 winning season. Like 2 years ago, they did okay, and then they hit the Dodgers. And now last year, you have the $500 million payroll with taxes and everything else. And again, they pissed themselves and didn't even make the playoffs. So to me, you have to make changes. Like this is not the 80s where for me it was Strawberry. I was heartbroken when Strawberry left. But you know what? It wasn't even as big deal like in the news. It was in the what was it, early 90s or whatever I think it was by that time, that you didn't have all the social media and everything else, so it wasn't long, drawn out like this crap is. But, there's something to be said. I do think that them not picking each other up at the seventh inning, stuff like that, I just think the core doesn't have a winning mentality.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the biggest issue so far with the New York Mets is that, like, who are they? Like, right? Like, we were trying to figure out who, what is this team and what defines them? We don't know yet. Like, what we did know was that they just didn't have any starting pitching. So, I mean, I'm not really sure if that's something that really defines them. But the heart wasn't there. The energy wasn't there. They kind of just felt dead a lot of times.
And that's what I'm saying. Is it the fact that they just aren't good enough? Do they not have the talent? Is the fact that there is some stuff going on in the clubhouse, or is it a combination of both? So it's, I don't know, it's hard for me. Like, once you start hearing all this stuff, and I don't know. And then, and I agree, Nimmo and stuff, I could care less. I think you and I spoke about that right away. It was a money dump for a money dump. You save on the back end of it. You pay a little bit more now. So it's fine. And we didn't think anybody else was going to take Nimmo anyway, right? Unless he had to waive his no trade clause, number one. So I thought that was great to get rid of him. But now the problem becomes, okay, so now then we'll talk about Valdez's numbers. Say they get Valdez, right? And you know me, I love pitching. I want to get a pitcher. But out of all these pitchers, right, this is the guy out of all the guys that are available that I didn't want, especially for what they're estimating and saying he's going to get.
Well, I don't know if that estimate is true. The Hector Gomez of what is it? 6 years, 200,000. Let me tell you something about the 6 year, $200 million contract that Hector Gomez threw out. I don't think. First of all, that's a Pete Alonso figure, right? That's what Pete Alonso wants is 6 years, $200 million.
Look at Cease. Cease got $210 for $30 million a year, 7 years for Cease.
Yeah, I mean that's an overpay. We all know that.
Of course.
But the point is, this is that we know that David Stearns doesn't want to spend that money. Like, he doesn't want to do it like that. He doesn't want to overpay for somebody who's 32 years old and give that many years. It's not even overpay. It's about the years. So if you said 3 years, $100 million, I could buy into that. I could be like, all right, I can understand how he'd do it. But $200 million, he doesn't want to do that. If he did do it, it should be for Pete Alonso. So, like, if they go above and beyond for Framber Valdez, that would bother me to no end, because there's a guy that deserves and actually earns and plays every day, and like where Framber is a year or two older, or at least a year older than Pete Alonso. He's a pitcher, yes, he's a reliable, but he's got his ups and downs, and still I value a guy that plays every day. I value that more than a pitcher.
We do need pitchers, though, right? And there's not a ton out there, but he's out of all the guys that are out there. It would almost be like them doing the whole healthy thing. Because, look, if you look at his numbers, too, his whip has gone up. His ERA has gone up. His home runs allowed. The OPS against him, everything else has gone up. Like, they're almost like if you look at his numbers, like when he first started, when he came up and he didn't even pitch full seasons, a lot of his numbers are back up to, like, where they were then. But it's I don't know. Like, that's one guy, and I love pitching, and we need pitching, but there's so many other holes too, Pete. So you get rid of, you get rid of Nimmo, right? And we want them out, which is fine. So they have that kid Bengi play, and for some reason, I don't think they get rid of him.
Garson Benji.
Bengi, whatever the hell his name is. Yeah.
Bengi?
Yeah, it sounds like B-N-G-E, isn't it? Like
no, it's Benj, dude. It's Benj. Don't you know how to speak? Don't you know how to talk? Gosh.
Relax. You and I are going to wrestle. So, but what do you call it? So basically say if you put him in left or center, and then what? You have Bay, and you get one of those other misfit toys that they get. You have Soto. It's almost the same team again, right? And then with still no pitching, so maybe, and even if you get Valdez, you have one pitcher, still the rest, and then he's been getting the misfit toys again in the bullpen. The 5 ERA reclamation projects. So, I don't know.
I got to be honest. I got to be honest. This is where I keep on going back to. Like, again, I would be highly upset that they say if they pull the trigger on Framber Valdez, they gave him 6 for $200 million.
Yeah.
Don't think that's happening. Mm-hmm. But if they did, I'd be super furious because I know the one thing that I'm telling everyone right now, and I'm it's not even me setting myself up to be like, okay, when it doesn't happen, you know you're fine. I 100% believe that Pete Alonso is not returning this year. Like, there is no chance. It's not 99. It's not 98. It's not 95. It is 100% factual. Pete Alonso's not returning. He's not coming back. But it would piss me off if you give his contract to somebody like Framber Valdez. But I'm telling you right now, like, there's a lot to – and here's the thing is, though, because of that, because of Pete Alonso not coming back, they are going to change. They're changing the core. Jeff McNeil is still going to get traded. You could sit there and hear his, David Stern's press conference where they talk about left field, and he goes, hey, Jeff McNeil could definitely play left field for us. That's a bunch of bull. He is not playing left field for the New York Mets at all this season. He is playing anywhere else on any other team but the Mets in 2026. So let's be serious here. Jeff McNeil is going to be gone. I don't believe Pete Alonso is going to be gone. You're talking about a lot of people are changing. So when you sit there and say, oh, well, it's going to be the same team, it's really not, because you're going to add pitching. You're going to at least add one new pitcher, plus Nolan McLean. Yeah. And then depending on if you trade Kodai Senga, there's a lot of things that this team is going to have a whole different look to them. And whether you like it or not, it's going to happen.
Yeah, no, like I said, for me, like I think we should get rid of those guys. I think that, but the problem is that then it becomes like, who the hell do they get after that? Like I said, when Stearns first came in, and you know me, like I never believed in the pitching lab, but I believed in what he was doing. I believe we needed a lot of pitchers, but we didn't need all, level 6 pitchers. Like 6 guy in the rotation pitchers. We needed, a lot of different pitchers to get through the season stuff, right? We needed, Soto and Lindor and these other guys. We know why they got them and stuff, right? And also, besides putting families in the seats, they're also good players. But at the same time, you can't get these 1 or 2 guys and then put the rest of the team like with misfit toys. It's not going to work. You already saw it didn't work, but that's why this is like his mentality.
Well,
to me,
you have second base and shortstop filled up now, right? You got Simeon and Lindor up the middle, so that is a good defensive pairing up the middle.
I'm sure.
Well, again, not for nothing. I can't stand the Beatty love because. For 3 years, we've watched Brett Beatty. He's had so many hiccups. I understand he looked the best out of everybody defensively at third base. Yeah. But honestly, everyone is like drooling over his offensive production in the last month or 2 of the season. The guy has played awful for 3 years, and all of a sudden, 1 month, and everyone like pops the champagne and goes, "Oh, this is the guy. We got our third baseman." Right? But what about Mark Vientos in 2024? He hit 27 home runs. He basically carried the team throughout the playoffs as well. Him, Alonso, Lindor were those 3 guys were the reason why the Mets went where they were, because of those offensive productions. But we're sitting here and talking about Brett Beatty like, oh, the 2-month production was unbelievable. That's who he is. Mark Vientos shows that you can have a good year and be terrible the next. I'm not bought into Brett Beatty.
I don't like what.
But everyone's bought into Brett Beatty. It's like, yo, calm down. Like, dude, you need a backup for Brett Beatty because he hasn't shown he can do that every year.
No, of course. And I was one of the ones last year when everybody's like, "Oh, we're going to have 10 runs a game." I said, like, relax a little bit with Vientos because he had one season.
Right.
That was good. Like I'm with these prospects and
That's
stuff.
right.
I'm like at least
you're a pessimist, just like me.
No, I'm not a pessimist. I'm a 2-year guy. Like meaning that how many one-hit wonders have we seen in New York from Yankees and Mets? Come on,
too many.
Of course, and that's the problem. And then also, Acuna. Everybody's got this affinity for Acuna as well. What is he? He's a pinch runner. He's okay. He's maybe above average in the field, and he can't hit because you see this. He has 3 home runs like a series last year, right? With 9,000 home runs, and all of a sudden he comes to the Mets and does nothing. He's warming up now, Acuna, probably for the World Baseball Classic. It drives me crazy. This guy's not. He's a pinch runner. He's a utility guy. That's what he is, at least so far. But I don't know, man. I'm just frustrated, and it's not getting any better. To me, it's like each year I want to have faith. I want to have faith. I want to have faith. And then we just keep getting these like kicking the teeth things. So it's frustrating.
Here's the good thing, Mike. Right now, the way the Mets have been playing, and I appreciate the phone call and happy Thanksgiving. And,
thank you, brother.
And I'll talk to you soon, all right? Thanks, brother. The good thing about the Mets is since 2022, they are an every other year team. So 2022, they went to the playoffs. 2023, they missed the playoffs. 2024, they went to the playoffs. 2025, they missed the playoffs. It's 2026, even years, like this should be a playoff year if we are going by the book of patterns. So I'm going to buy into that. And hopefully say the Mets are going to make the playoffs this year no matter what they do. 888-808-1019. I will tell you about my nightmare of, or could have been nightmare National Lampoon story coming up next on The Fan as we started decorating for the holidays already. And I'm sure that most other people have as well because, like me, we're all nuts. So we jumped right into it. But let's get back to the phone calls as well. Your Yankee calls, Mets phone calls, whatever you want. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on The Fan till 7 a.m. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Being on a bad team really sucks. It really does. But if they're going to look like that, and they're going to have fun doing it, I mean, I give them all the credit in the world. I give Kafka all the credit in the world for calling some of these plays.
So you know who agrees with you with the field goal is Malik Neighbors, who posted and quickly deleted his thoughts.
Yeah, because he wants to win.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of nursing home abuse, call the law offices of Kelly and Grossman at 1-800-ELDERLY. If you believe that you or someone you love has experienced bed sores, falls, fractures, or other abuse or health problems as a result of inattention while being cared for in a nursing home or residential facility, call 1-800-ELDERLY. Kelly and Grossman are experienced trial attorneys who are assisted by a legal team including medical experts experienced in nursing home neglect and abuse. The Kelly Grossman team helped others win an $18.75 million verdict in Brooklyn, $3.75 million in compensatory damages, and $15 million punitive damages against nursing homes, and they want to help you do the same. Call 1-800-ELDERLY today. 1-800-ELDERLY. 1-800-353-3759 or at 800-elderly.com.
Call us directly. 1-800-ELDERLY.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
In Brooklyn, what's up, Stuart?
Good morning, Pete. Belated happy Thanksgiving.
Belated happy Thanksgiving to you too, my friend. How you doing?
Not bad, Pete. Pete, David Stearns, what's your opinion of him so far as being the GM of the Mets?
He's the smartest, dumbest person I've ever seen in my entire life.
I agree with you on that.
I think he is a genius. I think he really is.
Not made for New York?
No, not that. I'm going to put it this way.
Go ahead.
I think he's going to be successful. I'm just impatient. And last year is something that could never happen again. And he's got to learn from that. You don't mess around. You don't sit there and pick up. When you have an owner
that has that kind of money?
Yeah, you don't play games.
No,
you go out there, like Frankie Montas is a pure example of stupidity that was unnecessary. $34 million wasted. $34 million. You don't waste the money of your owner that is willing to go above and beyond to give you whatever you want. Don't waste his money like that.
Didn't he see the fact that he couldn't pitch with the Yankees?
But it was Stuart. It's not even the fact about the he pitching in New York thing. That's a load of crap. I'm not going to sit there. He didn't really pitch in New York because he got hurt. That's why. Frankie Montas has had his moments, so I get hey, we're going to be able to fix him because we fixed other guys. You don't give $34 million to a guy that you're going to try and fix. What you do is Jose Quintana, right? A guy that you know is reliable, that was available.
Right there.
You could have paid $10 million.
The same money, maybe a little more, right?
It was less. He made less last year. I know he got hurt, but so did Frankie Montas. And then he gets Tommy John. It's like, what are we doing here? It was a waste of time for everybody.
Didn't Quintana give him 14 wins the year before?
Quintana, yeah, he did. I don't remember exactly the number, but he was unbelievable. But
14-8.
But again, we're going to sit there and say, oh, well, Quintana got a little bit older. You don't want to go that route again. Okay, fine. But Frankie Montas is not going to be that guy. What are you doing? Oh,
one more thing, Pete. What about Mr. Oh, my God. What about the Hal Steinbrenner? Can he please learn not to make those remarks? I mean, he set up a barnstorm. I mean, when is he going to wake up? You got to spend money. The Blue Jays just gave out $210 million to Dylan Cease.
Right, What's he
say? We can't do this. You know what will wake up Hal Steinbrenner? What will wake them up when there are less fans in the stands? And I know you're going to say they're not going to do that, but you want to know what? That's the only way you're going to get across this, man. That you have to spend more money money to compete. He's not even going to compete if he doesn't do anything. They might even finish. They might not make the playoffs next year.
Are you kidding
because
me?
you got Garrett Cole coming back when
Stewart.
Clark Schmidt.
Stewart, are you serious? You think that the Yankees are going to miss the playoffs already? They have one of the best pitching staffs in the league.
One thing. You forgot about Carlos Rodon, Garrett Cole, and Clark Schmidt not coming back until like May or June at the earliest.
Okay.
And what are we going to do till then? With what pitching?
Okay, let me ask you a question. What did you do with Garrett Cole absent all last year?
And then we didn't have.
What did you do? Hold on. What did you do without Clark Schmidt? What did you do when Luis Heel wasn't healthy? I can go down a list of guys that weren't healthy for the Yankees. And what did they do? They pieced it together, and Max Fried was good. Obviously, Carlos Rodon, who's going to miss some time, is going to be, when he comes back, he'll step up a little bit. Cam Schlitter now is going to be able to pitch, earlier in the season. There's a lot of pieces to the Yankees that are like, people are missing out on.
Yeah, but the thing is, you seem to forget that if they don't improve of what they have, other teams are improving. Red Sox are improving. The Blue Jays are building on what they did last year.
What are you trying to have them improve on? Like, starting pitching, there's really no more growth for them. Like, if they were to sign or, get another ace or whatever it is.
The bullpen.
Okay.
They just got rid of how many guys?
All right, but the offseason is just barely started. Like, give it some time.
Yeah, but he's talking about not going above a certain amount of money.
Okay.
That's what he's saying.
Okay.
And if he doesn't do that, then how are you going to... I'll say this much. They are wasting Aaron Judge's career. If he doesn't get at least one chip, he's not going to go up there with the best of them.
Stuart, I understand your point, and thank you so much for a phone call. I get the concern about Aaron Judge. You want to get him a championship. That's totally, understandable. I respect that. But to sit there and say that he's, never going to have another opportunity again, the Yankees are the one constant in this league. I mean, right now, obviously, the Dodgers are there as well, but the Yankees seem to always be there as well. And don't take it for granted that, they're back in the playoffs again. Like, that is a philosophy that this Yankee team has put together and continues to be successful on. Like, their approach, no matter how much you hate their approach, is successful. I mean, think about it. I'm sitting here talking about the Mets. That maybe because it's an even year, they'll get back to the playoffs, because in 2022 they were in the playoffs. In 2024 they were in the playoffs. They missed in 21, they missed in 23, and they missed in 25. So maybe this is the year they make the playoffs. Like, that's what I'm just trying to build up stupid patterns to find something for the Mets. And they spent a ton of money. The Yankees in 25, 30 years have barely missed the playoffs. I think they've missed 3 times in total in 30 years. They've never been under 500. And Stewart's calling up being like, they're going to miss the playoffs this year. What gives you that idea? They always give you a feel of they're going to be in the playoffs, which they do. And they always give you that feel of they have an opportunity to win and go deep into the playoffs. I honestly thought that the Yankees were going to be in the World Series again last year. I truly thought that. Didn't happen. Okay, I was wrong. But they were there the year before that. And they have just as good of a chance to get there this year, especially with all their pitchers returning. 888-808-1019. We'll get more into the Yankee and Met conversation. We'll do a little football too. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan up until 7 when we do a little Giants preview. But right now, let's take a little update. It's Justin Rock.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Justin Rock. This report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. More woe for the Nets in Brooklyn. They remain winless at home with a 115-103 loss to the Sixers. Yegor Joman with 23 points and 9 rebounds. The Knicks, on the other hand, are advancing to the NBA Cup quarterfinals. They took down the Bucks 118-109. Josh Hart outstanding with 19, 15, and 7. Jalen Brunson paced all scorers with 37. To the NHL, the Rangers were looking to make it 3 straight victories on the road in Boston.
Panarin, Zibanejad scores! A slap pass into the crease for JT Miller. And back-to-back power play goals for the Rangers have opened up a 4-0 lead. 2 goals in 45 seconds for New York.
Brendan Burke with a call on TNT. Zibanejad scored twice. The Blue Shirts throttled the Bruins 6-2. The Devils received a masterful effort from Jake Allen. He stopped 42 shots. New Jersey blanked the Sabres 5-0. A valiant comeback for the Isles fell just short. They erased a 3-goal deficit to force overtime, but fall to the Flyers in a shootout 4-3. And the Giants are getting QB1 back on Monday night. Big Blue made it official. Jackson Dart has cleared concussion protocol. He'll start against the Patriots. It's 34 degrees and clear in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS.
808-1019. And as you heard from Justin Rock, QB1 is back in the house this Monday in New England. Jackson Dart, the return. And, not for nothing, I'm excited that he's back. I'm happy he's back. It gives the Giants the best chance to win. And it's funny this year that if you're a Giant fan, I know the record is terrible. The record is absolutely terrible. And I've heard a lot of different things about, you listen to Brian Boldinger, and he goes, the record is what it is. It's just 2 wins. You're a bad team. End of story. You could sit there and try to look at tape and find the positives. And there's definitely positives. Brian Burns is a positive. Well, obviously, Jackson Dart, when he plays, is a positive. When you look at when you look at Cam Scadaboo play, if he, when he comes back next year, that's a positive. Cam Scadaboo is a positive player. The offensive line has gotten better. There's a lot of things that you could take and say, wow, this is a positive thing about the New York Giants. But still, Brian Dable gets fired. Even though, by the way, Jackson Dart did talk for the first time yesterday, I think it was. And the first thing he said was he just wanted to thank Brian Dable, and kind of like he just said a lot of positive things about Brian Dable. Said that he couldn't be as successful as he was if Dable wasn't there, that gave him the opportunity, all that stuff. So he went out on a little thank you to Dabes. First thing he said when he came back as QB1. Now, but that being said, again, the Giants as a whole this year, again, only 2 wins. But I got to be honest, they're very entertaining. I know they're not winning games, but they are playing highly entertaining games. I'm not sure if that's good. I can't tell you if that means they're a great team and just having bad luck. Obviously, like I said, Brian Boldinger was on with BT and Sal on Tuesday. It was basically like, nah, they're bad. They got 2 wins. They're a bad team. But there's something there. Because if you've watched the Giants for the past 10-plus years, since basically they won a Super Bowl, their offense has been brutal. Their offense has been one of the worst in the leagues. They have no rhythm. They can't score touchdowns. They lose by, last-minute field goals, and, they're losing games where, all they do is kick field goals. This has been a different type of feel for a season where they're not playing bad football constantly. They're breaking down in some big spots. Like, I'm not sure if I told you this, but no, I haven't told the story here because I haven't been on since last weekend. But we went to Detroit on Sunday to play the Lions, obviously. And I ran into Lomas Brown. He was on the pregame show with John Schmelk, Tiki Barber. And we're talking a little bit. And then during halftime, because before the game, he's like, yeah, I don't know if we're going to – it feels like we're going to win, but I don't know. I'm like – and a lot of people thought that the Giants were going to get completely blown out versus the Lions. And I'm like, I don't know if we can get blown out, but it's going to be a close game, I think. I don't know if they'll win. The Giants haven't proven that they can win, but it'll be a close game. And then at halftime, the Giants have the lead, and I see Lomas Brown. He's like, "Oh, it's been a crazy game, you know." And I'm like, "Yeah, but don't worry about it. Don't feel." He's like, "Oh, I'm getting a little nervous here." And I'm like, "Don't worry about it. It's all going to work out." He's like, "Why you say that?" I go, "Well, the Giants have that 10-point lead syndrome in the fourth quarter. They just can't hold on to the leads. Just watch out." And what happens? Fourth quarter comes, they have a 10-point lead, and they gave it away. And actually, they fall back because it was 10-point lead. Then I think it went down to 3. Then they scored a touchdown to make it back to 10 again, and then it just collapsed from there. They had the opportunity to go for 3 to make it a 6-point lead. Instead, they go for a touchdown. They miss it, and the rest is history. And Detroit ties the game and then ends up winning in overtime. But the Giants find a way to make it really interesting this year. I think it's fun. Take away the record. If I didn't tell you the record was 2-11, you would think that this Giant team is in the mix for the playoffs, the way they've been playing. If you just watch them for the first 2 or 3 quarters, you go, this team's pretty good. They're not that bad. It's just the fourth quarter collapses, which are constant, and it's not a Brian Daboll thing, clearly. And we'll find out if it was a Shane Bowen thing because he's not here anymore. But that's been the biggest issue. And I know that we heard last week, Dexter Lawrence wasn't out there for some key plays, and he was nicked up. So, was it he just wasn't healthy enough? Could he have really been out there? It's been a awfully satisfying season, to say the least. And the Giants are going to have a top pick now. There's a lot of good that's come out of this season. You've seen a lot of growth. And now all it's going to take is, and it's one of two things. Either the Giants are good and just getting bad luck, and it's going to turn next year, and the luck is going to change for the Giants, or they're getting lucky to keep the games this close to begin with, and next year they're going to take a step back. I think it's the former. I think that the Giants actually have good schemes. Now, what are you supposed to do with that with a coach that is an interim coach but has built a rapport with the quarterbacks? Like, the offense is working. They made a couple trick plays last week that worked. Jackson Dart has been successful in this offense. So, I mean, we're looking and talking about now potentially changing an interim head coach who has some sort of flow going with the offense. We haven't seen this Giants team play this good offensively in a decade. And a lot of people are saying, well, okay, who's the next head coach? Is it going to be Belichick? Is it going to be Tomlin? Is it going to be this? Is it going to be that? But you got Kafka here. He's been here. The offense looks good. You ready to give that up? Are you ready to say, let's just move on? It's a tough choice. If Shane is sticking around for another year, I think you kind of have to go with Mike Kafka. No matter how much I want Tomlin, no matter how much I want Belichick, no matter how much I want John Gruden, I think you have to seriously consider Kafka for another season. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 7 when Joe B's off, so I'm taking over for Joe B. And then we got Giants preview. Let's get to the phone calls. You can always follow me at Hoff WFAN. Phil is in Howell. Phil, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's up? Happy belated Thanksgiving.
You too.
All right. Listen, I like to make a comment about, with the Giants. I think a lot of the problem is, obviously in the fourth quarter, is the defense. This team cannot tackle. They can't. I mean, it takes 3 or 4 guys just to bring down one guy. I mean, the defensive secondary is horrendous. It really is. As far as the defensive line, with the pass rushing, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this, but I think Abdul Carter he's a bust.
I think it's too early to say that. I think it's too early to say that. I think it's way too early to say that. Let's put it this way.
I mean,
we've seen. Brian Burns is having a crazy successful season this year. But why do you think he's having a successful season? It's because of what the other guys in the front line are doing, too. It's not just Brian Burns getting to the quarterback. It's also the pressure and what they're doing to hold their end of the bargain, whether it's, Kayvon's been out the past couple games, but whether it's Dexter Lawrence, whether it's Nacho, whether it's Abdul Carter, whether it's Okereke, whatever, you name it, the guys up front, they're doing their job and allowing Brian Burns to do what he needs to do to get to the quarterback. Listen, there's on the other hand, though, I've seen Kayvon have so many pressures on the quarterback and basically whiffs on the quarterback. You got to be able to make a tackle. You got to be able to get to the quarterback and make a tackle. And Brian Burns, when he gets to the quarterback, he's aggressive and he wraps the quarterback up. Kayvon doesn't do that. Abdul may not be getting to the quarterback, but what he's doing is he's causing other people to focus on him, to put pressure on him, and allows Burns to free up.
Okay. I got one more question before I go.
Sure.
Yesterday, I was listening to the midday, and they were talking about Eli being in the Hall of Fame and stuff like that.
Oh.
Basically, I don't think that Eli, he's a Giant Hall of Fame, but I don't think he's a Canton Hall of Fame.
Don't do this to me, Phil. This is a bad situation you're going to put me in right here. You know that, right?
Yeah, that. I know. I mean, I know.
You're going to make me say things. You're going to make me say things that, not saying that I'm going to regret, but that I'm very honest about. And honestly, Eli Manning, personality-wise, is awesome. You can't knock the guy at all. He's been phenomenal. He was a mainstay for the Giants. He was a great quarterback for the Giants and for the Giants fans. I don't like, and this is just a football thing, I don't like how you win a Super Bowl, you're automatically a Hall of Famer. That, to me, feels like a crock of you-know-what. Kurt Warner won 2 Super Bowls, Hall of Famer. Was he really a Hall of Famer? Well, according to them. Not that he won 2 Super Bowls, but he went to 2 Super Bowls.
I've seen Eli, okay, my whole career, and watching him. And my analysis of him is for the first, I'd say, 3/4 of a game, he was basically an average quarterback. You go into the fourth quarter, you can go into overtime and the playoffs. During that period, I thought he was a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yeah, in the playoffs, he was a Hall of Fame quarterback for sure. When he went on those runs, he was a Hall of Fame quarterback. So yeah. For those moments, you've got to be able to sit there and say,
right.
It's about everything, though. It's the regular season. It's a lot. And again, I'm not going to sit there and tell you that Eli Manning, doesn't deserve it, because he was a mainstay. He played every game. They kind of screwed up. Ben McAdoo kind of screwed up with the whole Geno Smith thing. But, I mean, he had the consecutive run going on for so long as a starting quarterback and playing every game. He was, he's up there for sure.
I love him. I'm not saying, it's not. I love him. He was a great Giant. He was a great Giant quarterback. I admit that. I just don't think he's a Canton-type Hall of Famer. That's all I'm saying.
No,
and like I gotta ask you this one question. The guy on the midday, I don't know who it even was yesterday, but he had mentioned. I gotta ask you this: do you think that Eli Manning is a better quarterback than Troy Aikman was?
Phil, that is an interesting question, and thank you so much for that phone call. You have Troy Aikman, who was legitimately part of some of the greatest teams in the NFL. You know, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin. I mean, you talk about offensive weapons. Who was their tight end? Was it Novacek, if I'm correct? I believe that's his name. Yeah, Jay Novacek. But you're talking about an offensively gifted franchise. Was he better than Eli? Eli Manning, in the biggest spots, in the biggest games, showed up and made some amazing throws. Did some amazing things. Troy Aikman were on juggernauts of teams where they were unbelievable on so many different levels. I don't think it's a fair comparison. I don't think you could sit there and look at those two and go side by side and say, who's the better quarterback? Obviously, Aikman was on the better teams. But in those playoff runs, Eli was the better quarterback. So, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. And I understand, like, that Troy Aikman is like the be-all, end-all to a lot of people, but I think when you surround yourselves with someone so, you know, take Michael Irvin off that team. How good is Troy Aikman? Take Emmitt Smith off of that team. How good is Troy Aikman? I'm not trying to knock Brandon Jacobs. I'm not trying to knock, any other offensive weapon on the New York Giants. You know, Plaxico Burress or, David Tyree or anybody. But, like, it's a different world we're talking about here. Eli Manning never had that number one wide receiver. Like, he just didn't have that special player that was next to him. Tiki Barber was great, Hall of Famer, but they started winning more after Tiki left, right? So in those Super Bowl runs, if Tiki was there, I'd say, okay, yeah, it's a different story. But in those Super Bowl runs, Tiki wasn't there. Brandon Jacobs is not a Hall of Famer. Bradshaw is not a Hall of Famer. Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman, they're all Hall of Famers. They're all special players. Eli Manning never played with that level of special player in those Super Bowl runs, but he did it, and it's more because of what he did. So, yeah, I want to say that if you're going to compare the two, Troy is going to be put down as the better quarterback because of what he did. But in my mind, Eli's was more impressive because who he did it with. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to your phone calls. Anthony, Eric, we'll get to you guys after the break. In a little bit, maybe in the 5 o'clock hour, I'll push it. The National Lampoon story that I have that's waiting around because it was a thing. It was a thing. I'll tell you that much. But we'll get more to your football comments, your baseball topics. We'll do some Hal Steinbrenner as well. A lot to get to on this Saturday morning as I'm filling in for Joe B from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Going into the Giants Big Blue preview. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 7. You could always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
The home of the NFL on Westwood One is WFAN. The first place Broncos head to D.C. to take on the Commanders. 8:20 tomorrow night.
Right down the middle and good.
Sunday Night Football is on the Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Odyssey app.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my guys. 3 double board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain relieving solutions. Visit samwellpain.com.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And if you love animals, you're part of our world. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Embrace the spirit of the season in comfort and style. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here. Your moment to make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, including the versatile GLC and GLE SUVs, there's the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Enjoy legendary Ray Cattina customer service and see why Mercedes-Benz of Edison was named the 2024 Mercedes-Benz Dealership of the Year by Cars.com. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad. Daddy? Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
You know that moment, the gift is opened, and boom, you just won the holidays. That's what happens when it comes from H.L. Gross Jewelers in Garden City. Diamond studs, tennis bracelets, straight line necklaces, diamond bands. Whatever's on their wish list, H.L. Gross has it, and it'll shine brighter under the tree than anything else you'll buy this season. Plus, check out an incredible lineup of certified new and pre-owned Swiss watches. Open 7 days a week through Christmas. H.L. Gross Jewelers in Garden City at hlgross.com. This year, give the gift that scores.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
I think my biggest challenge was getting through to him to understand that love is real and you have goals in mind, you have things that want to happen, and I want to help you get there.
Sometimes people tend to shy away from wanting to adopt teenagers because they feel like they've lost so much, but there's still so much to gain.
Just knowing that there's just that other person that cares and loves me out there, it feels great. And they've done so much for me, and I can only be appreciative every single day for just having them in my life.
I think it's been the best decision because I gained a son, and he's the best son ever. If I was down and out, he'd be there.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
888-808-1019 is Pete Hoff with you on The Fan until 7 a.m. with Joe Beningo. Actually, no, Joe Beningo's not here. So you're saying 5 a.m. when Joe Beningo takes over, but he's not here. So I'm here from 5 to 7 and filling in up until Giants Big Blue preview with John Schmelk and Mark Malusis. The Moose is loose. Let's get back to these phone calls. 888-808-1019. Anthony is in Brooklyn. What's up, Ant?
Hey, what's up? Great show as always. That's always been the argument. I know a lot of people that, turn around and say that Emmitt Smith was only as good as he was because of the offensive line. I mean, I'm not a Giant fan. I didn't look as good as, Eli was when he needed to be. I never really looked at him as a Hall of Famer, but if, you put Kurt Warner in there, Eli was better than Kurt Warner, and that's just what aggravates me is that, if that's the case, then, Eli should be in there. I think he'll get in there, but probably not for about another 2 or 3 years, and the other point I wanted to bring up about Stern, I think, yes, it's great. I'm not a Mets fan. I'm glad they have an owner that wants to spend and is even really a fan, but I think he handcuffs him a lot. I think that he makes a lot of decisions, goes over him that he wouldn't make. And
you think that that Cohen handcuffs Stearns?
Yes, I think that. I don't think that Stearns wanted Pete Alonso back. I think that Cohen stepped in with that, and I just think that when it comes to the final say, I think the owner's gonna make the say instead of you hire the GM, let him do what he wants to do. But
but Ant, you know what? I'm not going to lie there and say that you're wrong about the Stern stuff with Pete Alonso, because I've always been, my mindset is David Stearns does not want Pete Alonso. And people tell me, no, that's not true, because if he didn't want him, then why would he offer him a contract? Well, because he doesn't really believe in Pete Alonso. He'll deal with him for a year, but if you want Pete Alonso the way that you wanted Juan Soto, the way that you wanted, let's say, the way that you went out and traded Brandon Nimmo away. You could do, that's the thing is, David Stearns can do whatever he wants whenever he wants. He's made it known that if he wants something to happen, he'll do it. He thought that Brandon Nimmo didn't need to be here anymore, so he went and got Marcus Semien. Done. You got Juan Soto. You're up there. You got Juan Soto. But the thing is, you can't tell me that he wants Pete Alonso, but only for the price that he wants to pay. Because the market's been set. Like that Josh Naylor's got a 6-year or 5 or 6 year deal. That means that Pete Alonso may get a 5 or 6 year deal, but they don't want to pay the money.
Well, they offered Pete, I remember, 7 years for 100 and something
a while ago. That was back in that was before he hit free agency the first time. Yes,
right. And a lot of people laugh. I'm happy for Pete. I think that he bettered himself and he won. A lot of people, hosts and a lot of fans were criticizing it. Oh, how can he turn down that much money? He'll never make that much money. And he bettered himself, and he's going to make that money. But I would have liked to seen, the Mets go in a, different direction. But I guess once Guerrero got signed, I guess that really just stopped everything, if you ask me.
Well, again, and the one thing I want to ask you is this: what about Pete Alonso turns you off?
Honestly, I think he should be a Met. His whole career. I mean, and I know a lot of people don't look at this, but he's got really good playoff numbers as far as hitting. He hits in the clutch. I don't have a problem with, I looked at them getting Simeon as a fact that, okay, now you got a second baseman that has a lot more range, than the second baseman you had. And I think that only helps Pete. I'd like to see them just, sign him for 5 years and let's play ball. I don't have an issue with them keeping him. I just think that the way that they, have gone about it or treated him, and I know it's a business, and I just think it was pretty disrespectful. But it is a business.
But you're right though. The way that Stearns is going about it is, you have to come to my number. I'm not going to yours. And Cohen's like, let's just get this thing done. And, basically taking the ball out of, Stearns' hand, saying, let's just move forward because this is what we all want to do. And again, it's David Stearns does not want Pete Alonso because he'll accept him and take him on for a 1-year contract, maybe even a 2-year contract. But he's not going to go much more than that because he doesn't believe in Pete Alonso, unlike you and me. And I think Steve Cohen is one who, you're right, is overstepping and saying this is what I want to do because you can't screw with this anymore. We need Pete Alonso back.
And I also not to cut you off. I also feel that you take somebody like Soto. Okay, you look at Soto's numbers and his, the 4 or 5 or 3 or 4 great years have always been where there's a superstar batting behind him, a really, really good hitter. And I think that he's gotten better pitches, the whole time. And if you're not going to keep Pete, who are you going to bat behind him? I mean, I know people are talking about Bellinger. My son's a Met fan. I'm a Yankee fan, but I'm just, I like to see the Mets do well. But you look at Bellinger's playoff, numbers. He's been in about 76, playoff games, and the guy has a, 210 lifetime batting average. And this year, I mean, his numbers were worse than Judge going into this year. And, Judge had the great playoff, and he still batted, Bellinger batted 214 with like a meaningless home run. So, my only concern would be is who are you going to bat behind Soto? Because what are you going to have him have, 175 walks at the end of the year?
Well, Anthony, I mean, you got to remember this is that they're going to make moves. They're just looking to find I would not be surprised if they move on from Pete Alonso, but then sign Kyle Schwarber. You're going to see people are going to sit there going, well, make that make sense because Kyle Schwarber can, bat under 200. He may hit 54 home runs, or 50 home runs, but he'll bat under 200. His OPS might be a little bit higher at times, but again, what are we talking about here? Pete Alonso plays the field. Kyle Schwarber clogs up a DH spot.
Right.
We're talking about, again, similar money because they'll pay Kyle Schwarber the amount of money that Pete Alonso wants to play first base, but, just to shove Schwarber at DH, they'll go ahead and do it. So you got to understand, the Mets are not sold on Pete Alonso specifically for first base or just DH. They're sold on they can sign someone like Pete Alonso. It doesn't have to be Pete Alonso. And right now, while Kyle Schwarber is available, gives them options.
I know, and he's another guy that just disappears in the playoffs. But I know you got to get there before you could,
Well, who said something really? Who said something very interesting, Anthony? And thank you so much for a phone call. It wasn't Adam Ottavino, even though he said some interesting things about, Carlos Mendoza and Brandon Nimmo. It was Trevor May who said a lot of interesting things during the postseason run, the playoff run. He pointed out certain players that were struggling in the playoffs. And there were guys during the regular season were able to turn on pitches and hit balls out of the ballpark and have really good stats. But when it came down to the playoffs, their production just completely sunk. And I forgot the guys that he pointed out, but one guy he highlighted in a positive was Josh Naylor. He said, this is the guy that's going to have a great offseason. And he signed quick with the Mariners, and they locked him up. But they said that Josh Naylor, if you look at his approach, he's not looking to – he's a bigger guy. Like, he's a little thicker guy. But he's not just looking to pull the ball or just smash it out of the park. He's trying to just find openings, find spaces, find places to put the ball, get base hits, just make contact. And those guys in the playoffs do better than the all or nothing guys. The guys that are swinging out of the shoes, they're trying to and I have to find the exact audio and quotes that he gave, but he was given some really good examples of players who just were struggling in the playoffs, and that Schwarber was one of them. I'm trying to think of who else. I think maybe even Harper was one of them too. But there was a few guys that he just pointed out saying, like, you look at their regular seasons, they had amazing regular seasons, but in the playoffs they just can't duplicate what they did because of just the way that they're being pitched or the level, the quality of pitchers that are in the playoffs. It just you can't duplicate it. But Josh Naylor can. Josh Naylor can find a way to put bat on ball. If it goes out of the park, great, but he's not looking to do that. He's looking to just make contact with the ball. Because I remember there was a pitch that was really, it was a disgusting hit that he made contact with, but at the end of the day, he got on base. And that's what he's looking to do, is just put bat on ball. Because otherwise, it's all swing and miss stuff. And how often do we sit there in today's age watching baseball and say, all right, we get it. Another strikeout. It's all about swinging, trying to aim for the fences. It's all swing and miss stuff. Well, Josh Naylor's not doing that. That's why, think about Daniel Murphy, back in 2015. I know it's a long time ago now. But Daniel Murphy had a hell of a playoff run. And one of the things that he was able to do was put bat on ball. He ended up putting a bunch of the seats too, but he was just killing the ball. He carried the Mets to the World Series, basically. If you remember that playoff run that he had. It was unbelievable. And those are the type of players that thrive in the playoffs, is the guys that are not trying to swing for the fences, that are not trying to just square up one ball and hit it to the moon. Just trying to find a way to put bat on ball, make defenses have to make plays. And guys like Josh Naylor, they succeed. Guys like Kyle Schwarber struggle. And that's why you see, even Aaron Judge, too. I mean, I know that he had a better playoffs, postseason this year. He had that one home run that he hit off the foul pole, and everyone was like, oh, he's got his moment. But what does it mean? It means nothing because they still got knocked out that round. You need more. When you're that good of a ball player like Aaron Judge, you've got to find a way to do more. And he had a good series. He had a good playoff. But it wasn't enough to carry the team, unfortunately. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to your phone calls. We'll do more Jets-Giants. We'll do more Yankees-Mets. Whatever you guys want to talk about. I will have my National Lampoon story at about 5:25. That's what we're gonna do there, Nick. 888-808-1019. Speed off with you on the Fan till 7 a.m. Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Again, follow me at Hoff, WFAN.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
New York Giant fans got their wish. After yet another fourth quarter defensive collapse, you guys have gotten some more blood that you were looking for. Shane Bowen will now be a footnote in the decrepit run of bad football we've seen the last few years.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my guys, 3 double board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain relieving solutions. Visit samwellpain.com.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And if you love animals, you're part of our world. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Embrace the spirit of the season in comfort and style. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here. Your moment to make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, including the versatile GLC and GLE SUVs, there's the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Enjoy legendary Ray Cattina customer service and see why Mercedes-Benz of Edison was named the 2024 Mercedes-Benz Dealership of the Year by Cars.com. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad. Daddy? Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
You know that moment, the gift is opened, and boom, you just won the holidays. That's what happens when it comes from H.L. Gross Jewelers in Garden City. Diamond studs, tennis bracelets, straight line necklaces, diamond bands. Whatever's on their wish list, H.L. Gross has it, and it'll shine brighter under the tree than anything else you'll buy this season. Plus, check out an incredible lineup of certified new and pre-owned Swiss watches. Open 7 days a week through Christmas. H.L. Gross Jewelers in Garden City at hlgross.com. This year, give the gift that scores.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
I think my biggest challenge was getting through to him to understand that love is real and you have goals in mind, you have things that want to happen, and I want to help you get there.
Sometimes people tend to shy away from wanting to adopt teenagers because they feel like they've lost so much, but there's still so much to gain.
Just knowing that there's just that other person that cares and loves me out there, it feels great. And they've done so much for me, and I can only be appreciative every single day for just having them in my life.
I think it's been the best decision because I gained a son, and he's the best son ever. If I was down and out, he'd be there.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Eight, 808-1019. Now, Nick, I don't think you planned this at all, but that's okay. Nope. This is one of the greatest openings in the history of sports. That is entertainment. Do you know what I'm referring to? No. So we were talking about Paramount Plus and how they do they're fantastic, and obviously Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Now, the UFC is coming to Paramount Plus, and I'm very excited about this. The one thing that you don't get to see if you're watching from home on any UFC event, you don't get to see a built-in package with that song. Bubba O'Reilly. Am I correct? That's the name of the song?
Also known as Teenage Wasteland.
Yes, which is the wrong title, but everyone calls it that anyway. That being said, it is a package of some of the best fights, best knockouts, best moments in UFC history. And it's like a culmination of that song. They played the whole song, and they just put this package together, and it is just phenomenal. And there's so many layers to that song, and there's so many build-ups, and there's so many cool things that they piece together. It is a masterpiece.
You're saying this is the preview that
This is live at a UFC event. It is just, and I don't know if you could view it online. I've never actually looked it up on YouTube to see if I can actually go find it to see if I can give you an example of what it looks like. It is just to be there to watch it, to see all these amazing levels of fights that have gone on through the past 25, 30 years. I think it's 30 years now of the UFC. To that song, it is amazing. Like, you have to watch it. If you're like in the stands, if you're just online waiting for food, like, you can't miss that. That is a moment you can't miss. And I'm telling you right now, if you could look that up and find that and watch it, I'm telling you right now, you will be hooked. You'll be like, what is this that I have not watched in my entire life? If you've never watched a UFC event, and even if you have watched UFC events but never ever actually been at a UFC event, you're going to say to yourself, what am I missing out on? Because it is amazing.
You get the hookup for that, the UFC fights, to go there sometimes, or not really?
I mean, I go to the fights. I do. I haven't been able to go to every fight locally because sometimes I'm just not physically here. You know, like, I'm traveling with the Giants. So, like, there's been a couple years where they've had the fights locally, and I was out of town. I'm trying to think where I was. One year I was in Vegas, I think, or was it Dallas? Either way, there's been like 2 years in a row that I've been. This year I got lucky enough that I was in town. So I was very happy to make that. I think I made last year's as well. But there was a few in between that I was not able to make, and I was frustrated. But it is what it is. It's life, man.
When's the next one that they have around here?
They do a November one every year at MSG. They've done a Prudential at, was it May or June? They did a Prudential one. They've done a random one at UBS in July. So it all depends. Like, I mean, they have an event every week. They have about 40 events a year. So they have ample opportunity. It depends on when they decide to pull the trigger on the venue. But it's a possibility that you'll see MSG, Prudential, and possibly a UBS in a span of a year. So maybe 3 events. We'll see.
Nice. Next time you go, let me know. I'll go with you.
Well, I'll think about asking you. I have an obligation. I have a kid. He wants to go too. I have to pass up on inviting all my friends. I got to take the kids first.
Oh, they go most of the time, right?
The kids? Yeah, of course they do.
So you can make one exception.
Nick?
888.
Yeah, 888-808-1019. Let's get to Eric in Ronkonkoma. Eric, what's going on, buddy?
What an interesting lead-in that was. Okay.
Yes.
It'd be nice if they came to the Coliseum once. I mean, that'd be a easier trip for me to check out.
I don't think they've ever been at the Coliseum before. Not for nothing.
Yeah. So, well, there you go. Throw the idea out there to them. So.
Well, how far is UBS from the Coliseum?
Probably 20 minutes, maybe, depending on the traffic.
Do you go to many Islander games at all now?
I haven't been lately, just because it really more my schedule than anything. You know, because most of the games are night games, and I work overnight. So
right, yeah.
You know, I mean, they only have which I thought was just to touch on that real quick, because I always look at the schedule and I'm trying to figure out a game or two to go with Mike from Brooklyn. But, they only announced like 4 afternoon home games, for the season, which I'm like, really only 4 out of 41?
Well, with the kid Schaefer, they have it's a hot ticket, so they want to get the evenings, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. But that's, and they've already had 2 of them. So, I mean, most of the season is ahead and there's only like 2 left, but, whatever. Just shifting it to the football for a second. I mean, so you've had 4 games already for the Thanksgiving week. All 4 underdogs won so far, which I think is interesting. It just goes to show how you really can't count on much so far this season. The teams that you thought were going to be a shoo-in, all of a sudden don't seem that way anymore. Even with so I was looking ahead to like Sunday's game. I was kind of curious where the Buffalo game was going to be because they're getting hit with some snow this weekend. Turns out it's in Pittsburgh, but Buffalo has not done well on the road this season, so that game in itself is really a toss-up now.
Yeah, Buffalo's had a very tough season this year. It is a very weird season for a lot of top teams.
Yes. So, which makes it kind of fun, quite honestly. I got nothing to look forward to being a Jet fan, so it's kind of fun seeing who might end up on the top. I mean, personally, I don't want to see New England, just for obvious reasons. But I mean, the fact that they're where they are is a testament to that organization. And Indianapolis is still up there. Kansas City, it looks like they're going to miss out. The Rams are the real deal. Seattle, and actually, I think it's a couple weeks away now. You're going to have Seattle against Indy, so you're going to have Darnold against Daniel Jones, potentially.
Yeah,
so
it depends on Daniel Jones, how healthy he is, too, because he got that fibula injury. But here's the thing, Eric, and you're right about the whole, this year in particular, it's just weird to see, like right now, I was shocked to see Dallas not only beat Kansas City, but they beat the Philadelphia. It's been a weird season. So the East with the NFC and the AFC, it's like, oh my goodness, the Bills are kind of trending down a little bit. The Dolphins are out. The Patriots are back to being number one again, and where are the Jets? They're on the bottom. All of a sudden, like
some things you can always count on.
Yeah, Washington was supposed to take a big jump. They haven't. The Eagles have kind of starting to trend down a little bit. Now the Cowboys are trending up, and it's like, oh, where are the Giants? Oh, they're on the bottom. It's a frustrating thing because the Jets and the Giants continue to just marinate on the bottom when all this change is happening on the regular.
Right. And it's interesting, when you mentioned about Philly because look who's having a difficult season. Barkley's not doing great this year.
Yeah.
And it's. I don't know how much of it is, symbolic of the way the record is, but I mean, it's definitely had an impact. So, everybody was so concerned about, him going to Philly, and yes, they won the Super Bowl this year, but they don't look like the favorites this year. I mean, even Detroit. Detroit was considered to be number one in there, slightly, at the moment, slightly above average. Where they end up, we don't know yet, but, it'll be interesting for the last month of the season to see how the playoffs end up formulating. So
yeah, no, Eric, you're right, and thanks so much for the phone call, man. I appreciate it. Oh, by the way,
yeah, no problem.
I saw. Oh, geez, what was the movie you wanted me to watch? Weapons. I watched that. Phenomenal.
Well, so was I right about that?
Amazing.
Recommendation? What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You nailed it, dude.
I can't wait for the prequel.
Oh, they're gonna have another one?
Yeah, well, they're gonna do a history of Aunt Gladys. How that whole thing comes about. So
nice. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
It's definitely.
Yeah, because everybody wants to know. What why was she the way she is? So they're gonna go into her background. It's getting a lot of push already. I think they're saying either late next year or 27. So.
Well, it was a good movie, Eric. Good recommendation, Eric. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. And I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. It's funny. That movie was a lot of people talked about it. I completely missed it in theaters. It came out on HBO Max, watched it, and I was like, you nailed it. That was a good movie. All right. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to your phone calls. We'll get back into the Mets. Again, the biggest thing from this weekend coming out of Thanksgiving is there is more turmoil in the Mets clubhouse. We'll get into that and more. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. You can always follow me at Hoff WFAN. But now we'll take a break, get an update with Justin Rock.
Talk sports Sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Justin Rock. This report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. The Knicks are headed to the next round in the NBA Cup, that is. New York takes down the Bucks 118-109, clinching Group C and punching their ticket to the quarterfinals, where they'll face the Raptors. Jalen Brunson led all scorers with 37. Josh Hart nearly posted a triple-double, 19 points, 15 boards, and 7 helpers. The Nets, however, committed 18 turnovers. They fell to 0-9 at home this season with a 115-103 loss to the Sixers. To the NFL, good news for the Giants. It was announced that Jackson Dart will start on Monday night against the Patriots. He's missed the last 2. Dart addressed the media Friday for the first time since Brian Daboll was fired and made sure to thank his first NFL head coach.
I just want to acknowledge, Coach Dabes and, all that he did for me. Just when I look back on everything, it's really special to come to a place where a coach, genuinely cares about you and loves you, and you have that, personal relationship on and off the field. So
on the ice, it was a 4-point day for Artemi Panarin. Rangers won their third straight 6-2 over the Bruins. Jake Allen provided 42 saves. Devils blanked the Sabres 5-0. Islanders couldn't complete the 3-goal comeback. They fell to the Flyers 4-3 in a shootout. Fan weather brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. It's 34 degrees and clear in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Justin Rock.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount.
All the way up until the Big Blue preview with John Schmelk and Mark Malusis. So you can get on the phones at 888-808-1019. Been here since 3. 888-808-1019. You can always hit me up on social media at Hoff WFAN. And I think Joe would appreciate this. I don't know if he'd have the same take as me, but I'm sure he'd appreciate this. The rumors that came out about the turmoil or the issues with Francisco Lindor and Jeff McNeil and Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto. I could care less. Not because I don't care about, the situations and the team gelling and stuff like that. Like, obviously, whatever it takes to have a good foundation, I'm fine with. Let's try to have the happier teams, maybe make it better, gel better. Obviously the Dodgers, I'm sure, they're one of the more cohesive teams. I'm sure that most of the players like each other, and that's why they're winning. I'm sure that's the reason why they win. That's all BS. I'm sure everyone has problems. I'm sure that the managers have issues with certain players. Players have certain issues with other players. I mean, you can't. There's no perfect team out there. No matter how much everyone says they love each other, it's all BS. And we know about the issues with Jeff McNeil and Francisco Lindor. That goes back from the beginning of Lindor going to the Mets. We know about that. We know about the raccoon and what it was. There was a legitimate fight between those two. And they don't like each other, okay? Whether it's because of something more than the play on the field, I think it just is because of the play on the field, and that's fine. And then the Juan Soto stuff, does he not get along with some of his teammates? Does it really make a difference? Like, I need to know. Juan Soto is one of the best players in baseball. Does it really make a difference if he goes out with his teammates, if he's best friends with them, or if he just is who he is and he's just another teammate? And he goes out there, he's an individual, he puts up his numbers, and sometimes it helps them win, sometimes it doesn't help them do anything, but that's who he is. He puts up his numbers. I don't care about the fighting in-house. It doesn't make a difference to me at all. It happens on every team. It's just coming out now because they want to build another excuse of why they failed last year, why the Mets failed last year. I'll tell you why the Mets failed last year. The Mets failed because David Stearns did a horrible job in the offseason to build a roster. He got Juan Soto. He scored Juan Soto. He brought back Pete Alonso. But that was basically it. A lot of question marks came on this team. Shomanah came back. Clay Holmes, a bullpen arm to now a starting pitcher. Frankie Montas. I mean, let's be serious here. What was he doing? The bullpen. So you want to sit there and question where things went wrong and maybe it's the fact that Francisco Lindor doesn't get along with all his teammates. That's not the issue. The issue is David Stearns bringing in good enough players and stop messing around with half-ass bargains. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. And unfortunately right now, Jeff McNeil, he's not a bargain, but he's definitely not a complete player anymore. What he was signed to do, what the Mets kept him around for, was to be a hitter. A guy who was hitting above average, a top hitter in baseball. When he signed, after the year that he signed, he won the batting title. Won the batting title, got the contract, and the rest is history. He's done nothing since. Well, it's time to move on from that. I mean, that's the first thing. We're sitting here talking about Jeff McNeil. He's not going to be significant much longer in this with this Mets team. But that's not why the Mets lost last year. That's not why the Mets had issues last year. I mean, maybe Jeff McNeil was part of the problem. And we because I think we're sick and tired. Mets fans are sick and tired of watching McNeil go out there and act like a baby after he strikes out or, gets out, throws his helmet. It works sometimes when you're a good, hard-nosed player and a play doesn't go your way and you're a little frustrated, it fires up the players. The way that McNeil's acted for years, talk about turmoil, I think it pisses off most people, including his teammates and the fans. So what are we doing? It's over. But let's not act like that's the reason why the Mets weren't good last year. That is just another distraction. And the pressure really is on David Stearns. Again, can't screw this up. Cannot have what you did last year. Cannot go out and bring in half-ass players. Guys that are basically, David Stearns' level of thinking of, I'm smart, I can bring somebody in who's not going to cost as much as other players, but if we do it right, they'll perform at the same level. Last year, that all backfired. Every single move he made backfired. The only one that didn't backfire was Juan Soto and Clay Holmes. Juan Soto was a no-brainer, and Clay Holmes got lucky, but he was also the fifth starter. Like, that's what we're sitting here and taking a bow for is, well, Clay Holmes worked out. A fifth starter. Guy couldn't pitch more than 4 2/3 innings, but we're excited about that? Come on. But again, Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto don't get along. Does it really make a difference? Do they have to be friends? Like Pete Alonso, for years now, I think does not get along with his teammates. And I'm not saying that in like nobody likes Pete Alonso. I'm just thinking Pete Alonso is an oddball. He's a goofball. That's what he is. He's a baseball player. He's an athlete. He does his thing. He's a little quirky. Do you have to like him for him to go out and play first base and hit home runs? No. He drove in how many runs last year? Second in RBIs in the league. Did everyone like him, though, in the clubhouse? I could give a damn. So let's be serious. What does all this mean? What is all this smoke? What is all this nonsense about? It is just a distraction from what Stearns is going to do this offseason. And maybe I've heard some people say, well, maybe it's a case to get rid of Lindor. Really? That's what we want to do here? That's what we want to take out of it? I'm not telling you that Brandon Nimmo, who everyone said was a great guy and has been traded away and gone to Texas now, that, you know, he got along with everybody too. I mean, obviously you heard the things that Adam Ottavino had to say about his personality, that maybe he was a little bit offended by the fact that Brandon Nimmo was offended that he didn't, you know, get thought about as much to be a captain like the way Lindor has been. All this stuff means absolutely nothing. They've got to go out and perform and got to go out and win games. So I don't care who's a captain, who likes each other, who had dinner with each other, who works out together, who, stole somebody else's drink. I don't care about anything. Who didn't accept a friend request on Facebook? Who's not following who on social media? All that means absolutely nothing to me. Go out there and win games. And if you're telling me that Lindor and Soto don't like each other and aren't really big fans of each other's and whatever, that's fine. Lindor had a very good season. I know the second half of the season wasn't as great. He was also injured for a little bit, so maybe we'll give him a little pass there. I don't know. And Juan Soto had one of his best seasons ever. So if they don't like each other, awesome. Keep it up. I'd hate to see how they do when they do like each other. Maybe it goes the opposite way, so maybe we don't want that. But this is just a distraction that nobody needs right now. Not because it's something for us, not because it's like, oh my goodness, this is another issue that the Mets, just pile it on the Mets. No, it's more or less, who cares? At the end of the day, as long as they go out there and perform and win games. And I do know this. Lindor goes out there and works hard and plays every day. So does Juan Soto. So does Pete Alonso. Marcus Semien supposedly is the same type of player. Now, listen, does he go out there and play every day? That's a little bit to be debatable because he's been injured here and there. But you've gotten people that his work ethic is really good and he takes it super serious. Okay, let's keep building that. I don't care if they get along. I care if they go out there and perform at an elite level. That was the issue that Lindor had with McNeil. Is that McNeil was not in the right position, that he's not, there's been debates about how he's, soft toss balls to second base. I was going through some highlights that we're going to do for Rico Bronya, some plays and some bad plays that they made. You hear Jeff McNeil soft tossing it to second base, not really getting the ball there quick enough. Like that just happened over and over and over all season long. We used to hear that with Gleyber Torres with the Yankees. Well, that's Jeff McNeil. Maybe it's time to move on from McNeil, but it's not because they don't like each other. It's because his skill set sucks. How about that? 888-808-1019 is Pete Hoffman in now for Joe Beningo. I was in for myself earlier, but now I'm filling in for Joe Beningo at this 5 a.m. hour. 888-808-1019. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Let's go to Mike in Yonkers. Mike, what's going on, bud?
Pete, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Well, first of all, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You did me a favor a few years ago.
I did?
Yes, you did. I had some Met shirts that you brought down to the fan, and you gave them to Evan and Joe.
Yes.
And,
yes,
so
I
I
did.
have to thank you for that.
My pleasure. That was nothing.
Yeah.
That's a simple. That's simple. I could do that. I could hand a t-shirt out to somebody.
And I want to say, I know your mom and dad from church.
Yes.
And two finer people never walked the earth. And I'm not just blowing smoke up your rear end. I love your mother. She's a living doll. And your father is a great guy. And you're a lucky boy.
Mike, you are too much, my friend. I appreciate that, and I am very lucky. I am blessed, and thank you so much. And I do appreciate that. I am very lucky. I know that.
About that Bobo O'Reilly song, that's the theme to CSI New York.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Listen, not the best CSI, though. The original is the best.
Oh, of course, it was. But, I started watching it, and I actually liked it, and that gave me, because I don't watch the crap they put on television today. I'm I'm the same age as your mom and dad, and I just don't get it, but that gave me 9 years of watching another show, and I happen to like it. So,
well, here's the other thing, too. Like, I'm going to be honest here. I'm a sucker for things that are in New York. So you have a show based in New York, I'm watching it.
Yeah, exactly. As for Lindor and McNeil, didn't Lindor promise to buy McNeil a car if he won the batting title a few years back and reneged on it?
Yeah, there was an issue there, but it was more like, see, I haven't found all the details out of how that was actually presented, but there sounds like there was a misinterpretation there. Like, maybe it was through passing, maybe it was a joke, maybe it wasn't supposed to be as serious, but McNeil took it serious, so then McNeil kind of blurted it out. And, like, not for nothing, Lindor could take care of him, but I don't know if it was supposed to be as serious as it was taken. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and you're 100% right about the locker room, the dugout, whatever, that these guys don't get along. Because when the Yankees brought Reggie Jackson in, he didn't get along with anybody, but that worked out good for the Yankees, didn't it?
Yeah. Do you really care if Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto go out and hang out and they're boys? I don't care at all.
Right.
Doesn't make a difference. Win games. Go out there and win a championship together.
That's the name of the game. Win games.
And Mike, not for nothing, too, and I'll let you finish. I love the fact that they don't like each other, because you want to know what? I bet there's competition in-house. And sometimes you need that as well. Like, sometimes it's like, screw this. I'm going to do it because I don't want that guy to do it. I don't want that guy to have a walk-off, so I'm going to walk it off. You know what I mean?
Right. And I don't understand why he traded Nimmo for Simeon. I mean, Nimmo was coming off probably his best year as a Met. He's 2-3 years younger than Simeon. This guy, Simeon, 3 years ago, he was great. Don't get me wrong. But like you said, the last 2 years, he's had injuries. He seems to be declining. I mean, was it a money thing, maybe? Was it a money thing?
It's a few different things, Mike, and I appreciate the phone call, man. And listen, God bless you, brother, all right?
Okay. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Mike. It's a few things with Brandon Nimmo. A, he's not healthy anymore. Like, no matter what, he may post. That's the term they do, which is basically play every day. He may play a majority of the season. He's not healthy. He can't go play left field 162. And I don't even know if he could play 162, even if he DH'd. He's got his knee issues. He's got his foot issues. He's got his neck issues. So that's the first thing. He's hampered with injuries. And that's something that goes back a long time, too, because we used to talk about this on the Rico Bronya with Evan Roberts, where he changed his strategy going into spring training that he would actually do less so that he could be ready to play sooner in the season. And he could play more games in season, because I guess he was trying to go through his warm-up process to build up to get to the regular season, and a lot of times that would cause him to be injured, and he'd be out for a bit, and whatever, take him away from a full season. So he did less, if I'm correct, to make sure that he was available to play as much as possible. That's the first thing, the health. Second thing is, you're right, Mike. Like, he may have had, like, number-wise, home run-wise, RBI-wise, one of his better seasons, but his OPS went down, his batting average went down, his on-base percentage went down, and that's what he was originally known for, was his on-base percentage. Those numbers went down significantly, and they've been going down. So you have a left fielder who doesn't play the position well, doesn't have a strong arm, doesn't really, can't track a ball as well, can't move very well out there in the outfield. The first month of the season, it's cold, and he said it last year. He's like, I told everybody, you got to wait till May for the ball to start to fly, and I don't think he physically can handle those cold months in New York. So it was better off he's gone. It really is. It was health, it was productivity, and it was the fact that he's clogging up an outfield spot for the amount of money that he's making, and they just had to move it. They had to go forward. And David Stearns is trying to build this into his team. 888-808-1019, Cliff, Tom, JT. We will get into all your phone calls coming up next on The Fan. I do want to tell a little National Lampoon story that I have for you. That'll be very quick coming up out of the break. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on The Fan till 7. Right now, currently filling in for the one and the only Joe Benego up until 7 when Big Blue Preview with John Schmelk and Mark Melicius takes over. 888-808-1019. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
The Nets play the Bucks, 8 o'clock tonight. The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
I'm New Jersey Attorney General Matt Platkin. Every year, too many lives are lost in alcohol or drug-related crashes. These are preventable tragedies, and it's time to take a stand. Let's make New Jersey's roads safer for everyone. We are all counting on you.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
No one sells more Lexus vehicles in New Jersey than Ray Catino Lexus. Get into the holiday spirit during the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Unwrap exceptional offers at all models, including the all-new GX and TX at Ray Catino Lexus of Freehold and Ray Catino Lexus of Monmouth.
Now's the time to enroll in quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. All plans provide free preventive care, coverage for prescriptions, emergency services, and more. Plus, 8 in 10 get financial help. Enroll by December 31st for January 1st coverage at getcovered.nj.gov.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and 2004 do-it delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Plus, every Paramus Chevy vehicle comes with America's #1 VIP Plus program, including complimentary New Jersey state inspections, oil and filter changes, loaner cars, and so much more. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000, awarded in Mississippi.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today.
We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. If you're caught driving impaired, you'll face hefty fines, a suspended license, and maybe even jail time. Worse yet, you might cause a crash that could devastate someone's life. Be responsible. Don't drive impaired. We are all counting on you.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
RU fans, it's basketball season. Make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights hardwood action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights basketball is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Embrace the spirit of the season during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration and make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, you'll find the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Hey, this is Tiki Barber. Those of us living in New Jersey got hit with a 20% electric rate increase. If your current heating system is over 15 years old, it's time for a new high-efficiency Carrier system. And there's only one company to call for a new one. My friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's heating experts for over 38 years. Older heating systems waste gas. So get your system checked now and save money with Edison Heating and Cooling. Contact them now at EdisonHVAC.com. That's EdisonHVAC.com.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000. Or in Mississippi.
The following is sponsored by Bid My Listing.
Selling your home with Ready, R-E-D-Y. Real estate agents will pay you up front for your listing, just for a chance to sell your home. Why would they pay to be your agent? Well, your listing is really valuable. So if an agent is smart, they'll go on Ready and offer you cash up front to get it. And you do want a smart agent, right? Call 888-545-READY. 888-545-REDY.
This winter's shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yes, a little National Lampoon's action for you. 888-808-1019 is Pete Hoff with you on the Fan till 7. You can always follow me at Hoff WFAN. So, I don't know about you guys, but Thanksgiving coming around, I'm actually never usually home. I'm always out doing something, whether I'm working, whether, I feel like last year I forgot where we were last year. I think I was in Dallas last year, actually, for Thanksgiving. But I feel like I'm always missing out on Thanksgiving, so I'm never really around. whatever. My wife, though, is notorious for Thanksgiving, get the Christmas decorations out. Okay, fine. I'm home this year, so I'm going to help. Why not? I'm a good, loving husband. I want to help. Do I really want to help? Do I really want to do this right now? No, but I want to help. So we're putting the lights on outside, trees. It's great. My wife's decorating inside. She goes, you know what? Do me a favor. Go get the tree. We have the tree in our garage. We have a plastic tree, a fake tree. We have it in this huge, case or whatever it is, duffel bag. It's like a body bag type of thing. That's how big it is. So, all right, I go get it. She's like, it's kind of big, so be careful. So I take it, I bring it, I roll it out. It's on wheels, and I'm bringing it to the front door, and I'm about to bring it to the house. And I'm like, babe, do you want me to take this out here, or do you want me to go inside with it, or should I just take it, take everything out outside, and then we'll bring it in one at a time? She's like, no, you can bring it in here. And then before I step foot into the house, she's like, you know what? Just do it there. It's fine. So I go unzip the bag. And Nick, guess what I find?
What'd you find?
Well, I'm still unsure what I actually saw, but it definitely was some sort of rodent jumped out of the bag.
Was it a rat?
It wasn't as big. It was either a little field mouse. I personally think it was a chipmunk because I think I saw the tail, and it kind of had like a little. It wasn't like thin. Had a little chipmunks have like that little, not thick, but it has like a little brown to it. It's a little more of a furry type of tail, but it also could have been a bunny too.
A bunny?
We have bunnies all over our property. We live in Westchester, but there's bunnies everywhere. Forget about it. During the spring, they're everywhere. So I, thank goodness, didn't open that up in the house. I opened it up outside at the front door, opened it outside, it jumped out, and then I don't even know where it went. It was that quick. It was like out, up, and around, and gone. If that was in the house.
Yeah, well, could have been a bunny or a chipmunk in the house.
Yeah. That would have been bad. That would have been terrible. And then we found all his little droppings throughout the entire bag. And then we decided not to put that tree up and just throw it out.
Probably a good choice.
Now we're buying a new tree. And guess where it's not being stored next year? In the garage, yes. My wife always asks me, she's like, do you think there's anything in there? I go, no, it's fine. I think it's pretty locked up. It's pretty secure. Well, we found our answer. There's definitely things going on. Oh, probably the basement. Or there is an attic that we never use. You know what I mean? But the basement seems to be the most safe. We can put it under the stairs. But that was our close to Clark Griswold type of National Lampoon situation right there. That could have been bad. That could have been very bad. Then we were contemplating on getting a real tree for a second. But I'm like, I have a dog. The dog would lick the water and then dry out the tree. And then that would just turn into a mess. Now, no one smokes in the house, so that's good, but you just never know. So we are going to go back to the fake trees. I'm a fake tree guy. I like that. I'm very happy with the fake tree. It's usually less work, usually less of a mess. But in this case, when you live in a garage, you get what you asked for. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the back to the phone calls. Cliff is in Maplewood. What's going on, Cliff?
Hey, Hoff, how you doing?
I'm good, brother. What's up?
Good. First, I want to commend you because I think you're one of the few sports talk show hosts who, talk sports most of the time, and really has some great insight. So I actually seek when you're on the show and look out for you and always tune in. So that's
well, thank you, Cliff.
Cool.
I appreciate that, and you could tell the bosses that.
I will. I actually did. I actually met the head of marketing at WFAN in Maplewood the other day, and I did tell him that.
Oh, good. Thank you.
just so you know. So there you go. But you brought up, you were talking to another caller and you were talking about, you mentioned, what do you not like about Pete? And obviously the David Stern thing with Pete too, whatever. But I'm looking at, and you can help me understand this because I like listening to you. I like your analysis. I like your view. Pete and Vlad have both played 7 years. Okay.
Okay.
They've both been 5-time All-Stars. They, fielding percentage, both .992. DRS, Pete -1, Vlad -2. Right. So you're looking at Pete's always like maligned for his defense. He's actually as good or better than Vlad Guerrero. He's, games played 942 for Pete versus 780 for Vlad because Pete plays every game pretty much, right? And then you look at, home runs, 264 versus 183 for Vlad. You look at RBIs, 712 versus 591 for Vlad. So, if you look at all these stats, except for batting average, Pete wins everything. And Vlad signs a 14-year contract for $36 million a year, and Pete gets a 1-year deal for $30 million a year. And Stern still doesn't want to sign him, beyond 2 or 3 years for, an extension. So help me make sense of that because it doesn't make sense to me.
So here's the thing, Cliff, and it's a very smart phone call. It's a good phone call, and it's an argument that I've had a long time. First of all, Vlad is younger, so that's the first thing. That's why he was able to sign that contract.
4 years, but he signed till he's 40.
Yeah, but Toronto was also desperate for someone to take their money. You have to be honestly, Toronto.
I get it.
Toronto has been dying to make a splash. They've tried for Ohtani. They tried for a lot of people, Yamamoto, you name it. They've tried to hey, please take our money. And everyone's like, you know what? I don't want to go to Canada, but I'll use you to up my salary, up my pay scale. But I'm not actually going to go to you. So that's part one. They were desperate for someone to take their money, so Vlad did that. Now, here's the thing about Pete that nobody wants to talk about. It's the dirty secret that everyone is just missing the boat on, that nobody wants to admit. His analytics may be bad defensively, but let's actually break it down. What is Pete really bad at?
His DRS is -1 for his entire career.
Right, but what is it? But here's the one thing he doesn't do well. He's not good throwing the ball. That's it.
No, that's true. He's got the yips.
That's it. That's his one bugaboo. If you look at in the World Series with Vlad Guerrero Jr., that's an upgrade that Vlad has. He made a throw to third base and gunned somebody out, and it's oh, wow. That's something that I can't trust Pete Alonso to do. Now, does that mean that Pete Alonso is not going to get better at that? That's not true either because Pete Alonso works super hard every offseason to improve. That's why last year when he came out so hot with the bat start the season because he was tired. Well, not saying he was tired, but he had such a bad year striking out and whiffing on pitches that were outside, that were, sliders in the dirt, basically. He stopped himself from doing that. He said he had a better eye, knew what they were throwing, and prevented himself from swinging at those things. He is a major asset to all the infielders who throw the ball in the dirt. He's basically said in the past, throw the ball in the dirt, I'll scoop it out. That's on me. I'll take that and I'll scoop it out. He's
like a goaltender in the NHL.
The thing about him is he's not graceful. So you throw in the fact that he doesn't throw the ball well and he's not graceful when he does anything, people say he's awful at what he does. But he's not awful. He just doesn't look good doing it. That is it. That's the key. He doesn't look pretty doing it. He doesn't do splits like Anthony Rizzo or Freddie Freeman. He just kind of flops. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make a difference how he gets in front of the baseball. He does, and he makes plays. So people have to get off of the fact that Pete Alonso is not a good defensive first baseman. Now, did he have a rough last month of the season? 100%. He was bad. But for the rest of this, but for up until that point in time, he was really, really good. But people want to ignore it. Can he make that throw to second base? It's not perfect. Can he improve on it? Yes, he can. Did he really screw up the throw to Kodai Senga? It wasn't perfect. But you want to know something too? I'm trying to think of who it was. Oh, Josh Naylor, who was a guy that we were all talking about as being the replacement for Pete Alonso at first base. If I'm correct, in the playoffs, he threw a pop-up to basically, I think it was Brandon Wu. I forget the pitcher. I think it was Wu who was going covering first base.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. And it was a terrible throw. But Wu's an athlete. He was able to make the throw and didn't hurt himself. Go figure that. Like, it's a possibility that things aren't perfect and you could still be an athlete and make a play. So Pete Alonso made a bad throw to Senga, but Senga has had issues all his career staying healthy. I mean, think about this. In 2024, Senga was out for 5 1/3 innings, and there was a pop-up, and he ran off the mound, and he tore his calf or hurt his calf? I mean, the guy doesn't stay healthy. So let's not make it out like, oh, Pete Alonso screwed up. He's so awful. He got Kodai Senga hurt. Maybe that's a blessing. Maybe it's a blessing that he got hurt.
I agree with you on the defensive side, but on the offensive side, like if you are averaging 40 home runs and 120 RBIs a year, and you're David Stearns, and David Stearns always tries to be the smartest guy in the room, like you mentioned earlier, how do you not re-sign this guy? Well, and how is Vladimir Guerrero 14-year contract and Pete has a 1-year contract? It makes no sense.
David Stearns and Cliff, thank you so much for the phone call. I appreciate it, man. David Stearns is not the guy that you want when it comes down to negotiations with Pete Alonso, because David Stearns is looking for quote-unquote run, prevent run defense, basically, is what he's looking for, okay? It's all about preventing runs. That's all he, quote-unquote, cares about. And by saying that, he lowers the price tag on all his position players. I'm looking for we're our run preventative team. That's what we're looking to do. It's not scoring runs. If you're looking for offensive players, the price tag goes up, right? We're about defense. We want a team that's going to prevent runs. So that's why we need ex-players on the field that are going to prevent runs. And we need pitchers that are going to prevent runs. So it's all about preventing runs. If you're looking for an offensive-minded team, offensive-minded GM, offensive-minded president of baseball operations, fortunately, that's not David Stearns. And that's not Pete Alonso, because Pete Alonso actually puts up and scores runs. You talk about the one thing that you're in baseball, the one thing you need to do, the way to win games, drive in runs. What does Pete Alonso do? Drive in runs. What does David Stearns not want? Offensive-minded players that drive in runs. I mean, you can't make it up. So that's why he's not looking to go above and beyond to sign Pete Alonso. That's why. It's end of story. He is not interested in giving Pete Alonso a crazy extension or crazy contract because he believes that nobody else is going to touch him and he can get him 1 year at a time. And at the end of the day, I don't even think that David Stearns believes that Pete Alonso can keep this up and is hoping for somebody else to come in and say, I'll give you 4 years. I'll give you 5 years. I'll give you 6 years. And they're going to go, you know what? We can't match that. Go. David Stearns is not a Pete Alonso guy. End of story. 888-808-1019. It's the number to call. Tom, JT, Gary, Frank, Bruce, get to you guys. I promise you. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to your phone calls and more. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
It's Chris McMonagle overnights on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
everyone immediately pivots to the idea that they're going to go sign Bellinger and Tucker, or one of the two. They're clearly going to add an outfielder, that's without question. But to me, we were talking about Bellinger before this move.
Listen to CMAC on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm New Jersey Attorney General Matt Plotkin. Every year, too many lives are lost in alcohol or drug-related crashes. These are preventable tragedies, and it's time to take a stand. Let's make New Jersey's roads safer for everyone. We are all counting on you.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
No one sells more Lexus vehicles in New Jersey than Ray Catino Lexus. Get into the holiday spirit during the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Unwrap exceptional offers at all models, including the all-new GX and TX at Ray Catino Lexus of Freehold and Ray Catino Lexus of Monmouth.
Now's the time to enroll in quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. All plans provide free preventive care, coverage for prescriptions, emergency services, and more. Plus, 8 in 10 get financial help. Enroll by December 31st for January 1st coverage at getcovered.nj.gov.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and 2004 do-it delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Plus, every Paramus Chevy vehicle comes with America's #1 VIP Plus program, including complimentary New Jersey state inspections, oil and filter changes, loaner cars, and so much more. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. If you're caught driving impaired, you'll face hefty fines, a suspended license, and maybe even jail time. Worse yet, you might cause a crash that could devastate someone's life. Be responsible. Don't drive impaired. We are all counting on you.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
NFL Sunday's coming. You've got the crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel's coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Evan. Download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. That's FanDuel.com/Evan. We love the app around here. It's safe and secure, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over, physically present in New York, opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
888-808-1019 is Pete Hoff with you on the Fan for another hour, 10 up until the Giants Big Blue preview with John Schmelk, Mark Malusis. Pete Hoffman here, filling in for Joe B. till 7 a.m. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN on social media. Quickly, before we get back to these phone calls, just want to touch on the Hal Steinbrenner stuff. I know a lot of Yankee fans are upset by what Hal Steinbrenner said. And at the end of the day, Hal Steinbrenner talking about finances, talking about money, talking about all this stuff. I know it's frustrating because you don't want to hear an owner talk about his issues. But let's not forget that 2 years ago, the Yankees were in the World Series. Let's not forget that the Yankees make the playoffs almost every year. Let's not forget that Garrett Cole went down with Tommy John, but they still signed Max Fried anyway, regardless of Tommy John or not. And Max Fried had an excellent season for the New York Yankees. Let's not forget that Carlos Rodon a couple of years ago came in to the Yankees because that's what the Yankees needed. They needed a starting pitcher. Let's not forget that a couple of years ago, the Yankees traded for Juan Soto because they wanted another bat in the lineup. Let's not forget that they brought in Cody Bellinger last year. Let's not forget that they've made a lot of moves that are helpful to this team. It's this franchise. And every single year, they make it back to the playoffs. But it's a problem because they don't win the World Series. I don't disagree that the Dodgers have set the bar and that teams like the Yankees and the Mets have to continue to spend to keep up with them. I do think that the Dodgers, however, beat the system, and I will always say that. They found the best player in baseball to defer, a record contract of $700 million to defer 680 of it, which is nearly impossible. I mean, I'm talking about, trying to find a way to defer money with Pete Alonso or defer money with some other guys. And it's like, nobody really wants to do that. Nobody wants to defer a ton of money like that. But Shohei Ohtani, who is the best player in baseball, who could pitch and hit and do all this stuff, he somehow deferred all of his money. Why? Because he makes so much from endorsements and doing so many other things. He doesn't need to get the money right now. So he allowed, by doing something like that, allowed the Dodgers to go out and sign everybody. And they deferred too. So it's like, hey, by the way, this guy is the best player in baseball. He's deferring pretty much all his contract. You should defer some money too. So we could just keep on eating people up and just keep on signing more people. It's a cheat code that no other team could do. Aaron Judge didn't defer money. Juan Soto didn't defer money. Garrett Cole, I don't think, deferred any money. Like, go through all of these contracts in New York sports for baseball with the Mets and the Yankees. There's not many deferrals. I think Sean Manaea deferred money. He's not making that much money, though, where it makes a difference. Pete Alonso, if he signs a contract, $30 million a year, say he does that, it would be nice for him to defer some money, but he's not going to do it. Cody Bellinger, is he going to defer a big contract? I don't think so. So the Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, they're in two different weight classes. Dodgers are in one, Mets and Yankees are in another. You could put Mets and Yankees in the same weight class. They spend the same amount of money. And with David Stearns hanging around, David Stearns is more the Hal Steinbrenner guy than Brian Cashman is. Brian Cashman is more the Steve Cohen guy. Like, Brian Cashman would go and spend money on players. Hal doesn't want to do it. David Stearns doesn't want to spend money on players. And Steve Cohen's like, I have it. Go out and spend it. And then you said, all right, fine, I'll spend it. Frankie Montas, here's $34 million. What? All right. 888-808-1019. Let's get to Tom in Alabama. What's up, Tom?
Yo, Hoff. How you doing, my brother?
I'm good, brother. What's up? Happy Turkey Day. Or a couple days after Turkey Day.
Right back at you. You were saying about Steinbrenner. Don't forget, too, that he don't break balls like it's going out of style like his old man did, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He's a softie. He doesn't do that. He doesn't go out there and kill his players at all.
I bet the players love him, too, for that, you know? But, see, that's, there's so many things I would change about baseball. I know it's doing well as it is, but with that strike looming, and, you were talking about Alonso, and I like Alonso. I wouldn't mind having him on my team any day of the week. And then the thing about it is that, you pay somebody like Soto or whoever so much money like that. And, winning cures all that. But I can't understand the analytically part that's come into it so hard where, you take a guy like Schwarber who's going to get a monster deal, and the guy can't even play defense, man. I mean, it's ridiculous, It's a part of the sport where it's kind of like they're going to have a bullpen game in the World Series. When I was a kid, we never even heard of a bullpen game.
Right, right.
There's a lot of things in it too, and I wanted to say about that 77-78 Yankee team. I know you weren't alive, but them guys. Yeah, they hated Jackson. And Jackson made his point when he hit them 3 home runs on 3 pitches. And I don't really think anybody really got him, especially Billy Martin, to that point. And when Jackson hit them 3 home runs off of them 3 pitches, he went around them bases like a man. He didn't smile till he got in that dugout. He handled himself professionally, man.
I bet you the Yankee players all were his best buddies after those home runs, right?
You damn right they were. You saw Martin hugging him, and two, he didn't even want to go out for the curtain call on the second one. The ball boy pushed him out there. He convinced him. He pushed him out there. I mean, he didn't want to showboat like that. He knew he knew the moment. And in my opinion, and I've been living for 58 years, if you had to take one moment in sports out of any of the 4 of them, I would take that moment. He hits the 3 pitches. Okay, he said in batting practice that night, he got a standing ovation. He was just locked in, He was just locked in.
Yeah. And Tom, listen, and thanks so much for the phone call. I want to get back to the one thing you asked about, the analytical stuff. Like, the analytical stuff is basically another way of trying to, especially in arbitration. Like, I'm not fully 100% on this, but think about when they go into arbitration. Arbitration with all these younger players and even some really good players that just come up later in life in baseball. But they got to go through arbitration to get certain contracts, whatever it is, because they want a nickel dime. The clubs want a nickel and dime, but the player wants a little bit more money. So they go there and they whip out the analytics, and the analytics are in the team's favor. The analytics will try to prove to you why so-and-so is not as good, And that's why they're so hell-bent on analytics, because it's Moneyball. It's another way to lower the price tag on players and get, quote-unquote, good players. But there's also another really good way to get good players. Go out and spend money on the best players available. I mean, that's the easiest way to do it. You don't have to go out there and nickel and dime everybody. I mean, Pete Alonso is a guy who mashes 30-plus home runs a year in his sleep, drives in over 100 RBIs in his freaking sleep. In a down year, he hit 34 home runs, 88 RBIs, batted 240, OPS, a little bit lower than you want. But regardless, people will kill for that in a walk year. He did that in a down year for him. It's ridiculous. All right. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to your phone calls. Jets, Giants, Mets, Yankees, everything on the block for the final hour. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 7. Right now, it's time to take an update. Peter Schwartz.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 6 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. This Sports Flash is sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. We begin at the Garden. Knicks taking on the Bucks.
Brunson comes to the ball, defended by Harris. 8-second difference. Shot clock to game clock. The hoist. And hit! Jalen Brunson! Another banger!
Iron Eagle on Amazon Prime Video. Knicks over the Bucks, 118-109. Jalen Brunson, 37 points. Knicks able to finish off the Bucks in the fourth quarter.
They went a run, and then we were able to run around and start at the end of the game. We're just ready to stay poised and confident in each other. And now we're going to let the lead go away. And just a good way to close out that game and a way to focus.
Deuce McBride, 19 points. Josh Hart, 19 to go, along with 15 boards. The Knicks clinch East Group C in NBA Cup play. At Barclays, Nets fall to Sixers, 115-103. Nets were led by Yegor Dioman with 23 points. He also had 9 rebounds and 5 assists. College basketball, Hofstra over LaSalle, 63-58. Stony Brook beat Loyola Marymount, 71-68. Hockey, Rangers down the Bruins 6-2. Devils blank the Sabres 5-0. The Islanders lose to the Flyers 4-3 in a shootout. NFL, the Bears over the Eagles 24-15. 31 degrees, clear skies in Central Park. That's what's happening with Sports Flashes. At the top of the hour, I'm Peter Schwartz.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
888-808-1019. One more hour to go. I'm now filling in for Joe Beningo. I was on at 3, took you through my show, and now filling in for Joe B as he has off this Thanksgiving Saturday, I guess, right? Saturday after Thanksgiving. And I'm taking you all the way till 7 for the Giants' Big Blue preview with John Schmelk and Mark Malusis. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN on social media. Go to the Odyssey app and download that bad boy too. Just in case you missed anything from earlier this morning, you can go download it. Did want to touch on the Giants as, like I said earlier, Jackson Dart is cleared, going to play on Monday night, Monday as we go to New England. And it's a good thing that he's back. I am happy to see him back on the field. But again, it's like one of these things, you want to make sure that he is ready to get out there and protect himself. Because now this is all part of the learning process. We've seen it before. Quarterbacks go out there like him, who goes out there, is mobile, gets a lot of contact. He's physical. He himself will go out there and, I'm not going to say lead with his head, but he'll go out there and take a hit and has no problem with that. It's time to see if it was a Dable thing, if it's a Kafka thing, what they could do to solve Jackson Dart going out there and being that physical quarterback that he needs to be successful, but being able to protect himself at the same time. So we'll see on Monday night against the Patriots. It's going to be a big test. Mike Vrabel, going to be a huge test to see how he can do against that Patriot defense. And it's going to be good to see him back on the field anyway. That's the one thing. The Giants, and I said this earlier, no matter how bad they've been with the record, they've been so exciting this year. You take away the record, it's been one of the best seasons the Giants have had in like 10 years. And you can't deny it. Yeah, they've blown a ton of fourth quarter leads. That's not even close to being false. That's a 100% true story. But give me the last time an offense has gone out there consistently and scored on the first drive of a game or scored in the first quarter of a game. Every single game. And now it's not just about Dart. It's, Jameis Winston's doing it too. This is a fun team to watch. And the biggest thing is, now that Shane Bowen's fired, was it Shane Bowen's defensive issues that cost them the game? Was it Shane Bowen? Was it the personnel? We're going to find that out. Because if the Giants have another lead and they blow it again, well, then it wasn't Shane Bowen. If the Giants have another lead and they don't blow it in the fourth quarter, maybe it was Shane Bowen. Maybe it's the players. There's a lot of questions here, but we'll find out soon enough. And it's regardless, no matter how much you hate the fact that they're losing, you've got to be happy with the performance on the field for the majority of the game. The offense has been unbelievable. Let's not even joke around. Like, it has been a fun watch. You've seen, even after Scatterboo goes down, even after Neighbors goes down, Wan'Dale Robinson has been having a hell of a season. They bring back Isaiah Hodgins. He's been performing well. You see, Scatterboo gets hurt, but now Tracy's stepping it up a bit. Singletary's having some moments. Like I said, Dart was out, and Jameis has played okay. Always looking to give up that football. Always looking to throw an interception. But at the end of the day, it's been a fun watch. And the biggest thing is the defense. Can the defense now hold their own? Secondary, we know has had issues, but partly because of injuries. And that's the biggest problem with the Giants. It is when someone gets hurt, is there a depth behind them? And the secondary position has been lackluster. Right? DeAndre Banks, we could all agree upon, has not been the guy that we've wanted to see. Paulson Adebo goes down. You're kind of handcuffed with who you're throwing out there. And that's been the biggest problem, is the secondary. That's really what it comes down to. The defensive line has been good. I know that you were going to sit there and say, well, what about Jamar Gibbs, where he ran up the middle in overtime and no one touched him? Yeah, that was bad. You need somebody to lay him out or touch him or whatever. And I know Dexter Lawrence wasn't out there, and that's been a big issue too. But for the most part, it's the secondary that's been the biggest issue on this Giants defensive team. All right, 888-808-1019. Again, it's Pete Hoffman with you, filling in for now Joe B. Till 7 a.m. Let's get back to these phone calls. 888-808-1019. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN on social media. JT in Jersey City. JT, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Hoff. Long time. We haven't spoken. Contacted you a couple of times on the Rico. Anxious. I was really anxious to dive in on Stearns, and I know you kind of moved over to the Giants.
No, we could talk about Stearns. It's all good, dude.
Okay. Here's the thing with Stearns. I'm a total anti-Stearns guy. I wasn't, when Uncle Stevie was bringing him in, I thought it would be great. But here's where Stearns is missed it, right? He's not changing the market. Okay, and I called up one day, and your Rico partner there, Evan, kind of shot me down. But you look at a guy like Andrew Friedman, what he did with Tampa Bay, and now he's out in Los Angeles. Totally different situation, but he's adapted. Mm-hmm. Stearns is just hell-bent on doing it his way.
Right.
And you know what? I really don't think that way is going to work here at the end. I could be wrong. We'll see. But you need to go out there and sign a pitcher. And unless you're going to go for Skubal or Schemes, $400 million, which there's no way they're going to spend that, the going rate is around 200. So,
well, and I'm not trying to say that, like, obviously Dylan Cease was a 7-year, $210 million contract. Mm-hmm. I heard rumors, which I don't know how much I believe, because here's the thing is, Hector Gomez could have the numbers right, but it ain't the Mets who are in on it. I don't think David Stearns is putting 6 years, $200 million on Framber Valdez. No offense.
Yeah. I think if he is, it's because of Steve. Because let's face it, right? You look at Stearns' track record. He's never signed any free agent of any consequence.
Right.
Even now back in his Milwaukee days, he didn't have the money, so I get it. But why hasn't he adapted? I'm sure Stevie's not saying to him, I don't spend any money on pitching. But we'll throw away $35 million on, Montas and these other. He likes the little projects. He likes to play with all kinds of things.
But JT, here's the thing too: is like I understand he likes the projects and he likes to do it his way. I kind of like the fact that Steve Cohen doesn't butt in because You don't want that. Like, you honestly you trust David Stearns to go out and do the right thing. That's why you brought him here. Yes, you want him to financially figure out these books so that you're not sitting here and spending $400 or $500 million every year on a roster. But on the other hand, too, you might actually have to hit that number at some point in time, at least once, because in order to flip the roster around and get the talent up, like these young kids that David Stearns is going to eventually want here, they're not ready yet. So until they're ready...
We saw that last year.
Right. Until they're ready, and those guys aren't even his guys. You got to think about the guys he's drafting now. Once his guys are ready, then he'll start bringing them up a little bit more. But like until then, you know what? You got to win. And so in order to do that, you might have to put up a $500 million payroll one year. And that's going to hurt, but just go out and do it.
Yeah, but you're making my point. It's that he's got to do that. I'm sure, like, hey, you know, they're having a meeting of the month. I'm sure last year Stevie got to be really pissed that they didn't make the playoffs. He had to be absolutely livid. Could you imagine that meeting after that Miami game? And and it's not. I'm not saying get Framber Valdez and don't sign Pete and Diaz. It's got to be Pete back, Diaz back, and add at least one pitcher. I sent you the email on the Rico about Valdez. I mean, the numbers are staggering. I mean, the guy's a proven winner. He pitches to contact, so that means he's pitching deep into games.
Mm-hmm.
And, he hasn't been hurt yet, right? But, I mean, the guy gives you 30 starts a year. He's going to probably get hurt at some point.
Yeah, this year.
And you
after the Mets sign him this year.
Well, it could be. But look at this way, right? On Burns, right? He got hurt this year, but now Arizona has him going forward. How many pitchers need Tommy John? 40% last year had surgery, and that number's only going up. So let me ask you a question, right? Do you think the Yankee fans, Cole was out last year with Tommy John, do you think the Yankee fans feel like Garrett Cole signing was a bust? Because he was out last year with surgery. Right, so that's my point. My point is if you sign these guys over 30 for, 6-7 years, whatever, you're going to have a year or more.
Right, but JT,
I mean, it's just hard.
Here's part of the issue, and thank you so much for the phone call, JT. I appreciate it. Part of the issue is where the Yankees, and I don't think the Yankee fans even realize this. Yes, the Yankees had an issue with Garrett Cole having Tommy John surgery, right? Like he was gone all season long. Why did they do so well? Well, partly because Carlos Rodon was signed 2 years prior to that, so he was there still. And you had Luis Hill eventually come back. Clark Schmidt pitched well until he got hurt. Cam Schlittler came up. They also signed Max Fried in the offseason. Like, think about what they did. Before they knew that Garrett Cole was out, they still added more. Like, if you signed Framber Valdez to the Mets right now, yes, great. You got a solid number 2. If he gets hurt, who's your number 2 again? Who's the next guy filling in? Clay Holmes? Sean Manaea when he comes back? I mean, come on. This pitching rotation is so bad right now. You need multiple arms. To feel good about what this rotation is going to do. And that's not even including Nolan McLean. The Mets need to do, and David Stearns need to do so much to get that rotation up to speed. It's ridiculous. And I'm sorry, JT. I agree. Pete Alonso needs to be back at first base. Edwin Diaz needs to be closer. I don't think Pete Alonso's coming back. I haven't thought that all season long, and I'm hell-bent on David Stearns doesn't want Pete Alonso back unless it's a 1-year deal or maybe 2. But Pete Alonso is going to get a bigger, better contract, and he's not going to sign with the Mets because David Stearns doesn't want him back. It's just the reality of it. It sucks. It really does. But that's David Stearns. It's not his player. That's not his guy. That's not the type of first baseman he wants. And in his mind, 6 years, $200 million, who do I need more? A pitcher or a first baseman? In his mind, this year, he probably needs a pitcher. So that's how he's going to justify it. which is a crock of you-know-what. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Again, till 7 a.m. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Gary is in Greenwich. What's up, Gary?
Man, Pete, you are filling in for a legend. And wow, man, you just talk and talk and talk. But anyway, I think Stevie Cohen is spent.
Steve,
what's up?
Why do you
What's up,
call
my
him
mellow?
as Gary?
Because I've been trying for 2 months. I can't get on.
That's not true. I always let you on. We always let you on when you call in as Steve. Why call in as Gary? Because I know what you're going to do. And that's not what we talked about this. You call in as Steve, I'll let you through. And if you have a problem, you let me know about it. But you can't call in as Gary because you can't call in as an alt figure because then you're trying to play tricks. And I don't got time for tricks, Gary or Steve.
Well, I did try to call it as Steve. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
But
So
the thing is,
let's go, Steve. What do you want to talk about?
All right, Pete. The thing with Stevie Cohen, I think it's all Cohen. It's his money, and he spent. Let's face it, the guy spent a ton of cash the last 5 years. He's been the owner. He's got no results out of it, as far as he's concerned. I don't know how much of a baseball fan he is, or how much baseball knowledge he really has, but he's won nothing. He's a business guy, and now he's going to start cutting his losses. You know, Nemo knocked in 90 runs the last couple of years. He scored like 90 runs the last couple of years. He's gone packing. It looks like unless the Mets fans get on top of this, they're not going to sign Pete Alonso. And listen, the guy knocked it over 120 runs and 35 home runs. How do you replace that? That's just they just don't want to give him a.
You don't, Steve. That's the problem. You don't replace that, and that's why it's so stupid that they're looking to be like, all right, we'll find another way. We can always find a way. Like, hey, we could put Jeff McNeil there. We could put Mark Vientos there. We could put Brett Beatty there. First of all, Jeff McNeil's not happening. He's going to be traded. But, like, I don't want to play games. I don't want to have to play with, like, Mark Vientos will play first base for us. That's not going to happen. You're talking about a guy who defensively is not gifted at all, or not saying not gifted, but is struggling and is bad as struggling. And all of a sudden you can throw him at first base where you have Simeon right now at second base, who's a major upgrade at defensively at second base, and Lindor, a major upgrade, is a great shortstop. No matter how bad of a season he may have had last year defensively for Lindor, he still had a great season. And you're going to go and have those two guys throwing to Mark Vientos at first base? That's like throwing to Ben Rice. It's not going to be good. That's not how you prevent runs, Mr. Stearns.
Well, these guys, Exhibit A is showing you that, just throw the guy at first base. First base is a difficult position to play if you play it right. Yeah, I mean, Simeon is one of these guys. So he was the two shortstops the Rangers signed before they won the World Series a few years ago.
Yep.
Listen, you got to know what players you have to sign, and you got to know how to spend the money right. It's not easy. There's a lot of opinion out there. And before I close it up, because you got other calls, it's a good show, Pete. Let's face it, the Yankees spend money too, but they haven't been spending it right. And same thing with the Mets. And can the Yankees make the playoffs with the teams they put out there? Yeah, they can win it, but they're not a World Series team as far as I'm concerned. But if you look at the Dodgers, watch the Dodgers run the bases. They run the bases like Ty Cobb ran the bases and everything. The Yankees were like like mummies on the base paths 2 years ago during the World Series. And I'll finish up with this. The Toronto Blue Jays are running a base running school over the wintertime if anybody wants to join up.
Steve, listen, thank you very much for making the phone call. I appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving. I hope you had a great one. I appreciate you not doing your normal bit.
You got it, my man. And let's face it, boy, the talk radio in New York, WFAN, there's no other one compete. No other station competes with this station. A lot of talent here, and I'm glad that it's out on the air.
All right, Steve, you take care, but I appreciate it. And listen, here's the thing, right? You saw the base running skills from the Dodgers for sure. That's what made the World Series so exciting between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. The fact is, I mean, they were trying to take extra bases. They were getting thrown out at third. Vlad's making those throws. It was a fun, entertaining 7-game series. I didn't want to appreciate that series. I definitely didn't want to watch the Dodgers win, but that was a fun series. 888-808-1019. Frank, Bruce, Ira, Eddie, Muggsy. We'll get to all you guys. I promise you. We got 40 minutes to go. We got to take a break. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 7. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
The Scarlet Knights take on the Nittany Lions. 3:30 this afternoon.
Raymond, the handoff. He'll run to the goal line and cut back outside.
The home of Rutgers Big Ten college football is WFAN.
End over end and good!
Powered by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. And The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey app.
NFL Sunday's coming. You've got the crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel's coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Evan. Download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. That's FanDuel.com/Evan. We love the app around here. It's safe and secure, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over, physically present in New York, opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Hi, this is Mark Malusis, and RWJ Barnabas Health and I are taking our weekly inside look at all things Rutgers football this season. We've got all the Scarlet Knights gridiron action covered right here, thanks to RWJ Barnabas Health, official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Rutgers fans, the biggest game of the season takes place this Saturday against Penn State, where the winner will earn a bowl bid. The November Big Ten matchup will be senior day for several Scarlet Knights, playing their final game in Piscataway. Senior quarterback Ethan Kaliakmanis is 214 yards away from becoming the third 3,000-yard passer in program history. Kickoff at SHI Stadium is set for 3:30. RWJ Barnabas Health, official healthcare provider of Rutgers University Athletics. Learn more about RWJ Barnabas Health's world-class orthopedic programs. Do it right here. rwjbh.org/ortho. RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Nada que ver. Bring in a bill from AT&T or T-Mobile to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. ¿Y ahora? ¿Qué vas a hacer with all those unwanted bills? Pues, how about a full-scale origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Fuera de broma. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Verizon store in New York City today and we'll give you a better deal for you and tu familia. Rankings based on RedMetrics Root Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
At Jake's 58 Casino Hotel, we're celebrating this holiday season with our $155,000 Slay the Road drawing, including your chance to win a new Range Rover Defender and $10,000 cash. Earn entries all month long. Then be here on January 1st between 12 and 3 p.m. when one winner will be drawn every hour to win up to $20,000 cash. At 4 p.m., one lucky winner will win a Range Rover Defender and $10,000 cash at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone you care about, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and 2004 do-it delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Plus, every Paramus Chevy vehicle comes with America's #1 VIP Plus program, including complimentary New Jersey state inspections, oil and filter changes, loaner cars, and so much more. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Cars for Kids reminds you time is running out to donate your car for 2025. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS now to secure your 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. That's CARS with a K.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
What's up, Frank?
My brother, how are you? I love your show.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I don't want to be the dead horse, but I want to go back to Alonzo for a minute. I'm one of the guys who don't want him back, and I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Alonzo is one of these guys, and there are many of them throughout the years of Major League Baseball, that I can lose with you, I can lose without you.
Ralph Kiner, yes.
Yeah, the Mets didn't make the playoffs last year. Guy who called it. That guy who called and made all the analytical comparisons between Alonzo and Vlad missed a very important point. Vlad played in the World Series last year. Alonzo was home in his living room. Okay? Not to mention, another guy brought up Reggie Jackson. When Reggie came here, he had already won 3 World Series, 72, 73, and 74 with the A's. The guy knew how to win. Even if you hated him, you looked up to him because you knew the guy knew what he was doing. He knew how to win. I don't think there's one guy on that team that went to Stearns and said, "Hey, we need Alonzo back. The guy's great in the locker room." And that's been some of the Mets' problems is the locker room. You ever see Alonzo do an interview with the media? It's like an 8-year-old. He's an embarrassment.
Yeah, but Frank,
Okay?
that's what we said. That's how I led the show off, is saying that I don't care about the locker room stuff. I don't care about the stuff. I don't care about the awkwardness that is Pete Alonso. I don't care about the stuff. Can you play ball? Can you go out there and play ball? That's all I care about. And you want to sit there and say, hey, Pete Alonso didn't go to the World Series last year, but you know who didn't go to the World Series last year either? Juan Soto, Francisco Lindor, Brett Beatty, Francisco Alvarez. I can list the entire team that didn't go. But you know who did perform well in the playoffs in 2024 when they made it? Pete Alonso. Who had that big home run against the Brewers? Pete Alonso. So I'm not going to sit there and say, and even this year, you can go through Pete Alonso's hits and home runs. How many times did Pete Alonso have a big hit as a home run? More than you think. No matter how bad of a season this was for the Mets, he performed. He doesn't shrink in a big spot. He doesn't.
Oh, I don't know about that, Hoff. What about 2 years ago when the Mets got swept at Atlanta? I think the guy went 1-13 in the series or something like that.
You talking about the regular season? You talking about the regular season?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. The whole team was terrible. We're going to put it all on Pete Alonso?
Yeah.
And again, when it came down to the playoffs in 2022 wasn't all that fantastic, but for the most part, Pete Alonso he's shown to you that in a big spot he can deliver. He really has.
But Hoff, let me throw this at you. I know that this big outcry with a lot of Mets fans to say, bring Alonso back, bring Alonso back. It didn't work this year. Let's just say they don't bring him back and they win the World Series. Do you think there's going to be one Mets fan who says, "Oh, geez, I wish Pete was here to share in this"? There's not going to be.
I think there might be a few people. There might be a few people.
Oh, come on,
Frank. And here's the thing: I understand your point. You're not a Pete Alonso guy. That's totally fine. I don't feel that way with Brandon Nimmo. I'm not a Brandon Nimmo guy, right? I'm not a hater of Brandon Nimmo, the character guy. Like, he seems like a good dude, someone that was a quote unquote verbal leader. The way he talked on the mic, the way he talked about the young kids. He talked about Brett Beatty. Hey, get ready, guys. He's going to be around for a while. This is someone who's going to be a player here and get excited for it. Like, yeah, verbally he was a good leader, good person, but physically, Brandon Nimmo didn't give you enough on the field. Period. End of story. Pete Alonso gives you enough offensively and defensively gives you more than people give him credit for. The problem is, like I said, he just looks awkward doing it. That's his biggest problem. And yeah, he has a problem throwing the ball. That is the one part of his game that is the weakest. It's not playing first base. It's not catching the ball. It's not scooping the ball. It's not helping block and prevent the balls from getting past him at first base. It is legitimate that he has an issue throwing the ball around the diamond. That's Pete Alonso's issue. And he works hard to get better. And I'm pretty sure Pete Alonso, I don't have to talk to anybody that's in the know. I can guarantee you Pete Alonso is doing that right now and trying to work on his throws. Guarantee you that's exactly what he's doing. 888-808-1019. And I don't care about the leader stuff. Like, it doesn't make a difference to me that Pete Alonso is not a leader. All right? Let me ask you a question. If you're a Yankee fan, did you care whether or not Alex Rodriguez was a leader? Or did you care that he put up big numbers and in a playoff run in 2009, he took them to the World Series? And he basically won the World Series, or got the Yankees to the World Series. Matsui, I'd say, gave you the title, but Alex Rodriguez led them there. Daniel Murphy in 2015 got the Mets to the World Series. Was he a leader? Not really. And they didn't bring him back. Was that the reason why they went downhill? I think so. But again, leaders are different. Like, look at the New York Giants, for example, right? Russell Wilson is the captain, or one of the captains on the team. Every single week he goes out there for the coin toss. Would you say he's a leader? I think he actually is. I think he's somebody that's there with the New York Giants who actually can help with Jackson Dart. That, to me, is somebody that's more valuable off the field than on the field. He's out of his prime, but he can help talk to the young kid and guide him. That's important. Does it make a difference, though, if you're a talented player and a leader as well? Is Juan Soto a leader? I don't think so. I mean, we've just heard how Juan Soto is kind of, not saying selfish, but he's to himself. He cares about one thing and one thing only, baseball. And getting better. He's kind of selfish in that aspect of it. He doesn't care about going out with the team. Okay. We heard that with the Yankees. We heard that with the Mets. We knew that with the Nationals because he basically said when they offered him a huge deal, he said, no. Padres, no, thank you. I'm going to hit free agency. So you could be a leader and not be great, and you could be great and not be a leader. That is a possibility. And I think Alonso is more on the great side than most other people. I know others think completely different, and that's fine. But he does not need to be a leader to make significant difference with the bat and at first base. 888-808-1019. Bruce is in Yonkers. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, Hoff, big fan.
Thank you.
Listen, I got four quick Giant points if you'll let me, okay?
Make them quick. Let's go.
Yeah, quick,
no, I'm joking.
Okay. They're the best 2-10 team to watch. I've never seen a riveting team like this, except for the last minute or two of the game. It's really unbelievable.
Bruce, they're fun to watch. I don't care what anybody says. You may pull your hair out at the end of the game. They might have an L, and it's terrible. But I've had a great time watching this team play, the New York Giants play football this season. There's no doubt about it.
Hey, a couple of things real quick. I can't believe how rough your plane ride. Even the plane ride must have been from those 5 tough losses this year coming home. I can't imagine what those plane rides were like.
Well, let me tell you something, that they have these delicious shakes on the planes on the way back home, and I ignore life when I'm having those shakes. That's all I'm telling you. I could care less about anything else that's going on. I'm having my shake.
Okay, a couple real quick. I think you should keep Kafka as coach. Great play caller, great offensive mind. I think he'd be great with Jackson Dart's development. I really think they should keep Kafka. Give him a 2-year deal.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you have a connection with Jackson Dart and Jameis Winston, and the offense has seemed to click this year. So is that I mean, listen, think about this. Kafka has been upstairs for the past few years. Now he's back on the field. I know that they got rid of Dable, but Kafka is building a relationship, building a rapport with Dart. I mean, do you really want to change that? If it's working, you want to change that? I don't know if you make him the head coach, but I'd consider him. I think you bring him back as offensive coordinator, maybe. I think that's a possibility.
Right. No, absolutely. There's one more thing real quick. This is half jokingly. How about hiring Belichick as the defensive coordinator and keeping Kafka as head coach? That's half serious. The other half one. So if we do that, then we can hire his girlfriend as the reinstate simulating squad.
Yeah.
Even if we're 2-10 again, it'll at least be fun. Fun too.
Here's the funny thing, Bruce, is I'm not opposed to bringing Bill Belichick back. Period. I know that you don't. Maybe you don't want him as a head coach, but I'm down for him. I would love him with the Jets. I would. I truly would.
Yeah, I agree. The guy's in the Hall of Fame. People forget he's got 2 rings as a coordinator, not just as a head coach.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, I don't think it. And Bruce, thank you so much for a phone call. I appreciate it. I don't think he's going to look for a coordinator gig at this point in time. I think he's looking for a head coach gig if he takes anything else. Let's go to Ira in Staten Island. Speaking of those Jets, Ira, what's good, bud?
Everything's good. Happy holidays. And, Belichick coming in as a defensive coordinator for anybody, I don't see it. I think his ego's too big. I think that's why I had a hard time getting a coaching job. But at least you're having fun watching the Giants this year. You know the Jets story. The thing I'm concerned about is that I'm not sold on any of these quarterbacks coming out of college. And I know people say, well, wait for 27, but there's no guarantees what's going to happen the following year. And even if they happen to pick the right guy, do you, in your gut, really trust the regime that's in place right now to develop a quarterback? Neither do I.
Ira, I don't, and it sucks because everyone's like, oh, you can't fire Aaron Glenn after 1 year. You can't. Really? Because I'm pretty sure that Mike Vrabel came in after they fired a coach after 1 year, and he turned that organization around.
What happened? I mean to interrupt. What happened if a guy like Harbaugh shakes loose of Baltimore, or Tomlin, or somebody in that ilk comes around? You're going to keep Aaron Glenn and not you have a shot at a guy like John Harbaugh come here and change your organization?
And Ira, I'm not going to sit here and say that Aaron Glenn can't coach in the NFL, but this New York Jets organization needs a complete overhaul, and they need someone professional to come in and do it. And it's not a consultant. It's not a new owner. It needs to be a head coach that knows what he's doing. I would take Mike Tomlin. I would take Belichick. I'd take Harbaugh. I would take Gruden. I would take any of these guys who knows how to build. Like Pete Carroll's a little bit out of it, out of that age range now. Like, the ship has passed. But like, I would, if any of these guys shake loose, I'd take a flyer and say, like, hey, listen, come over. And if you want to be the GM and head coach, you want complete ownership, let's do it. But the Jets that's what they need so bad. And you know that, Ira. This franchise has been so bad for so long. And and listen, Todd Bowles is a successful head coach right now. We know that. But we haven't had a good head coach since Rex Ryan. But Todd Bowles here, it was too soon for him. We can't have first-year head coaches anymore. And if Aaron Glenn is here, unfortunately, if there's someone that something opens up, you got to say goodbye to Aaron Glenn and bring in that something that we know works.
Yeah, that's how I feel. You sound the same way. There's no shot where he's going to do it. Glenn's going to get 2 to 3 years. I mean, that's the way it's going to be. And it's very sad because you're going to get a guy like a Harbaugh type of guy. He's going to come around and he's going to go to a different franchise, do everything we just talked about, and then 2 or 3 years from now, I hope I'm wrong, Glenn will be gone.
I can't take that because it's stupidity like that and that again, it just shows. I'm not telling you that I was happy to see Jared Mayo get fired after 1 year. Like, was that the right thing to do? No. But then when you see the franchise completely turn around the next year with Mike Vrabel, you go, well, it was terrible to have Jared Mayo here for 1 year, and it sucks, but now you understand why that was the case. That's what I need to see. And you can't be ignorant in the fact that, Aaron Glenn is a young head coach, that he may have. First of all, this year has been a very iffy year. You want to talk about the way he plays the game, the way he coaches, that's one thing. But the fact that he's fighting with the media, all that stuff, like that's very Eric Mangini. That doesn't work here. It really doesn't. You got to play a different game here. And I'm glad that he's been better recently with the media. But you got to stop with the fires. He's setting off fires before anything happened. Like this has been a bad season. You can't be combative with the media like that. You just can't do it.
No, and to me, I take that as a bad sign. And listen, like I said, I want to be wrong, but I know in my heart this is probably not going to work out with this guy.
Ira, thanks for the positivity on a Saturday morning.
Yeah, well, hang in there. They only got a couple of more games left this year.
Yeah, I can't wait for it to be over. But Ira, thank you so much. And that's the funny thing. And thanks for the phone call, Ira. Again, I was saying the Giants, it really has been a good season to watch. Like, if you love football and you live and die by the Giants and you've watched every second of the season, throw away that number, throw away the record. You'd probably be like, this was a really fun season. The fact is, they can't win a game. That sucks. But the season itself has been really, really fun. All right, Eddie Muggsy, Elvis Mitchell. We will get to you guys. We'll wrap up with your phone calls. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoff with you on The Fan. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
I'd much rather have Jameis Winston go win the game for me than have my defense have to go win the game for me.
And I know you're kicking off to the Lions, so they may get the ball to the 30-yard line as opposed to starting on the 5-yard line.
Yeah.
I know all that. But I also know that it's a hell of a lot harder to score a touchdown than it is to kick a field goal to go into overtime.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate. And FanDuel is coming with something a little bit extra. This isn't just any NFL Sunday, folks. It's your chance to place the perfect parlay. Hit your go-to player prop, and now we're making it even better because this week FanDuel is bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Boomer to download the app and get in on all the action before kickoff. That's FanDuel.com/Boomer. We all love the app around here. It is safe, secure, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of WFAN.
21 and over and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Bonus issues, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
It's the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. So don't just hang your own lights. Venture out and look for the northern lights. Drink cocoa on the beach. Or be a drive-by karaoke caroler. Because every new Kia comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So you can take holidays to places they've never been. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more. Kia, movement that inspires.
See Kia dealer for warranty details. Event ends 12/1/25.
I'm New Jersey Attorney General Matt Plotkin. Every year, too many lives are lost in alcohol or drug-related crashes. These are preventable tragedies, and it's time to take a stand. Let's make New Jersey's roads safer for everyone. We are all counting on you.
Behold, the alpha mother in the holiday wild. She prowls the digital savannas for deals to satisfy her pack. From her gamer husband to her tech-savvy daughter, her advantage switching to Fios Home Internet from Verizon. Choose from our biggest selection of gifts ever on us with a Fios 1 gig plan, only until December 1st. Get our best deals with Fios Home Internet. Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch today. Availability varies.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Embrace the spirit of the season during the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration and make dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, you'll find the perfect holiday gift for the one you love. Celebrate the season in true luxury at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Not like about. Bring in a bill from AT&T or T-Mobile to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. ¿Y ahora? ¿Qué vas a hacer with all those unwanted bills? Pues, how about a full-scale origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Fuera de broma. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Verizon store in New York City today and we'll give you a better deal for you and tu familia. Rankings based on RIT root score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000. Sold in Mississippi.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Target's Black Friday deals are delivering big surprises all week long, like 40 to 50% off top holiday gifts, plus thousands more deals in-store and online, all with free shipping. Load up on all the season's must-haves with huge deals on tech, video games, toys, floor care, clothing for the family, and so much more. Hurry! These deals are going fast. 40 to 50% off gifts and Saturday. Only at Target. Free shipping applies to orders over $35.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Tune into the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Giants.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
88-808-1019. Pete Hoff with you on the fan for another 10 minutes up until Big Blue Preview with John Schmelk and Mark Malusis. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Let's get back to the phone calls. Calvin is in Washington Heights. What's up, Calvin?
Hey, how you doing? Good morning. I have a quick point of view. I would love Tatis in the Mets. I think that would be a great fit. He can play left or right. He's a platinum Gold Glover and probably will win another Gold Glove. I'm not sure if he won again this year, but he's one of the best defensive players in the game. He's an all-around player. He's a 5-tool player. So it also fits for what the general manager of the Mets wants to do. He wants to save runs. And you putting him in the outfield, you're saving runs. He's an elite bat. He'll fit perfect in the 2-hole right behind Lindor and right between Soto or whatever you want to do. You can put him in the 3-hole behind Soto, whatever you want to do. And if you put Alonso, that 1 through 4, that's very attractive. That's now something that you're like, okay, Dodgers, here we come. But you got to get Terrence Skubal in a trade as well. You have the prospects, and you can improve your team dramatically like that. And then that's something that is what the general manager of the Mets wants to do. We bring in Marcus Semien second base by saving runs and playing defense. You also bring Tatis Jr. That's an elite player.
You're funny. You everything you said adds up. I'm on board with all that. None of that's going to happen, or at least not all of that.
And he's a better player than Bellinger. To be very transparent.
Well, but the whole thing is, am I right? Tatis has had a little injury issue. Plus, you get the steroids, so that's part of the problem with Tatis Jr.
Yeah, he's 27 years old. He's 27 years old.
Yeah. Still a lot of money.
He played 155 games this year when he was having a lot of those injuries in the beginning of his career when he was playing shortstop. But right. I'd rather take a platinum Gold Glove winning all-around 5-tool player than Tatis Jr. in the outfield. Then he could potentially even win MVP in a team like the Mets.
Here's the problem. This year's not a problem. He's making $20 million. Next year's not a problem. He's making $25 million. The year after that's not a problem. He's making $25 million. It's 29 through 35, $36 million a year. He ain't doing that for a guy who's 29 and above. He's just not doing, or 30 and above.
When you do the trade, you can also take the San Diego to take, hey, you can eat about $20 million of the contract or $15 million of the contract.
San Diego does not want to eat money like that. San Diego doesn't want to eat. I listen, Calvin, I love what you're saying. You're saying go get Skubal, too. They're not getting Skubal. Skubal's not getting traded. And they're definitely not signing Pete Alonso.
If you don't get Terrence Skubal, a plan B could be get Sandy Alcantara and you have the prospects for it.
I love Alcantara. That's more of a possibility than Skubal. I'll tell you that much.
Tatis is a possibility. You're talking to the richest owner in baseball. You want to be like the Dodgers, have a great farm system, and have elite players. Why not go for Tatis?
Yeah, but you have one of the cheapest presidents of baseball operations in David Stern.
But I will go back and forth for you to respond to this. Friedman was the general manager for the Tampa Bay Rays, and he was the cheapest GM for the Tampa Bay Rays. He came. This guy came from the Milwaukee organizations. Two similar general managers with two similar mindsets. They know how to work with small payrolls and succeeded. Now you're working with a guy that's rich and has a bigger payroll, and you know how to work with small money. So you should know how to work with big money now.
Calvin, sorry about that. Calvin, you're right. I just don't think that David Stearns is there yet. I don't think last year, if you watched him last year with how he worked that payroll or how he worked his offseason transactions and it backfired, like he was playing his normal games. So now it's a different world, bro. There's no more playing games. Go out and get the best. I just don't know if he's committed to doing that. And if you look at, listen, I know it's a lot of minor league stuff that you go through right now, but so far all his moves have been minor leagues or trading away Brandon Nimmo for Marcus Semien. 888-808-1019. Eddie's in Vernon. What's up, Eddie?
Yo, what's up, Hoff? How are you, man? Nice. I just want to open up and tell you that I think you're doing a great job. I'm just a guy out here in Vernon.
Yeah, I'm just a guy too.
You're doing a great job. I love your unbiased, filters, and you're not a fan. You just talk straight. You give people respect, and you're cultivating relationships with the callers. I like that. It's awesome.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, man. I got one point, and everybody's screaming about the deferrals and how did the Dodgers invent this deferral? The Mets are still paying Bonilla, and everybody is crying.
Yeah,
because we deferred.
Eddie, hold on. Don't compare the deferral with Bobby Bonilla to Shohei Ohtani. Because Shohei Ohtani is the only player in any sporting history who basically said he signed the richest contract at the time with the $700 million contract and said 98% of that or 90% of that contract, 98%, whatever it is, defer it. He only took on $2 million a year. Now it's getting taxed heavily, but that's no other team can do that. There's no other player that can do that. That is above and beyond the deferral of Bobby Bonilla. Let me tell you that much.
But it's like the Dodgers didn't come up with this plan. Like they invented it.
They did, but they did come up with it because they talked to him and they said, first of all, and I appreciate the phone call, Eddie. This is my issue with Shohei's deferrals. No other team in baseball was getting Shohei Ohtani. Let's be honest. Think about it. He was never going to Toronto. He was never going to an East Coast team. He was never going to Texas. He was never going to Colorado. He was never going back to the Angels. He was never going to Seattle. He was never going to San Francisco. Go through every single team. There was one team he was going to go to. It was the Dodgers. So off the bat, you're getting the guy. The guy that everyone else wants, and there's only one of. There's no one else that does what Shohei Ohtani does, right? He pitches and he hits. That's amazing. And on top of that, you get him to defer 98% of his contract or whatever it is. That is extremely rare. It never has happened before. The best player in any sport defers pretty much all of his money till after he retires, so you could spend whatever you want on other players now, and you convince other players to defer because the best player in baseball deferred, so you should defer too. No one else can do that. I don't care if you're talking about Bobby Bonilla's $1 million a year, whatever it is that you pay off. You're talking about he's making $2 million a year with the Dodgers. Up until he retires, and then he's cashing in the rest of the way, making his other $68 million. 888-808-1019. Elvis, Orange County. What's up, Orange County or Orange Country?
What are you doing, Hoff?
I don't know. I got 2 minutes left. I have no idea what's going on.
Hey, Hoff, before I say something about Nibble, I got to have a winner today. Who do you like in the Michigan game today?
I'm going to go Michigan. Though I don't think
you do like Michigan.
Not a lot.
You're going to say that.
Yeah, not a lot, but I'm going to go Michigan.
All right, look, I heard you talking about Nimmo this morning. Look, we talked about this a couple of times. You know,
yes.
I don't mind that they got rid of him because I wanted a package deal. But come on, let's face it, we got a lemon for this guy. I mean, think about what Nimmo did last year. This guy had 90. We know what his stats are, right? 90 RBI, 26 homers, right? We know what he did. He had a great year. Okay, before you take me off the radio, I got to ask you one question.
Yes.
Tell me this year who you want on the field for the Mets. Go ahead, start at third base.
I don't have time for that.
Tell me who you want.
You're going to have to listen to Rico Bronya, Elvis. I'm sorry. I don't have enough time for that. Or next time I'm on there next week. Listen, Nimmo is not Mookie Betts, and everyone's acting that way. So just remember that. Brandon Nimmo is never going to be Mookie Betts. Thank you to Ed Arzuman, Nick Teodoro, wherever he is. He left. Appreciate everyone who hit me up on the phones at Hoff WFAN. There's a new Rico Bronya out now. There'll be a new Rico Bronya out tomorrow. Get ready for Giants preview. John Schmelk, Mark Malusis on the Fan.
Radio 101.9 FM.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 7 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. This Sports Flash is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Let's tip off at the Garden. Knicks showing plenty of heart.
Long rebound. It's tracked down by Hart. Swings it to the wing. Bridges. Missed it. Hart the box out offensive board. Bridges filling the lane, and he flips it in with the left hand.
That was Iron Eagle on Amazon Prime Video as the Knicks handle the Bucks 118-109 at the Garden. Josh Hart, 19 points, 15 boards. Head coach Mike Brown also liked the way that Hart defended Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Josh, Giannis is tough cover for anybody, and especially when you're giving up 6-7 inches or whatever Josh is giving up. He fought all night. He was actually our defensive player of the game.
Even though Giannis had 30 points. And how about Mike Brown with that 6-7 reference there? Jalen Brunson led the Knicks with 37 points. Deuce McBride adding 19. The Knicks clinching East Group C in NBA Cup play. Nets lose to the Sixers, 115-103. Yegor Dioman with 23 points to go along with 9 rebounds and 5 assists. College basketball, Hofstra over LaSalle, 63-58. Stony Brook beat Loyola Marymount, 71-68.